On this episode of Motor MythBusters,
This old trick Buster used to use.
will a simple wire pull
All the exhaust gases go to the turbo, and
That makes more power.
really cause explosive turbocharged chaos? Boom! And Tory's in the hot seat.
if you ever feel uncomfortable at all,
Power through it.
no.
Accelerate out.
So buckle up and count down
You guys ready?
Are you ready?
Oh, totally.
Okay.
Let's do this.
to automotive movie myth mayhem. Meet the team
We'll be at work in no time. This might be the miracle coolant that everybody's been searching for.
with the mechanical expertise
My main concern is structural integrity. I think this is gonna work.
to test all things automotive.
That was beautiful.
The more air we push through, the more fuel siphon out, and boom!
This is Motor MythBusters,
This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
where science meets the streets.
Dude, this car is sick.
Thank you.
Did you build this? Is this
Yes,
one of your...
it's one of our 935s that we put together. It's a lot of fun. 900 horsepower, runs on ethanol.
So shiny.
So, BC, you brought this car in for a reason, I'm
I
guessing.
did.
Not just to show it off.
Not just show off. I love turbocharging. It's a great way to make lots of power. It's a great way to go fast. Also, use modern electronics to control my boost. However, there's this movie that's always bothered me. Fast and Furious.
I love the Fast and the Furious movies.
The 8th installment.
Big Vin Diesel fan.
Yeah, Vin Diesel's character, Dom, went to Cuba, and to win this race, he needed more boost. And to do that, he took the soda can tab and a baling wire connected to the vacuum line that leads from the turbo to the wastegate. You'll find this interesting. Pulls it, it increases boost like crazy, and mayhem happens.
I gotta see this movie scene.
There's no high-tech electronics in this automotive movie myth. Can you win a Cuban drag race, unleashing insane amounts of boost from a turbocharged engine
Look at the size of that turbo.
It's massive.
It's huge. Turbo
Yeah.
that's bigger than my freaking head.
with just a length of wire and a soda can tap?
He just pulled it.
Would this budget-friendly, low-tech technique ever work in the real world?
All right, what exactly do we need to do to test this crazy-ass poor man's turbo?
Well, due to the Cuban embargo, they were not able to get any new parts. So I feel like we've got to stay true to the spirit of the myth, keep the car as true to the myth as possible.
And look how big that turbo was. I mean, we're gonna have to find a turbocharger that looks the part like in the movie.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
totally. And they also had a nitrous system.
Think about what nitrous does. I mean, it's like a chemical supercharger. It puts a lot of oxygen into the mix, allows the engine to become extremely efficient and fast, but they also use a very cost-effective way of increasing boost by using a baling wire and a cola tab and pulling the reference line to the wastegate.
Then we're gonna get crazy boost.
Yes, because this shuts and nothing escapes, and all the exhaust gases go to the turbo and massive boost ensues. Or at least that's what the movie says.
And that's what we're gonna test. We're gonna pull the line just like Dom did in the movie, and we should get the boost to maintain for 16 seconds.
That's a long
It's
time.
a really long time. There's no way it's gonna last that long.
But you know what? When you pull this baling wire, very strange things happen in the turbo system. Boost increase and then decreases, and I'm curious to what will happen in the field.
Do you
Me
guys think
too.
it's gonna catch on fire?
Oh,
now
that's
he's on
not
fire.
good.
In order to replicate the car just like it was in the movie, with that massive turbo, we're gonna have to make sure we get enough air, we get enough fuel, supporting modifications, fabricating all that charge piping, adding the nitrous system. Like, this is gonna be a huge project.
I have a vehicle in mind that may suit the bill.
What you got?
How about a Monte Carlo?
Oh, perfect.
You can find those
love it.
everywhere. Ah, stop it. Okay, so now I have found this beauty of a car. A 1973 Monte Carlo. There's nothing beautiful about this car. It's absolutely ugly. But it does a great job in fulfilling what we need for this myth. Now, it has a 350, which is great. The engine bay has tons of room, so we can do lots of modifications. But how will it handle the rigors of racing? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I think it's dying. Oh, come on. Yeah, it just cut off. I'm gonna try and roll as far as I can. I'm keep going, keep rolling, keep rolling. Hopefully something simple.
That is a beast.
Okay.
Tell me you didn't pay for this.
Well, actually I did, and I'm quite proud of my find.
Oh my God. I can hear you like a block away.
Yeah, I
That
can
was the
smell you
intent.
a block away.
No,
It's burning rich.
I know she doesn't look that great, but look under the bonnet.
Under the bonnet, you say?
Look at all that space.
Well, definitely a little bit
Giant.
more space than I'm used to working with.
That
Could,
is
like
a-
raise a small family in here.
Look at this engine. This 350 is perfect.
How's it run?
It runs actually quite nice, and sometimes
I
it
don't
stops
believe
on its
you.
own.
I don't believe you. I don't believe
It's like
you.
autopilot, you know?
Yeah, right.
Great. All right.
So what do you guys think? Do you think this is a good candidate for what we're trying to achieve? I'm not saying if it's gonna work. I'm saying could we actually build it the way they did in the movie?
Yeah, we can build it the way that they did in the movie.
I
But
think we build
getting it to last that 16 seconds,
yeah.
a whole nother story.
You know what? The foundation is there. The power plant.
I mean, with that big turbo
Right
there.
there. Absolutely.
All right, so let's make a parts list.
Well,
Brand new engine?
oh, stop it.
Aside from that,
All right. Either rebuild that carburetor or replace it.
We probably need to find a turbocharger that looks the part like in the movie.
Right.
like a big giant one.
Yeah, nice turbo. An intercooler piping,
And
Yeah.
an external wastegate that we can control with our baling wire and our...
baling wire, and a cola tag.
For the sake of science, we're gonna have to like monitor everything on this engine to see
That's a
like
good point.
when exactly this thing blows
Yeah.
up and if there's anything we can do, driver, to prevent it from blowing up.
I have a
So-
smashing idea.
Yeah.
Maybe we can have some kind of digital dash that can data log.
Ooh.
Important
data
things like
logging.
air fuel
Exhaust
ratio,
gas temperature.
EGT.
Air fuel ratio.
Boost.
Yes.
Very good.
Power.
Air temp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This is
So
awesome.
if things do go awry, we're able to
Find
out why
Yeah. I love
as
it.
we analyze the data.
You guys are missing the most important part.
The car?
The driver.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I am not driving this thing.
I would love to, but
I'd drive
I may
it.
just give
Yeah.
Tory the opportunity to have fun with this thing.
All right, so initial impressions of this thing, I'm definitely stoked for this project. And this is the perfect place to start from. I mean, small block Chevy, I mean, everyone and their mom has one of those, right? So fortunately, there's a lot of aftermarket support. Get our cheap turbo kit, find a nice turbo like they had in the movie. That being said, looks like this vehicle's been sitting for quite some time, and that's like never a good sign, especially for gaskets. You can see all the leakage that's happening around here. The engines want to be run and keep those seals nice and fresh. Another huge concern of mine is the fact that we've got this brand new master cylinder and brake booster. A lot of times when you cycle through a bunch of new brake fluid, you can end up flushing through a lot of garbage that was in the brake system, and it'll eventually cause your brakes to fail. Ask me how I know. I'm a little bit concerned that after we put a whole bunch of horsepower to this thing, we're gonna come across a stopping problem. And of course, keeping our beloved Tory safe and sound. But I'm just glad I'm not the one driving it.
All that's gonna go away, so we can just work on the
Okay,
turbo.
so while these guys are geeking out on how to turn this into a turbo, we have to do a few things. We're gonna have to rip off a lot of the parts. We're gonna have to find a turbo, and more importantly, since I'm gonna be driving, we hope it doesn't catch on fire and explode. The movie car we need to replicate was first stripped of any unessential components. Power to weight ratio is everything in a Cuban drag race. Well, any race for that matter. So this is gonna go, this is gonna go. We're just gonna do it Vin Diesel style. In the movie, he just starts tearing it apart.
Well, that's
right.
weight reduction at its finest.
All right, well, I'm no Vin Diesel, so I'm gonna have to get some tools.
Before we start, let's figure out what we want to take off.
Fenders for sure.
Yep.
Oh my God, what?
All right, watch yourself.
my
All right. Tori's gonna take off that one his way.
Oh my.
Hood. Come on, we're Vin Diesel. Let's go.
I'm not used to this way of treating things, you guys. This is actually kind of hurting my heart a little bit, to be honest.
Who needs tools?
Me? I see this as like this gorgeous blank slate. Like this has the potential to be fully restored and turn into something beautiful.
Yeah.
While everyone else is working, Vin Diesel's character, Dom, pulled out the battery on the car. The battery is what allows me to start the car. An alternator keeps the vehicle running by providing 12 volts, but it needs that motion to be able to create electricity. So I'm gonna start the vehicle up and take the battery off.
You ready for me to start the car?
Yes, please.
Come on, baby, you can do it.
No gas, no gas?
Yeah.
So this car you chose, BC.
I know.
Woo!
Sorry. Yeah.
I was afraid that was gonna happen.
That was rad. Maybe we should put a blower on this.
Now I'm gonna take off the battery. Look, it's running. Here's the battery.
Okay, so that was a fun demo, but unlike the movie, we plan on using a battery for the field test.
This is magic.
But we still want to strip it down like Dom did to achieve a better power-to-weight ratio.
That was awesome. Are we cool with taking the doors off?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
What the?
That's a fire.
Woo! God.
Carry on, don't mind us. It's like the 4th of July. Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah! Building stuff. American made.
Look at this, looks cool.
It looks badass already.
real.
Fast and the Furious got nothing on us.
Oh, look, we got an engine over there.
This is awesome.
Whoa. All right, so this is not the junkyard like I was picturing in my mind, like, you know, an automotive junkyard. There's a little engine.
Yeah. Oh, that's cute.
Oh, it is cute. That's not turbocharged, though.
No. Do you want to check this one?
You mean, like, go inside?
Yeah. Wow, look at this.
Whoa, look
I
at the
bet
size of that turbo. That's
huge.
exactly like what we're looking for.
You got a wrench?
Wait, what? Are you serious?
No, I'm kidding. We should get off this boat before we get caught.
Why a boatyard? Well, in Cuba, they couldn't get new parts, so they'd use whatever they could find. And it's assumed that in the movie, they used a turbo from a boat engine. So that is why we're here.
Makes me kind of want to go sailing.
You know, I lived on a boat once.
Yeah?
And I realized I got incredibly seasick. Look down there. Hey, that might be the right size.
It spins, but I mean, it's a little corroded.
And it's got epic shaft play.
The amount of work to get that thing working.
No, that
it's
is
not worth
seized
it.
in there.
There's no
movement
at all.
Got a bunch of sailboats over here.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Oh, Faye, I think we found our candidate.
That
I
looks
mean,
perfect.
I mean,
Let's
it's
see.
big enough.
I mean, yeah, it's like it's about the right size.
Yep, it's spinning.
Oh, nice.
There's no corrosion.
It's the perfect candidate, really.
Yeah.
It might need some cleaning up, but it matches the movie for size, for look, and for Cuban resourcefulness of using whatever spare parts they could get their hands on.
Look how big it is.
Now that's a proper turbo.
Why don't you guys work on this? I'm gonna go source some nitrous oxide. I got a guy.
Sounds good.
Excellent.
Good luck, you guys.
All right.
Oh, this is gonna look so badass when we're done.
I'm
It's gonna look
really
so
excited
good.
about this.
I'll take
Cool.
this beautiful.
I'll start on this exhaust manifold. Okay, so we have to install the essential components to support that massive turbo. After that, we add the nitrous. That'll give us a healthy boost of horsepower. So when we pull that line, we know that we're running the engine at its maximum capacity, just like they did in the movie. All right, so one of my biggest concerns is that we're gonna be breaking off every single one of these exhaust studs because this is the hottest part of the engine right here. And these bolts have seen some epic heat cycling.
So this is a factory carburetor, but we're not gonna take this off. Oh, look at that. Replace it with a 4-barrel carburetor that will feed this turbo an appropriate amount of fuel, a lot. Oh, thank you. Look at this.
What? Oh my God.
Thank you, Rose.
Y'all are the best team.
I've got a new distributor.
Oh
okay?
my God.
This is
made of like billet aluminum?
yeah.
Gorgeous.
The big cap HEI, the coil is already in the cap. It's favored in the hot rod world because it's so simple and it's got great current, so we're gonna have good spark.
Not only is this efficient, it's beautiful.
One wire, that's it. We just put one wire here and we've got good juice.
Oh.
I like that sound. I like it a lot.
Three
I like
for three,
that
three for three, baby! All right, so I think I just finally got the last bolt off of my exhaust manifold. And the reason why I've got to get this off is because we've got to put a different exhaust manifold on in order to accommodate our new turbo. I mean, it's hard to say, but this is a leaking valve stem seal, I think. If you have this situation happen on your own personal car, you may experience like a lot of blue smoke at startup, like a lot of oil burning. It's so close. It's so close. Oh my God. It just wants to come.
Yay! Look at that. The trophy.
This is the passenger side exhaust manifold. And what I was struggling with here is actually one of the ports for a very primitive emission system. It's air injection basically into the exhaust. If I get an air leak, a little bit too much air in the exhaust, we could think that the vehicle's running very lean, and that could, of course, give us false readings. We don't want that. This is science.
Almost.
It's just such a little puzzle.
Oh, yay! So we just took off both manifolds on bank 1 and 2, took off the carburetor. We don't need air conditioning. Now it's time for the hard work.
Yeah, then we can start fabbing.
You will just rip it? Oh, yes.
Oh, man, that thing's kind of heavy. Imagine all the weight we're saving with that.
Hi, I'm here to see Dr. Kehani. Perfect. I always get nervous when I come to the dentist. Does that make you sad to think that your job scares people?
Hello.
Hello, doctor.
How you doing? I'm Dr. Kehani.
I'm Tory.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Now, I have a question. The reason I came in is I'm doing an experiment with Nitrous to run a car.
To run a car?
Yeah, so it's not actually for a human. We're gonna try to hook it up to an engine and make it run faster. And I'm just trying to get my hands on it.
Medical grade? First off, that's not legal because you have to have a medical license.
Okay.
Second, they're different. My laughing gas, you know, it's nitrogen oxide. It's N2O. The one that they have for cars, they sell at the stores, that has some sulfur in it. So people, they can't just get their hands on one and start inhaling it. Did I get time?
Why does nitrous make you euphoric?
Yeah, so mainly what it does, it reduces anxiety.
Yeah.
And also it blocks some of the pain receptors, so you feel a little less pain. And on top of all of that, yes, it reduces oxygen to the brain. So if you do it for too long,
You get
that's why you
lightheaded.
get lightheaded and you need supervision. That's
Yeah.
why they come in 2 different bottles.
I think we should try some out.
No. Have you ever had it before?
I've had it once,
Yeah.
but it came out of a balloon,
Oh,
oddly enough.
different story.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I found something here. Let me see.
I thought you were just doing a cleaning. Can I get some nitrous now?
No.
It's crazy.
Oh my God, I'm
Can you
so
believe
stoked.
it? Gorgeous, right?
It's gonna be a shame to blow it up.
Fuel, it's not gonna, it better not blow up. Fuel pump, exhaust manifold, or should I say turbo manifold. We have every data logging equipment.
Oh.
Look at that, look at the size of that exhaust pipe. It's like a sewer. It's crazy. Oh, that sounded pretty good. So we have 2 options here with the manifolds. You can put it as factory, which means that we have it this way, or we can have it above, and they have to join together to go to a turbo flange.
I was thinking it'll have a lot of airflow over it and kind of keep it from, you know, burning up our butts. And that means we can position the turbo just like they had it in the movie. It's gonna look so freaking cool and keep it cooler. Does everyone have this much fun at work? Or is it just me?
So the part you have is very critical because now it can give us an idea of where we can place the turbo.
Exactly.
So Rose, pay no mind to the orientation of the compressor housing because we can move that around anywhere with an axis. So we can do that, we can do this, we can do anything in this plane.
Okay, and is it a problem if it's tipped too far forward, then it gets to be an issue with intake, right?
Not only intake, but the cartridge draining.
Okay.
If we go too acute an angle, we won't have proper drain and we'll start smoking. You know, what's interesting is that naturally aspirated engines make X amount of heat, right? When we turbocharge, we're now inducing more controllable heat. And this cooling system wasn't designed for it.
Nope.
So anything we can do to enhance cooling for the motor, the better. So hopefully that can pull right out.
Yep. Hopefully.
Okay, now we have the intercooler, and this allows us to cool the hot gases coming out of the turbo, which are compressed. And look at that.
I love how massive and aggressive this thing is gonna look.
That is good.
This is sweet.
So Rose, what are your thoughts on using these as mounting points off those tabs?
They won't fall off.
So the custom exhaust manifolds are in place. Now we need to fabricate from scratch a heap of tubing and flanges.
To get a head start, we roped in our lead builder Rose and her team, while Bisi and I do a little Turbo 101.
In the early 1900s, Dr. Alfred Bucci came up with this wonderful concept. The turbocharger allowed the opportunity for a more efficient internal combustion engine because he felt that internal combustion engines with atmospheric pressure weren't efficient enough. How does this power come to be?
So it actually is using what I like to think of as waste, exhaust.
Absolutely.
It's exiting the engine anyway. Why not harness that energy and use it to drive the air going into the intake?
We have the opportunity to use exhaust gases to turn a turbine wheel, which is directly cogged to a compressor wheel, which then in turn creates pressure in the intake.
We're creating a little bit of a vacuum, so we're pulling it in more, then we're compressing it, so we're able to make that air more dense, so we're getting more oxygen molecules into our engine. More oxygen.
Yes.
You can add to more fuel.
Absolutely.
And that makes more power. But you only reap the rewards of that recycled waste after you've constructed a pressure-sealed system with hundreds of sections of tubing.
Perfect.
So this is where we're gonna end up. You good with that? Okay.
That's great.
My God.
That's awesome.
Each pie cut and elbow precisely designed to combine the flow of exhaust gases from each of the manifolds back through the turbo.
So this carburetor is extremely important because it allows us to give the appropriate amount of fuel for the amount of air that's not going to be ingested by the engine. If Faye and I were silly enough to keep the original carburetor on the car and try and force induce with that, we will experience a lean mixture, and that will result in an engine catastrophic event. In other words, we'll blow up the engine.
Yeah. So this little ball was placed on the linkage of our old carburetor, and it fits perfectly into the end of our throttle cable. This is what is actually attached to the pedals, like, you know, when you hit the gas pedal, it moves this. This then in turn opens up the carburetor. So we basically are trying to put this on here, but these holes are too small.
Now I know how they felt in Cuba.
Yeah, with like how little that they have to work with.
Yeah.
That's what like amazes me too, is just like how creative they still get with cars down there, despite having nothing to work with.
I read something once that in Cuba, because they didn't have brake fluid, they used shampoo. I don't know how true that is.
Get out.
I'm serious.
That wouldn't work.
I can't believe it.
For brake fluid?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll try and actuate that. Wide open throttle?
Oh.
Really?
She's showing off now. Look at that. Oh, yes. Nice. Isn't that beautiful? It's so beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. How awesome is that? So, on top here, we have created this wonderful pipe that's going to allow us to put force-induced air from our turbo into the engine. And these small little 4 holes here are venturis. The more air we push through, the more fuel siphon out and create amazing reliable power for us.
We're so close. We've sourced what we need, a turbo. We've installed the manifolds, the carburetor, and the fuel pump.
Bisi will pressure test the charge piping, and as soon as Tory gets back with the nitrous, we hook that up, calibrate the sensors, tune it up, and fire it up.
Now, I'm about to perform a very critical test when putting together a turbocharger system, and that is checking for leaks. So this is a smoke leak tester, which what it does, it pressurizes an environment inside this contraption, heats up coils with a nice viscous fluid inside to create smoke, and that will go into our turbo. If we have any leaks, guess what? We have a ton of inefficiencies. Oh, I see some smoke right here. So we're getting some smoke in between the compressor housing and the back plate. So we need to fix that. Yeah, I see it right there. I love turbocharging. I picked this myth because it is true and dear to my heart, taking something that is unloved and creating something absolutely spectacular from it. I mean, this was on a piece of paper a few weeks ago, and now it's come to life. It's so exciting. Okay, I sealed up the compressor housing, tightened up the hot side very nicely as it joins to the intercooler, and now look, we have no leaks. Everything is active. Now, all we have to do is start this thing up. What I'm programming now will allow me to see everything that's important to the running of this engine: boost, vacuum, RPM, fuel ratio, and we'll be able to see it real time and record the data as well. And if something doesn't look right, I'll be able to shut down the car ASAP.
The calm before the storm. All right, here we go.
Oh, I have goosebumps. I just want to hear how this thing's gonna sound.
Okay.
Have oil pressure. Yep. Fuel ratios are good. It started.
That runs.
It started.
It worked.
It
That
started.
runs.
All right, okay, let's try again.
Here we go.
Wow. Perfect.
Wow.
This sounds great. That's perfect.
Pretty amazing.
Is this true?
I'm in disbelief.
Pinch yourself.
Yeah,
Make sure you're
I
not
got goosebumps.
It's amazing. I have never been this happy in months. Rose, I look. I can't wait to have Tory see this. Tory and Faye,
floored.
they're gonna, it's just, and it sounds so good.
It would only be cooler if it was a monster truck with a turbo.
With the hard work done, Tory finally returns with the nitrous.
All right, so I went and got some nitrous from the performance shop.
Oh, that works. That'll work indeed.
How much horsepower is this gonna give us?
You know, I'm thinking about a 50 shot. And when I mean 50 shot, 50 horsepower.
So how is it gonna be connected in?
Well, we have this distribution block right here that goes right into the intake. And one port has fuel, and the other port has nitrous. So we're gonna take that bottle, mount in the rear, and you activate it and hits a button. It's gonna energize 2 solenoids.
And that'll send it straight into here, and we'll get our charge.
Yes, straight into there. And then the oxygen would disassociate and go into the intake with an appropriate amount of fuel, giving us a lot more power. Because the key to making power in an engine is getting as much oxygen in there as possible with the right amount of fuel. So fuel and nitrous will go right in here, go into the engine, and oh, hold on. It's gonna be a fun ride. Boom!
NOS, or nitrous oxide. It's all about volumetric efficiency. We have a set volume in each one of the cylinders. We're gonna burn more fuel more efficiently by adding more oxygen. The nitrogen actually releases from the oxygen molecules, and when liquid turns into a gas, it also cools the temperature of the cylinder. What happens when it cools down? More density, you can jam more molecules of air and fuel into the cylinder at the same time. More fuel, more air, more boom, more power, like freaking awesome.
Right. With the engine built to the specs of the movie, it's time for the myth-critical maneuver, the poor man's turbo wire pull. All right, so the most important part of the myth is the tab, high-tech equipment.
There you go.
And the baling wire.
Ow! No, I'm kidding.
This is an old trick Buster used to use.
This is a key component in this myth, the wastegate itself, that controls the boost and entire turbo system, which, as we've seen, uses exhaust gas to increase pressure and then converts that into horsepower. But that pressure has to be controlled, and too much, the engine could explode. The wastegate is a control system. And when that's removed in the scene where he pulls the baling wire, all hell breaks loose.
Okay, ready for a dry run?
Yes, sounds good.
All right, here we go. Starting the engine. I'm flying 45 seconds into the race. I hit the nitrous. The engine's holding up. Now I pull the vacuum line. It works! And now I'm flying. 16 seconds later, I'm on fire! But I'm not jumping out of this car. I'm gonna finish this race because I'm Vin Diesel. Woo! I don't know, that went pretty well for me. I need a seat, but other than that, what could possibly go wrong? All in the name of science.
Yep.
This is probably the most important element of this whole experiment. If I crash and burn, I want to be put out. Now all we got to do is start it up.
It's been quite a project configuring this turbo to work with an almost 50-year-old engine. And our build team has really stepped up, so I'm excited but also terrified at the same time because anything can go wrong. Also, on the same token, a lot can go right.
I like the headlight. It's like the Cyclops.
The Cyclops?
Yeah. It started. That's a plus. Oh my God, that sounds amazing.
The best sounding Monte Carlo in the world. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful.
My heart rate just went like through the roof. That was insane.
You stoked to drive this thing or what?
Oh my God.
Wow.
I'm just smiling, my cheeks hurt. I'm just happy, you have no idea.
Oh my gosh, this is so awesome. Seeing this car all together now, it's incredible how much work went into it.
I know, right? Everything is set up now. We have the nitrous system put in. The fuel ratios are impeccable. Rose just set up the timing.
Look at Rose's smile. She's gritty.
Okay, I'm gonna drive this thing. It moves!
It moves.
It moves!
It looks like a Mad Max car.
Yeah, it's awesome. Peel it! Unreal. Whoa!
I'm fired up. Well, maybe I shouldn't use those words.
All it took was an enormous turbo. And a whole pile of tubes,
Yep.
and a mess of wire.
I don't want to talk
and
about the mess of wire.
dumping the front end off of it. And, I don't know, a few hundred hours.
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous.
It went from like this wimpy Mr. Burns to like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Do we have a fire engine coming out there tomorrow? I'm not joking.
Oh my God. Tomorrow we have to shake down this vehicle. The insane power output means we have some safety concerns.
Oh, I've been waiting to do this since we got this car.
Does this old car have the structural integrity to handle the horsepower? We're going to ease in to make sure there are no surprises when we take her to the track for the real test. So, Tory, take it easy, okay?
It's not my vocabulary.
Good luck.
Thank you. This thing is insane. Yeah, so when I took off, just rolling into it slowly and not just mashing it, right? So it's just like feathering it in. It was perfect.
That's good feedback.
And that's like without the NOS.
Yeah. Imagine we do that.
Ugh.
Oh, it's gonna be on.
Forget it! Ugh, I got chills.
So a ton of work, and the Monte Carlo looks solid. How it's gonna handle the movie myth race conditions on the runway, we're about to find out.
Now, to test the poor man's turbo, we needed a long distance because we're going to be going at some crazy speeds. So we found 3 miles here at Vandenberg Air Force Base.
Yeah, the landing strip is freaking perfect. There's like plenty of like wide open terrain. There's nothing out here that you could possibly bump into.
I like how she says bump into.
And with the speeds you'll be going, oh my goodness, safety is key.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
I'm not ready.
You're not?
No.
Don't worry. I'll
you
take care of
ready?
you. Hello, sir. We have a guest.
Hello.
And what is your name, sir?
My name is Lieutenant Schuler. I'm a responsible engineer for the Space Force out here, Vandenberg Air Force Base.
I'm an irresponsible one. That's why we're going to shut the wastegate as Tori's driving down your beautiful tarmac.
So technically, you're an actual rocket scientist.
Yeah. So
Wow. It's rare that you meet like a real one. What do you think of our car?
I think it's awesome. Surprisingly enough, it's not all too different than some of the stuff we use on rocket engines.
Oh, do tell.
We have things called pre-burners, and those kind of help generate some exhaust gas that go through turbos. And then instead of pumping air, we actually pump our liquid fuels into the main combustion chamber.
Wow.
So after this test, you think maybe we should strap some rockets to this?
I think if you can make it go faster, the better, right?
Yes, I like this guy.
You guys ready?
Ready.
All right, let's do this before Faye changes her mind.
With this myth, data is key, and we're monitoring important parameters for the engine. We're measuring the exhaust gas temperature. You know, you saw in the movie that it glowed red hot.
Red
We want
hot.
to capture that data and see what happens.
We're also taking air-fuel ratio, which is
Right
really
there.
important because we want to know, like, can the engine actually handle exactly what we see in the movie? And if so, what's our top speed?
Perfect.
And we have lovingly named this beautiful car the Monte Carlo. It's like the little sprinkle.
So, Tori, here's the procedure. You see that button right there on the dash? That
Okay.
arms your nitrous system. You arm that, then
Gotcha.
you begin your ascent.
Then I'm just gonna smash it. I'm gonna
Yes.
smash the accelerator.
Yes. And when you're full throttle,
Yep,
that's when you hit the nitrous button.
yep.
And pull the baling wire. And then keep your foot on the floor. Wide open throttle is very important.
And we gotta
for
hit
16 seconds. that is.
seconds. All right,
If you ever feel uncomfortable at all,
power through it.
no,
Accelerate out.
let off.
All right,
It's safety
Yeah.
is key.
you guys ready?
Are you ready?
Oh, totally.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Okay, so what is a successful poor man's turbo gonna look like?
Purging. Yep, that's it. Done.
Well, after Tory pulls that line, the boost pressure should rise way past 3 PSI, keep on going for 16 seconds until the excess pressure sets things on fire. Hopefully the fire trucks are on standby, right? Oh my God, I'm so nervous.
Don't
I'm
be.
so nervous
He'll
right
be
now.
okay. He's a good driver.
I feel like I'm gonna.
No, he's a good driver. He's good.
All right, here we go.
In 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God. Okay, there he goes.
Okay, gaining speed. Full throttle and hitting the nitrous. Feeling a little more power.
He seems to be picking up speed pretty fast.
Still picking up speed. 115 miles an hour. Woo-hoo!
He going so freaking fast.
Oh my God.
Standing at 115 miles an hour. The engine is maxed out. This is it. Countdown to poor man's turbo. Here we go. I'm about to pull the line in 3.
He's freaking hauling.
Oh my God. I hear the turbo spooling.
2, 1. Launch turn. What's happening? It's slowing down. Badass accelerating. Yeah, it's slowing down again. Boost! But now I'm losing boost. I'm getting boost, and then it slows down. Oh man, I thought it was gonna be taking off like a rocket.
Hey!
So I hit the nitrous,
Yeah.
felt the kick, got a little more top end speed, kept my foot all the way down, but when I pulled the line, I just started losing power. I would get these intervals of boost. I'd be driving and it'd be like, brrr, and then I'd go back to slow and it'd be like, brrr.
I know what it is.
What's that?
When the line was pulled with this boost leak, the pressure is escaping. It's not going to the
Absolutely.
engine.
Yep.
It's coming up. The turbo spools even faster to compensate, and it spikes up, and then it leaks right out again.
All right, so you know what? I feel like we pushed this engine hard enough today. Maybe we go back to the shop, look at the data, and see if there's anything we could do to make this system work.
Yeah,
Okay,
that
sounds
sounds like a
like a
good
plan.
idea. We turn an old beater into a Mad Max mean machine. But the question is, what exactly happened when we pulled that line? And in science, repeatable results are crucial to confirm your hypothesis.
I've never had a car this interesting on my dyno.
So we brought in a dyno. We're gonna put the car on it and recreate what happened and see if the car behaves the same way.
The key number we'll be tracking is the pressure generated by the turbo.
Ready?
Pull the wire!
What happened?
So this was a great test. I saw you cruising at 2 PSI.
Yeah.
When you pulled the baling wire, though, it was oscillating badly. It jumped to 6.7, but it kept going 6, 2, 6, 1.
Interesting.
You didn't go faster. You went slower.
I feel like we did everything just like in the movie. We found that badass car.
Oh, the perfect car. And we found a massive turbo, which is like perfect, just like the movie.
And we lightened the vehicle up just like Dom did. You even ripped off the fender.
Yeah, we put in the nitrous system. We got it out to the track. I floored it, hit the nitrous. But when I pulled that vacuum line, we did not get any crazy boost. In fact, it did the opposite. It just fizzled out. I feel like we gave this car the best possible chance of working, and it didn't.
But if you think the team is giving up, you must be new around here. Cue the ingenious MythBuster method to ensure movie magic is made a reality.
Okay, so we tried what happened in the movie, and I thought about it. What would it take to be able to have some type of success with components that would be available in Cuba at the time? It hit me. A rat trap. Using a rat trap to control boost. When Tory pulls his baling wire, look at that, a proper pinch. Now there's no boost signal going to the wastegate, and it cannot vent to the atmosphere, and it gives us the perfect sealing opportunity. Now that's done, let's see what happens at the track.
This is it. We found another airstrip to do our final test.
This is my favorite part. After busting a myth, coming back and seeing what it would take to actually get it to work.
What did you do?
Well, in the spirit of Cuba, I used something very clever. A rat trap to pinch off the signal to the wastegate.
Genius!
Thank you. So, Tori, get ready. It's gonna be a wild ride.
What could possibly go wrong?
With a support team like us, you can't fail. Nitrous, it's good to go.
Okay.
I'm leaving you now. Have fun.
Thank you.
Oh my God, this is gonna be amazing.
At the end of the track. All right, starting the engine.
This is poor man's turbo, final test. In 3, 2, 1. All right, I have the accelerator pin.
What? There he goes.
Oh my God!
100 miles an hour. Hitting the nitrous.
Oh, he must hit the nitrous. Look at that.
Pulling the rat trap. In 3, 2, 1. Oh my God!
He did it!
Please don't catch on fire. Please don't catch on fire. Please don't catch on fire.
I got up to 130. Can you believe that?
Oh, Tori, you
how'd
are
it go?
flying. Oh my goodness.
This thing is crazy.
Like, I hammered down, hit the nitrous.
Oh, how did it feel?
He was like, wow! And then as soon as I hit the rat trap, it was like, boom, you felt the boost.
That was the ultimate finale to this whole myth.
Look at that. So you start off at almost 3 PSI, 2.8 to be exact.
Yep.
Look what happened when the rat trap just shut. Boost spiked up and hit the 7 and stayed.
7
the entire time.
PSI. That is respectable with that size turbo.
Who knew we just needed a rat trap?
Wow.
I know. Oh, if only they had done that in the movie.
It's not exactly what happened in the movie. That's what happened in real life and should have been what Dom did in Cuba.
All right, so this one's still busted.
Yes.
But we were able to replicate the result.
Absolutely.
In the Cuban spirit, exactly.
Nice work,
Thank
you
you.
guys.
So Hollywood's not so fake after all. Ish.
Oh, this is rad.
In this episode of Motor MythBusters,
Just the slightest bit of water, and these things, they don't like it at all.
do an electric vehicle and water mix.
We're about to find out.
3, 2, 1, engage!
And
10 turds. That is crazy.
an investigation into foul play
Do birds prefer to poop on red cars?
drops a bombshell.
The results are totally unexpected.
Oh, crap.
Meet the team
This might be the miracle coolant that everybody's been searching for.
with the mechanical expertise
My main concern is structural integrity.
to test all things automotive.
The engine died.
The more air we push through, the more fuel siphon out. And boom!
This is Motor MythBusters,
Hit it.
where science meets the streets.
What the?
Oh my goodness. Tori,
Hey, guys.
what are you doing?
Nothing.
Oh my God, here's an EV.
Yes, destroy it!
No, that has lithium batteries in it. Tori, I don't think you're gonna do what, no, we can't.
Are you gonna crush it?
No,
Watch this.
Tori, please, no. Tori, please, wait. Don't.
Yes.
What is this? What the hell is a pink little car with a buster on it? This is very confusing, Tori. What is he doing?
He's gonna destroy it. What?
All right, there is some method to my madness.
Yes.
There is this myth. A guy in Texas was driving an electric car during a flood. The flood swept him down the road, but because it was an electric car, he was able to drive out of the flood.
Because it was an electric car.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, was the car partially in the water or completely submerged?
If it's a flood, the car was probably completely submerged.
I'm not buying it. As a kid, you're taught, like, wash your hair, get out of the tub, dry your hair outside the tub. You know, if you dropped your hairdryer and, you know, you could get electrocuted.
Right, so the driver has a very good chance of being electrocuted.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to figure out a way to do that safely.
This is purely direct current, but that also has DC batteries, but the motor in that is AC. So it's similar to what you'd see in your hairdryer. So there's an inverter that converts the DC current to alternating for it to be able to move. So I don't know if this is gonna work. Depends on how well sealed that EV is.
Well, I think the plan will be, we'll dig a giant trench the size of the electric car.
Okay.
We'll fill it with plastic, fill it up with water, and then drive the car in and drive it out.
EVs have tons of electrical connectors, and manufacturers will do their best to protect these key components from the elements. But with the high voltage battery packs housed in the undercarriage, that makes them extremely vulnerable to deep water. I mean, after all, these things are not meant to be amphibious.
All right, well, how deep are we gonna have to make this thing?
Say, what, 6 feet?
6?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. And length?
Probably maybe about 10 feet that way and then 10 feet this way.
Absolutely.
So we
I was
could
gonna say
make a
car
little
length.
ramp,
Yeah.
drive in.
So let's see how long
submerge
Let's see how
it,
long
drive
it is.
out.
Yeah. Let's see how long it is. 14.5 feet long. And how much wider? I mean, we're gonna need some width here.
I would say let's probably give it like a foot on either side.
Wait a second. A foot is not enough for one of us to open up the door and save whoever the hell is stuck in here.
No one's gonna be inside the car.
Oh, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I'm gonna build some kind of a rig where I can drive the vehicle from the roof. If something does go wrong, the person inside isn't stuck and doesn't drown or get electrocuted.
Well, let's see how wide it is from mirror to mirror.
All right, sounds good.
On the side.
We got about 6.5, a little more than 6.5 feet here.
So that'll be the end of our ramp coming out. Oh, Bisi looking good. Faye getting a little
I'm a
snaky.
little wiggly. It's okay.
All right, so we have our electric car. We've just plotted out our pool. Now what we need to do is actually dig out the trench, cover it with plastic, put pavers in it, fill it with water, and then drive this car somehow safely into the water. That's straight.
Straight-ish.
Yep, a controlled flash flood will allow the guys to safely submerge the EV and then test its ability post-dunking to drive right on out of the water.
This sounds absolutely crazy to me. I don't think there's any way that this electric car is gonna drive in and then actually drive out under its own power. I've dealt with a lot of hybrids in my line of work and a little bit of water, just the slightest bit of water. And these things, they don't like it at all. The modules will explode, everything goes wrong. So personally, I'm very doubtful. But, you know, I like big tractors, so I'm just happy to watch.
Look how serious he looks.
I know, he's all focused.
All concentration.
He's all focused.
I got something stuck in my tooth. Hey, beats digging ditches, huh? We're testing the myth, if you drive an electric car into the water, you can drive it right out and nothing will happen to the car. Now, I want to drive this car, but there is a very good chance that I could get electrocuted. So, I have this idea of how we can drive it still and do it safely. I'm going to extend the controls by building a set of mounts that will attach directly to the car's pedals and the steering wheel. These are my pedals for the gas and the brake. We'll just attach our rod, and then I can just hit the brake or floor it. Okay, so as you can see, the extended controls are coming together, and now I'm just getting the angle of the rod so that way I can control it from the top.
To protect himself from getting fried, Tory's installing an insulated polymer bucket fixed to a plywood platform.
Now, before we go any farther, we just want to make sure our deck is strong enough. So Dave's going to give it a little strength test. Hit it, Dave.
All right.
Looks strong to me.
I think so.
Yep, and with the addition of a racing seat, the rooftop cockpit is waterproof and non-conductive.
Okay. Yeah, but this feels ridiculous. All right, now that the chair is mounted to the top of the car, we're gonna make some last-minute checks on the angle of our extension rod. Once we have those in position, we can cut holes through the roof, and then we'll attach it all, and then we'll be able to drive from the roof of the car.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. That looks perfect. Then it's just a matter of fitting the fiberglass-coated pedals and steering wheel, and sealing up the holes to make it watertight. We have done nothing to modify this car except extended the way we control it. And all the materials are made out of non-conductive materials. So if this car does decide to start shocking, I won't be anywhere near it. Last thing we have to do is button everything up and go for a ride. With the gear shift and power controls below deck, this test run is a two-man job. So Dave is in the passenger seat to put the car in drive and also standing by so if the car goes out of control, he can stop it. Here we go. Oh, this is awesome. Everybody should drive like this.
Everything seems to be working fine.
Oh, this is rad. All right, it works. It 100% works. You want to throw it into reverse?
All
I have
right.
full control. This is gonna be perfect. I'll be up here, nice and safe. We'll drive the car into the water. If it decides to explode, let it. All right, you wanna go ahead and throw it into park? That worked great. This car is as safe as I think it can be. Now all we have to do is drive it into a pool of water.
Wreck it all, huh?
When it comes to the full-scale testing of our EV's ability to survive being submerged, it won't be safe to have anyone inside the vehicle. So Bisi's getting busy on a modification that'll allow me to kill the power from the roof if I run into trouble.
In the event of an emergency, we needed to be able to disengage this high voltage cutoff switch and have the vehicle dead in the water. We have a safety tab here that'll be difficult for us to initiate, so I'm going to remove this tab by simply breaking it off, and that's it. So now, our tab can pull up with a rope and easily remove it in the case that something goes wrong. So I'm going to put a nice hole into the ceiling. I'm going to use this rope as a way to activate a proper shutdown sequence. Okay, now I'm going to test the system and see if it works extremely well. When I pull this up, it should disconnect nicely. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh, easy. I even felt a nice jolt from it, so it's working quite well. I'm gonna clean everything up, seal the hole, and Tory will be ready to go.
Hold that there. Perfect. Let me set the scene. We are about to test the myth that you can drive an electric car into water and drive out safely. So we've dug a ditch, we have actually lined it with plastic, filled it with water, we have our pool set, we have our car insulated, and I have the controls on top of the roof. What do you guys think is gonna happen? Do you think it's just gonna drive right through?
Are you gonna go fast? Are you gonna go take it slow?
I think what I'm gonna do is just like kind of roll in, because I think if I try to gun it in, there's a good chance that I might flip the car. But if I roll it in slowly, it'll probably start filling up with water and it'll allow it to sink.
I think you may get some buoyancy, just a little bit.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
finally
yeah.
it'll settle down. I think you're gonna be successful.
Yeah.
What do you think?
The batteries, the electronics are on the floor, so I think it actually is gonna short itself out and not be able to drive back out.
Hey, all right.
It's a very dangerous excursion, and to keep you safe, I have this pull mechanism that you just grab with a rope, and it completely disables the high voltage system. Okay, that was on. Secondly, I have some sensors. One I'm gonna place in the water, another one inside the compartment that will beep very loudly if any electricity is witnessed inside the pool of water. Hopefully, we never get to hear those go off.
I also have something safety-wise that I think you're really gonna need.
Let's hear it.
I got some buoys.
Oh, I love it. You're gonna
Yeah.
attach buoys to the outriggers.
This is gonna help prevent the car from flipping over. Whether it comes this side or this side, it sort of acts as a buoyancy device.
All right. You guys ready to drive this toaster into the water?
Toaster?
Let's do this. So this is just a safety precaution. I'm gonna be strapped in to this, so that way they can actually pluck me out of the car seat and to safety. My life is in your hands. I got nervous all of a sudden. Just realized what we're doing here. Okay,
Good luck, brother.
thank you.
See you on the other side.
No, don't say that.
No, the other side of the
pond?
water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys ready? This is electric car driving into water. All right, here we go.
Just take it easy, nice and slow. Stay on the path. He's still moving. Okay, he's going in. See how deep that looks?
Yeah, it's
That's
a lot
crazy,
deeper than
right?
it looks.
Like, it's an optical illusion. Looks like it's not deep.
Oh.
We see bubbles coming
I feel
out.
like I'm floating.
Okay. Oh,
Whoa, we are going deep.
Buoyancy's happening. Okay, but so far,
Yeah.
he's not moving at all. Not moving.
Oh, we're 100% floating.
Yep.
So my wheels must be spinning right now because
Yeah, it was. But
No,
then
they're
it
not moving at
stopped.
all. Your foot's on the
I'm like
gas.
flooring it right now.
Oh, it's dead.
Is it not
Yeah.
No.
They're not moving at all?
No, nope. Your wheels are not
But-
turning.
Oh my
But
gosh.
my sensors are not going off.
Yeah.
But something shut everything off.
Yeah.
I think it's called water.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
And then there's an
Short-circuiting?
arrow on the dash with a battery logo.
Yep.
And that's not that much depth.
that really isn't.
It's all the way to Buster's knees almost.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I really thought that there would be more protective capabilities for such a shallow depth. But
Yeah.
it didn't even make it. It didn't even make it halfway. But what I'm curious about is if we dry this out, will it run again?
Yeah, and then maybe we can see where the damage occurred.
We'll tow the car out, let it drain, and see if it starts up again.
Sounds good.
Well, that was anticlimactic. We had everything working perfectly. The car drove into the water. I was expecting to see something, maybe sparks, maybe smoke, but nothing. The car just died as soon as we hit the water. Maybe it just short-circuited. I have no idea.
What we do know is our shock detectors did not trigger. So Buster wasn't electrocuted because the EV safety system likely kicked in and shielded the high voltage system before it died.
I think what we need to do is pull it out of the water, let it dry, and see if we can figure out what exactly happened. I think that's good there. We'll just chalk it.
So there's anything that I'm really well known for, aside of my love of Supras, is my love of birds. I'm a total crazy chicken lady. I have 6 chickens at home. So I'm not just driving around with these birds for fun. I actually have a myth planned for these guys. Hey, guys, check out my
Hey.
birds.
What?
Oh!
Aren't
Oh
they
my gosh.
adorable?
Are they lovebirds?
They are.
They look like they're in love.
Well, I think that the shop needed some pets.
They are so beautiful. They look
No.
unreal.
Actually, I have a myth for you guys.
Oh.
There's a study done out of the UK that shows that birds tend to poop on red cars most.
I don't believe that.
Well,
at all.
I've heard that people who drive red cars get more tickets, but I've never heard that birds poop more on red cars.
Where does this data come from?
So in this study, over 1,100 cars participated, 5 different cities over a period of 2 days. And of the cars that were pooped on, 18% of the red cars got pooped on. Yeah? 14% of the blue cars got pooped on, 11% of the black cars got pooped on, 7% of the white cars got pooped on, and 3% of the silverish, grayish cars got pooped on.
So who came up with this study?
Yeah.
That's the problem. It was a self-reported study. So they called people and asked them how often birds pooped on their cars, and then what color cars they had.
Okay, so what's the myth here? That birds defecate more on red cars than anything else? Oh.
You know what, though, before we go any further, maybe we should come up with an experiment ourselves to see what color birds poop on more.
You know, I concur. We have to find a place where we can have a variety of cars with lots of different colors.
Maybe a car lot.
That works. At least that may give us some preliminary data on bird pooping habits.
Well, I already kind of partially started this test on my own, and my blue car got crapped on this morning.
Huh.
We're down here looking at used cars because I want to buy a used car. No, actually, Bisi and I thought it might be a good idea to come to a place where cars have been parked for a while. We're going to look at different colors of cars, see if birds have pooped on them, and take our data. Now, I know what you're thinking. Car lots always wash their cars every day, but we've talked to the owners, and they've agreed to not wash the cars until we're done with our experiment. I mean, the myth is all about red cars getting pooped on more, right? Yep. So, theoretically, this car should be covered in bird poop, and it's not. Okay, there's a tiny little bit of bird poop.
That's true.
So, mark that one down.
Yeah.
Hey!
Oh,
this one has gotten nailed.
But it's under a tree, so.
I know. Okay, well, gray truck.
Yep.
Destroyed. Birds destroyed it.
You know, this may not have good evidence for us because we don't know if there's an influence of having a place to perch on defecation happening.
I mean, I 100% agree that no matter what color the car is, if you put something to perch over it, the birds are going to poop on that car more than the others.
You know, what's interesting as we analyze what we observed here on the lot, we had more white cars here on the lot than any other vehicle.
Right.
19, and 3 had matter, about 15%.
15%.
Which is pretty interesting.
And the red, the fact that there's only 4 cars and half of them got crapped on? Mm-hmm. So you're saying that there's some plausibility to this myth?
It's quite possible.
This is interesting.
The findings Tory and I got gave this myth some validation.
Meanwhile, Faye's getting the lowdown from an ornithologist on exactly how birds see colors.
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you could come here today because I have this very pressing question I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
Do birds poop more on red cars? What do you think about this?
Well, in all honesty, I'm a little skeptical of the myth. You know, so birds are attracted to certain colors, so that is true. Birds actually see more colors. We're actually missing colors that birds can see. So as humans, we have 3 cones in our eyes, and these cones are basically what perceives light and sends that signal to our brain that we turn into color. But birds, they have another cone in the UV space. And so birds actually have a whole nother dimension of color that we can't see.
Whoa. All right, so I see you brought like all this equipment. What is this?
So this is some of the equipment that I use to measure bird color, called a reflectance spectrophotometer. Light goes through this box, through the fiber optic cable. I point it at something. I mean, usually I'm pointing it at bird feathers. We're actually gonna see how is light reflecting off of these feathers? And then I can actually put that through a model of avian vision.
Okay, so this is car paint.
Yeah.
So let's see how it looks on our little
reflectance spectrophotometer. Start with black, which is pretty much a flat curve, because, you know, black doesn't really have color.
This is showing me all the stuff that I can't see that other birds can see.
That's right. I'm curious about this purple.
Me too. Wow, I'm seeing quite a bit in the range that I can't see.
Yeah, so there's definitely some UV color in this purple.
Action. Yeah. Okay.
Silver, though, is kind of highly reflective across the board. And, you know, this is going to be very mirror-like. So the more mirror-like a car is, that is definitely going to attract birds, especially, you know, certain times of year when the males are trying to, like, fight off the other males. They're going to try and get that male away.
Really?
I would.
Because this one ranked the lowest in the study. Fascinating.
Red, yeah, this red has very little UV. But some birds are attractive to red. Typically birds that feed on things like flowers and berries.
Given everything that we've just been talking about, what birds am I going to find around this area that are most prevalent and also poop the most?
One of them is this western gull. So you see a lot of them at the beach, but also in parking lots and things like that. We've got this, we call them rock pigeons is their official name, that you see in the park. We got American crow, and then this guy over here is a European starling. These love sitting on like telephone wires, so you can imagine that these are gonna be over cars quite a lot.
Absolutely, telephone wires. All right, so with all this information that you just presented me with, if you were to guess which one of these colors they might poop on the most?
My guess is going to be it's more about the reflection than about being attracted to one particular color versus another. You know, think about like a puppy seeing itself in the mirror and trying to play with it.
Interesting. So you think that for the sake of the study, can birds actually like control when they, you know, poop?
They definitely do have some control. You know, they don't want to poop in their nests. You don't want to poop in your house, right?
Yeah.
And they poop to defend themselves against other predators or things like that. But, you know, one thing difference between like our poop and bird poop is it's only one thing. There's no separate pee and poop. It's all mixed in. Their poop is pretty acidic.
Oh.
This is something that should be of concern for car paint.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I feel like I learned how I'm going to set up the study.
Glad to do it.
I just learned a ton about how birds see light and color. I've got to go digest this and really figure out a way with the team to set up this study in a way that's actually going to be effective.
That is good.
All right, boys, what do we got going on?
I like your drawing.
Thank you.
Interesting. What is
I wanted to get the point across.
something emanating from the rear?
That's a poop.
Oh.
Yeah. Speaking of crap.
I think we need to come up with our own test to see whether or not this data is true.
Yeah, we're going to have to. I mean, this is all on us.
I think we should probably find a part of a vehicle that has the most real estate.
Like a hood.
Like a hood.
A whole bunch of hoods.
Yeah, we'll get a bunch of hoods and then paint them different colors.
Well, but wait, okay. First of all, we got to figure out how many colors we need. And second of all, we're going to have to figure out how the heck do we get any birds to this area to begin with.
Right, so the study was red, blue, white,
Green.
black, silver.
I say we can go further. Make a couple of them just wild. Maybe camo on one end.
I'm all about the camo.
Rainbow, I like that.
Rainbow.
All right, so just in case.
Yep.
They don't care at all.
That's true.
Can I just throw in purple? Because purple's my favorite color.
Purple.
And, yeah,
Throw in purple.
yeah, okay.
All right.
We're going to need 11 hoods.
That's
11
it.
hoods.
Yep.
Okay.
All
But
right.
how do we space these out so that they could give us some decent data?
What if we just laid them out in a grid? How much space do we want between? I mean, do we, like 4 to 6 feet? Because I feel like
Yeah, it's got to be something so
it's
that
gotta be a
it's not by
substantial
chance.
space. Yeah.
Yeah, so how far up are we going to be putting our telephone poles?
I would
telephone
say
wire.
maybe we do like 6 feet above.
Oh, that's pretty decent.
Right, so it's not too high.
Right.
It's not too low.
And maybe a couple across each?
Yeah, where they want to land and poop. And then maybe we could put some line above each
I
of
like
the hoods.
that. So they can defecate in comfort.
And then they can land. They have a place
Yeah,
to land.
of course.
Yeah. This is such a ridiculous experiment.
I know. Please so much thought into
but I'm
it.
really hard about it. I'm really excited about this one. All right, we have our plan now for the bird poop experiment. Now, Bisi and Faye are working on the hoods. I need to build some telephone lines. Because we have our hoods so close together, we're not gonna be able to find telephone poles that close. So I need to make my own, and then this will give the birds something to land on, and then we'll be able to see which color they prefer to poop on.
So next, they have to prep and paint a bunch of colored poop landing pads for their feathered friends.
I'm about to sand this hood with 220 grit sandpaper on this beautiful wheel, using compressed air as my accomplice. And the reason why I'm doing this is to get the paint to adhere to the hood.
I'm not gonna paint my hood. I'm gonna vinyl wrap it in camo.
Oh, I'm not good at this. And this hood is done.
We've got 11 hoods, all freshly painted and ready to be thrown to the birds.
So now we have this great lot. It's very conducive for what we're trying to do. I think we should place cinder blocks on the ground first, bend the hood, secure the hood to those blocks, and then on each end, put those crazy devices that Tory built, run some wire across, and we should be good.
So what do you say we just put them out randomly, and then we're not favoring one color over another?
Sounds good.
All right. So as you can see behind me, we're almost done laying out the hoods. We have one more left to go. Then we're gonna put out all of this amazing bird food and string up our power lines. And I'm pretty stoked. I'm feeling pretty positive about this. Already we are seeing and hearing all sorts of birds in the area. And I think that they cannot wait for us to put out our food and come feast and lay some waste.
I'm pretty excited.
So we're spreading around these mealworms because these are gonna lure in the most common types of birds in Southern California, crows and pigeons. Oh, and we're near the beach. There's gonna be tons of seagulls,
You're
too.
right. Oh, the smell.
Oh! Are we gonna find 18 pieces of crap on one hood and like 14 pieces of crap on another hood? Is red the most popular color? Or is camo the best? Who knows? But we'll be able to draw some conclusions in about 30 days.
Okay, we've got some time on our hands, so while we wait, I've got an idea. Let's turn this myth upside down and see if we can find ways to stop birds from pooping on our cars.
I wonder if there's any way that we can like specifically repel birds from every car.
What if we each come up with our own unique invention that keeps birds from pooping on our cars? It'll be a little competition.
Oh, I'm so down. I love that idea.
I have the perfect repellent.
I'm gonna have to put some brain power behind this because normally I try to attract birds to me, not repel them. But that's right. I'm down for a competition. I love this.
How are we gonna judge who wins?
Well, the least amount of poop.
Who gets pooped on the least?
Yeah, duh. That's perfect.
Nothing will come near my hood. Nothing.
Really?
Sounds
Not
like
even
such-
humans.
Bisi's just gonna set up a bed out there and just anytime a bird goes, get away from my hood.
All right, you guys, let's get to it.
All right, this is exciting because each of us are gonna come up with our own technique to keep birds from pooping on our cars. Now, my technique is lasers. Why? Well, cats go crazy for them, so I'm hoping there's an adverse effect on birds. The plan is I'm gonna take all my laser beams. How many do we have here?
We've got 55 total.
Put them across the hood, glue them down, turn them on, and when the birds fly over, they'll look down, see the lasers, and it'll scare them off. So I'll set up these solar panels, and they'll stay on 24/7. It's gonna be like an explosion of lasers.
Haha, scary already. I typically would have something really verbose and crazy and mechanical, but you know what? Sometimes you have to go to the basics. And you can't get any more basic than what I have here. In real life, owls are natural predators, so these owl statues should be a pretty good deterrent. This actually works in my own workshop. There will be no poop whatsoever on this hood.
All right, so I actually think that I'm gonna dominate this competition because I'm gonna use a technique that I actually use in my home garden for keeping the deer off of my vegetables, and that is motion-activated squirters. And I'm actually gonna utilize the washer squirters on this hood. So I've got my under hood liner removed, and I'm actually just gonna go ahead and reverse these. So normally these are facing towards the windshield. Facing the hood. So now I've got both washer squirters, and I need motion detectors. So bird lands, motion activation, they get sprayed, they go away. Also, if they do poop, the spray might clean it off. So even if I don't win legit, I'm gonna win. Hey, Tory. Hey, come here for a sec.
Yes?
Yeah, I need a hand lifting up this hood.
And it's time to see if it works. Here, give me some more smoke. Here comes the drop. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay, my hood's complete. I can't wait to try this out in the field.
But first, they've got to see the results of their bird poop test.
So we are back at the bird poop lot. It has been 30 days, and now we are making our final tabulation of poo on hoods.
Whoa, look at this.
And so we're gonna finally see if there's any truth to this myth.
Oh, I see some stuff.
Do birds prefer to poop on red cars? Wow, okay, that's interesting. Do they? I don't know. You don't know. We're about to find out. Okay, we got some action over here.
10 turds.
On the white. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Wow. All right. Is that one there? That's one. Okay.
Rainbow.
Okay.
Yellow.
1. That's it.
That is crazy. The poop is camouflage. Whose idea was camouflage? Wow, the red got a lot of...
Yeah, it did.
Is this one? Yeah,
yes, it
definitely
is.
One.
Wow.
All right, should we tally up our numbers and see who's the winner?
We shall.
The results are totally unexpected. The ornithologists felt that silver would be their favorite, as it was the most reflective color. And even taking into account the wavelengths of light that birds can see that we can't, there's no statistical correlation with the color spectrum. But personally, I'm pretty happy with the results.
Long story short, look at the top 3. Still purple, white, and a little red.
So the myth that red cars attract more bird poop is busted.
100%. I agree with you.
Nice work.
Thank you. And we determined that red being the most popular is busted. Birds do not prefer to poop more on red hoods than any others.
So pooping on red cars is busted. But this is MythBusters. We're not gonna leave it like that. All right.
Okay.
This is gonna freak those birds out. They're not gonna know what hit them.
Now we're gonna try something completely different. We're gonna see if we can repel birds with our ingenious gadgets.
So just like in our first test, we are gonna leave these here for 30 days and see if there's any poop on any of them. And whoever has the most poop is the loser. Hopefully there's some of us that don't have any poop.
Those are all lasers.
You're kidding me.
Nope. So basically, I'm gonna have like an array of lasers shooting straight up. So I'm hoping they'll look down and be like, what the hell is that? And then fly away and go hang out with their friends.
No, natural predator.
You're like a high-tech guy. I thought you might go with something a little bit higher tech.
But you know what? Simplicity sometimes rules.
Okay. I got some motion detectors here.
I
Don't
see.
you see? Yeah.
Some proximity sensors going on here.
Exactly. So when the birds land on the wire, then these sensors.
Okay, we'll call you?
Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
Okay,
and then
and you come and
scare them
shoot you.
away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, no problem. We'll do.
My predictions, no bird poop on this hood. Lots of failures to the left and right of me.
Well, we're all set.
And I guess in 30 days, we'll come back and crown me the victor.
He means me, the victor.
So it's been a month.
I know. I'm really excited, you guys. I just hope that you guys are ready to witness me crushing you with my invention.
Wow, that's impressive.
That's amazing.
Well,
wait a second.
Let's take a look.
Wait a second. Ah, crap!
You got one little piece of poop.
Okay.
No, I've got a few.
Oh,
careful.
You got one there.
Okay.
Oh, crap.
Literally crap.
Oh, this is not good.
Let's count them up.
1, 2, 3,
I got
4,
13.
5, 6.
Okay, on to Congress.
All right, the Congress. All right, we got 1.
How dare they?
2, 3, 4, 5.
4.
What's that?
That's nothing.
That looks like
That's
a poop.
nothing. No.
Circle it. That's a poop on the That's a poop. That's a poop on the back of the owl. That's how scared they were.
Oh, man.
Okay, that's 6.
All right.
Moving on to lasers.
3, 4, 5, 6.
3, 4,
4,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
11. All right.
11. What?
Well, good job, Bisi. I want to say
as much.
Congratulations for winning the competition. I'm happy to be a runner-up, second place. Feels good.
I have nothing to say. All right, so as far as this myth goes, totally busted on whether or not birds are actually attracted to red cars more than any other cars. Awesome. Seems like owls are the winner. And I suppose I should be like upset about that, but I don't know. I'm like a super low-tech loving person, so like even though I lost, I'm actually like still kind of stoked. Like technology is not always the answer.
I think the perfect invention would be some type of contraption that when you park, just like exotic luxury cars from Europe, the owls would just emerge from the hood. And then your Victorias would keep away matter from your vehicles.
I think you're onto something.
I think so as well. I'll think about that.
Do you need some seed money?
Literally, I do. I get it.
Button, slide out. Fold up owls.
Turn that damn thing off.
So we're here back at the shop, and I let the vehicle sit for quite a while to dry out. We're gonna take a look and see if we can find out what exactly happened. As you may recall, as you're driving to the pool of water, when we got up to this level, the vehicle completely stopped.
Oh, yeah.
Water, which had a bunch of ways to connect our positive and negative terminals, pretty much killed our entire 12-volt system and rendered the vehicle inoperable.
So you think that was the main problem?
That was the main problem.
Really?
Because the 12-volt system controls everything. It controls the controller itself, our DC to DC converters, everything that has to do with the functioning of the vehicle properly. It's not just the high voltage system, but also the 12-volt system.
So if we replace that battery, you think this car will start up?
It's possible, but I want to test this first. I want to connect the old battery now that everything is dried out, just to see what happens. Will the electronics activate again? Will it start at all?
He's so optimistic.
I am. Okay, so let's see. Ready?
Yep.
Ah!
Sounds like death.
Hey, it's doing something.
Nah, that's a noise you do not want to hear.
But that alarm is not very promising. Let me take a look and see.
Start her up, Captain
Something must still
Electric.
be wet in there, you know? Like
It's whistling. This whistling just died.
Nothing's happening.
Okay, well, we tried.
Uh-oh.
Okay. I'm gonna get a multimeter and check the voltage now. And if it's not where we need to be, Faye, I'm gonna need your help in getting a fresh battery so we can try it again and see what happens. This is supposed to be 12 volts, Faye, but we're hovering in the 3-volt range.
It's 3 volts.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
I think this battery is done.
Well, it may not be the battery's fault. Maybe we still have some connectivity going on with some water and critical components.
Yeah.
So I guess the best way to evaluate that is to get a fresh battery.
Sounds good.
Monitor it again and see what happens.
Yeah.
Right now, it is not looking good for this myth. Driving an electric car into water. We tried it. I drove in, sunk, and then all of a sudden, the car died. But Bisi's holding on to hope. He is very optimistic. So we're gonna swap out the old battery, put in a brand new one, and see if this car will turn on. My guess, this car is dead. All right, nice.
All right.
Let's check the voltage now.
volts.
What is it now?
Is
12.8.
So
you ready?
fresh battery.
Yep.
Okay, so
Get
I'm gonna
that
connect
thing.
this, and if
Will
our
do.
battery drains, then
We know,
we have a circuit that's still
Yep, there is some sort of
misbehaving.
parasitic draw.
Okay,
Exactly. Yeah,
ready?
go ahead.
Lights came on.
quick.
That's good.
12.6, 12.5.
It's freaking out. It's freaking out.
5.4, 5.0. It's going down. 4.9, 4.5. Oh,
See if it starts. Come on, Bisi.
Oh, please. We all know it's not going to start.
This is hopeful.
No. 12.23.
Okay, so the fact that the voltage is going down means that we have really bad connectivity somewhere that shouldn't be happening.
So the moral of the story is don't get your electric car completely drenched. It's busted. You can't drive an electric car underwater.
Busted. Absolutely.
I reluctantly concur. Busted.
But I think maybe we should see if we can take it to the next level. See if we can drive the electric car underwater.
I like how you're thinking.
Okay.
If we protected vital components and left others, let's say mobility components as is, maybe we'll have some success.
Whee!
Since the first test car is officially dead, we've sourced another one that's identical.
Son of a...
Now, we need to make some mods for the next test and keep that water out of the interior for as long as possible.
Wow, that's good. Okay, this one failed. And my goal is to prevent this one from failing. 12-volt systems got corrupted with lots of water and connectivity. I'm gonna prevent the same thing from happening with this vehicle. Now I'm spraying some rubberized sealant. Now it takes a few hours to cure, but in this liquid form, it can really get into very tight spaces because all you need is a small seepage and a lot of damage can occur.
3, 2, 1, go!
Now we're just transferring everything over to this new electric car. We put the controls on the top, and hopefully this time we can get it into the water and see if this car will survive. We need all hands on deck. We gotta carry the control chair over to this car. All right. touchdown. So we have the rooftop control system transferred from the old car to the new car. We're just gonna make some fine-tune adjustments to make sure we can drive it. And then it's time to waterproof this thing. Okay, so I have some insulation foam here. I'm just gonna start hitting some of these cavities to make sure that this undercarriage is watertight.
So I see an orange wire which denotes high voltage going into this module.
Yeah.
And that module doesn't look like it's sealed very well. So if you could squirt in there for me.
Yeah.
After that, you can seal to your heart's content.
Is this what James Bond did to his car? I don't know. All I'm doing is anywhere I see a connection that might allow water in, I'm just hitting it with the foam.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah, I think we're...
Everything is covered. And I agree with you in not covering up the heat exchanging mechanisms up front because we still need to be able to cool the vehicle down. Even when charging, the DC-DC converter needs cooling. So we need to be able to have fluid flow and heat exchange to occur. So this is actually perfect.
Why don't we bring it down, take a look at the top of the motor, see if we need to cover anything else. All right, Bisi, it looks pretty sealed over here.
Yeah, nothing was damaged in our attempt to seal everything up. She's good to go.
I think the next step is getting it out to the pool and driving into the water.
And I'm really optimistic on this one.
Me too.
In the first experiment, the humble electric vehicle hit the water and survived for just 25 seconds before going kaput, thereby confirming the age-old adage, water and electricity do not mix.
Oh, it's dead.
But where there's a myth, there's a way. So with some astute precipitation protection, a set of dune buggy tires, and an unswerving rooftop pilot,
Oh, dang, look at that!
can this mighty modded EV possibly punch above its weight and endure a flash flood?
What do you guys think?
This is brilliant. I hadn't even thought about doing anything with the tires.
I figured if it does float, at least some way I can get across the water.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we're giving this thing the best chance we possibly can. I'm really hoping I'm not going to be disappointed again.
You ready?
I'm ready. You guys ready?
Yeah.
I'm gonna stand water
to
fast.
avoid a shower.
This is it, the moment we've all been waiting for, EV Rider 2.
Yeah, because the first one died. So.
We've sealed it. We put big, giant tires on it. I'm gonna be driving from the top. I'm gonna get in position. I'm gonna hammer down and see if I can get across the water. Oh, I love this part of the show. All right, one last thing.
What?
You know, Texas. I mean, the myth took place in Texas. Yeah! Y'all ready for this?
Yep. I'm like getting nervous.
I know.
Can an electric car get across water? Well, we've done everything in our power to make it happen. Whether or not it's gonna work, we're about to find out.
3, 2, 1, engage! Oh, is it moving? Is it moving?
Come on, baby.
It's going. It's going. It's going. It's going. It's going.
EV Rider 1 survived just 25 seconds, while EV2 has powered halfway across the pool. But with the deeper water, it's losing traction and momentum.
It's still going.
Oh, wait, I think I might be.
It's trying. Oh, my God. For every second the terminals are submerged, there's a higher risk of short circuiting.
Come on, come on.
Oh, I just want to go. Come on. It's still going.
I can't believe it's still going.
That is amazing. We have no beeping yet.
This is amazing that the fact that it's still
going.
going.
Oh, it's cutting. It's getting to the bottom of the tarp.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Oh.
It's dead.
Oh.
She's done.
Oh.
That was incredible. Can you believe how long?
That was a
went?
long time.
Like halfway submerged.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
We gave it every possible chance, but this was an epic fail. I mean, driving into that water, I slammed on the accelerator, and it felt like a log ride. I hit the water, it splashed off, my hat took off. But the crazy thing is, the car kept going. And it got to the point where it was up to the windows, and the wheels kept spinning. Yeah, it didn't work. Eventually, water got into the batteries and the electrical system, and it killed the car.
Okay, so the results are in. EV Rider 2, equipped with undercarriage waterproofing and dune buggy tires, undeniably outperformed the stock standard EV Rider 1. But the added protection was only successful in delaying the inevitable.
A moment of silence for EV Rider 2. I think the moral of the story here is, if there is a flood in front of you, don't try driving through it.
Absolutely. I mean, just like all the signs in Texas say, road may flood, when in doubt, turn around. And that myth is busted.
I'm ready to get off this thing, guys. Go ahead and crane me off. Guys? Hey, guys?
Yeah, Texas has
Bisi? Faye? Hello?
On this episode of Motor MythBusters,
Wow!
when UFOs cause automotive mayhem, are the assumed array of physical effects based on a scientifically feasible foundation? And
It started overheating, and then steam just started coming out.
a radiator rumor.
I was thinking about peeing into it.
You know, that's indecent exposure, right?
Can a leak
This is so gross.
really provide emergency relief?
Full urine steam ahead!
Meet the team.
There's a potential that I could get electrocuted.
With the mechanical expertise
more oxygen, more fuel. That makes more power.
to test all things automotive.
It's almost like surgery. If I make a mistake, we'll blow up the engine.
This is Motor MythBusters,
This is our job!
where science meets the streets.
BC!
Yes?
Our radiators are in for the truck. So I got two of them. Because I went online and I saw there was one guy, he peed into the radiator, and that was enough to get him 2.5 miles to the gas station until it got fixed.
Huh. Well,
So I thought, let's get a couple of them. We'll test, could you use urine as coolant?
okay.
You're liking this myth, I can tell.
Yeah, kind of,
Here, do you want to
sorta.
grab one?
So, the myth is you're in the middle of nowhere. Your engine's steaming, radiator leaking. Don't hesitate to micturate. Question is, can pee really be used as an emergency coolant?
I feel like most people think when you fill up your radiator, you're filling up the entire thing like it's a big tank. But what people don't realize is there's a lot of fluid going through each of these layers.
That is correct.
And then most of it is air passing through the veins
That is very
to
true.
dissipate that heat.
And these veins allow for heat exchange to occur from those passageways to the atmosphere. The engine typically has either an electric or mechanical water pump that takes the coolant that's already warmed up, forces it into the radiator.
And then it starts going
going
through
across
these little tubes.
Small channels.
And all
with those
that
small
air
channels,
is blowing through here, pulling that heat away from that fluid.
And the coolant then goes back to the engine and does its job all over again.
Pun intended. That's so cool. So if the radiator has just the bed, I guess I should say wet the bed. What are the dangers of not having coolant going through the engine?
Most engines prefer to run in the mid-180s to 212 degrees But hit 250 and you can have some serious engine failure. I mean, you can have everything from rods bending from seizing through the cylinders. You can have head gaskets blowing. So it's always good to have a proper working cooling system. And the key, the coolant components. So what we have here is a 50-50 mix of an ethylene glycol-based engine coolant. So this is very different from water. It prevents freezing in winter, and it has a higher boiling point, 223 degrees Fahrenheit. A pressurized radiator cap can help increase that temperature, which is important in keeping the engine cool. Question is, how does that compare to pee? Oh my God.
I'm ready to
get that away from me. Oh my God. Is that yours?
This is mine.
You need some more water in your diet.
I'm gonna go boil this outside.
Okay.
And I'll give you the data.
Sounds good. You look great, by the way.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, we got a little bit of drippage. You know, being on MythBusters, I'm kind of used to this disgusting stuff.
Right now, we're trying to find out what the boiling temperature of urine is. Pee is basically liquid waste. So far, we're about 195, and the urine hasn't boiled yet.
Jesus! God!
I told you it smells bad.
It got worse.
Is it getting to you?
Yeah, a little bit.
We have mass.
Okay.
Right now, we're at 212. This might be a better solution than coolant.
It may be.
To cool your engine.
Yeah, it may be. Okay, okay. 217.
So at 217, the urine boiled.
Understood.
That's exciting. You're starting to feeling like this is a good engine coolant?
Yeah, except for the corrosive properties of urine.
Well, what we should try to do is just do a little experiment, put some steel and aluminum in the urine and see how it reacts.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yep, even if using urine when you're in an emergency is possible, what are the implications for the car's cooling system? Would pee's potentially corrosive power leave the myth done and rusted?
What if you filled your radiator with urine and walked away and it just sat there for like a month?
You forgot to like flush it back out?
Yes. So what we're gonna do is we are going to take this chunk of radiator, which is made out of aluminum. We're gonna take this piece of water pump, which is made out of iron. We're gonna dip it into a vat filled with pee, and we're gonna let it sit there for 30 days and then see how corrosive urine is on these types of metals.
Oh God, just thinking about it is so freaking gross.
So you had the lucky job of helping me sort out the urine. And
Oh,
we've
God,
been
no.
collecting urine for months now. The whole crew have been filling up cups. Okay. Witness. Ooh. Okay, here we go.
I'm just not gonna look.
Now this person's getting hydrated. That's good to see.
Can we just not comment on every single person's pee and just put it in there, please?
All right. Oh.
Ew.
I feel better already. Trust me, it's just as gross for me as it is for you. Oh, yeah, okay.
So the urine is in there. We have the aluminum radiator. We have the iron water pump. Now we're just gonna let it sit and see how much corrosion happens.
While the cooling system sits back and soaks up the pee. Next up, Tory and Bisi continue collecting data by relieving the radiator.
What a lot of people don't realize is that even when you have a leak in your radiator system or if it has a fracture, you want to evacuate all of the cooling liquid out of it. There's still some left in the crankcase, the heads.
Inside the engine, you have a ton of fluid still left. Well, I guess first things first, we got to replace the broken radiator.
The one beauty of working on older cars is that there are a lot of bolts that are rusted. So I have the last bolt that's holding the radiator in place. Okay.
Ready?
Yes. Wow, this thing's pretty heavy.
All right, let's put in the new one.
Okay.
And then just to find out how much fluid is in the entire system, we fill it up. We're all filled.
So when I filled it up, there's so many crevices that contain air in the motor. Now with the vehicle on, the water pump pumps and all that air is evacuated.
Good?
You can turn it off.
Then we're going to use compressed air to push the rest of the fluid out of the engine cooling system.
Here it comes.
Measure that.
That's a good idea.
And then at least we have a starting point of what we need.
Wow.
Jeez.
That's a lot of fluid.
Yeah, that's 3 gallons.
There has to be a way for us to determine what was just in the radiator versus what was in the entire system.
Well, you know, we could just fill up the other radiator.
Okay, stop.
There we go.
Stop.
And then subtract that. That means another 1.5 gallons is left inside of our engine.
Absolutely.
So,
how much can you pee?
Bisi, you thirsty?
Tory, what are you doing?
I was thinking maybe what we do is we drink a bunch of water and we see how long we can hold it, as if we were on like a really long road trip and you were holding it till you got to the bathroom. And then we can see how much urine an average person, if they hold it for a long time, can go.
Okay.
How'd you do?
I feel much lighter. Look what I came up with.
1.5 quarts.
Yeah.
That's not nearly enough for one person to refill a radiator. But if there was 3 people in the truck,
right,
you would have a gallon of urine.
Easily.
This is good news for us.
It's great news.
This could potentially work.
It could be. But you know what? There's nothing like going to the real world and doing it properly. So
that's right. Cheers to that.
Say cheers. Well, here we are in Willow Springs.
Beautiful Willow Springs. Does this racetrack bring back memories for you, Bisi?
It does. This is the first place that I honed my skills as a road racer here.
In the vehicle we're gonna be testing this myth in? That's right. All right, so we are trying to figure out if urine works as a coolant.
Well, this is a perfect place to test that, and most vehicles exist between 182 to 212 degrees Fahrenheit. If we exceed that, let's say 248 degrees Fahrenheit, we need to call it because that's when engine damage occurs.
Yeah. Do we have sensors in this?
Oh.
So we can measure the temperature?
Plenty of sensors.
Okay, so we have drained our radiator completely.
The engine is bone dry.
All right, you ready to do this?
I'm ready, but I want to mask up first because this is going to be really stinky, and we're going to do this pretty quickly.
Okay, so we sprung a leak, and according to our math, first we fill the system with 2 gallons of premixed coolant.
Okay.
Once we have that, we pour in the gallon of urine. This is so gross. Which we determined if there was 3 travelers and they held their pee for a long time,
they can fill up a gallon.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, we're all filled up with
We're
urine?
filled up. Yes, we're good to go. All right. I'm going to keep the window down.
Yeah, you're gonna want to keep the window down. All right, so all we need to go is 2.5 miles.
Yes.
And this myth is confirmed.
That if we see 248 degrees, I'm calling it.
And the sensor I'll be watching is the water neck or inlet, the temperature of the coolant turning from the engine to the radiator.
All right, here we go.
Engage. Hey, do you smell that? Oh my God.
It's starting to warm up.
Oh, yeah?
We're at 175 degrees right now.
So far, so good. You know, we made it halfway through our course. And we're still okay temperature-wise. I don't know. This myth may have some substance to it.
In an emergency situation.
At the myth-specified 2.5 mile mark, the pea coolant mix is clearly coping. So we're doubling down and doubling the distance.
Yeah, it is starting to get a little...
Yeah, a little funky.
We're like fluctuating around 177 to like 180.
So now we're at 3.75 miles, and the temperature's still in check.
This is amazing. Yeah, 5 miles. We've done 5 miles, Bisi, and it's still not overheating. Yeah. This is incredible. Urine, a motor coolant.
Wow. Yep, in an emergency, a top-off by a trio of travelers will get you 5 miles home. But the guys aren't done yet.
Now we're gonna take it to the next level. We're gonna drain the entire system and fill it up with nothing but urine. Will it work? Maybe. Is it disgusting? Hell yeah. Just another day at the office, making my family proud. What did you do today, honey? I just filled a radiator with urine to see if it keep the engine cool. Okay.
This is really nasty.
Yeah. Now this is all completely urine, nothing else.
100%
All right.
unadulterated urine.
I think you should drive.
I'll do it.
Okay, here we go.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Full urine steam ahead. Get it? Full steam ahead. All right, our temperature's gone up. Oh, we're up to 172. All right, we're halfway through the course. All right, we are at 5 miles, and our engine did not overheat. This is a good testament to urine. I say we have to confirm this one.
I agree with you. You know, it looks like if you're in a pinch and you run out of radiator fluid, you could use your own urine as a substitute.
Gross, but it works.
Yeah, it does work.
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Okay, using urine in an emergency works surprisingly well. But even if you can leak enough to top off the leaky radiator, are there any corrosive consequences?
Can you smell it from over there?
I'm holding my breath.
There's definitely some corrosion. Woo! That is wicked. So the iron water pump has definitely gotten some corrosion. So you don't want to be leaving urine for too long in your system.
Okay.
All right, now let's take a look at the aluminum. You ready, Faye?
No.
Yeah, the aluminum doesn't look so bad. Ugh.
No.
There's like no discoloration whatsoever.
Yeah, from here, I can't tell where like the P line even went up to it. Like there's no change, you know?
All right. Turns out urine doesn't really affect the aluminum so much, but the iron, it definitely corroded it.
Okay. So in case you needed someone to tell you, don't do this, okay? Don't pee in your radiator and then leave it.
Despite that caveat, the myth remains confirmed. But it got me thinking, what if you had a leaky radiator, so ketchup,
and non-Newtonian fluid,
but you didn't have to take a leak? Milk, maybe you've just been out to the store. Shampoo,
there we go.
maybe we should add some conditioner. Alcohol, and using my shopping list as a randomized sample, I wonder what other weird emergency coolants would get you home. I mean, theoretically, if you put ketchup in there as the engine.
So it doesn't transfer heat very well.
No, so we're not even gonna test ketchup after that test. Alcohol is gonna be bad on so many levels. So the fact that it has such a low boiling temperature, all right, 175, and that it's so flammable, so we're not even gonna try that. If anything, it's gonna give your radiator a healthy shine.
An engine runs most effectively up to 212 degrees Fahrenheit. So, to provide effective heat exchange, that's the benchmark for our potential replacements.
Just a couple of dudes boiling shampoo. Remember when we first put it in, it was very
pretty thick. Yeah, we had 210.
It's completely liquefied. I say
210.
shampoo is a good option.
It's not bad.
We're at 200. And it's still not
boiling.
What is this magical juice? We're at 212.
212.
So with two viable options, it's time to hit the track and test them in the truck with a freshly flushed radiator. Will either of them keep their cool?
All
So we're gonna test those other fluids.
Did you say other fluids?
Now this engine is completely dry.
Yes.
All right. This is an emergency situation. It's a milk truck. What if you had just gone grocery shopping?
Okay. Is it moving through the radiator yet?
We're gonna put 3 gallons of milk in it.
Oh, that looks good.
All right, we're all topped off with
All
milk.
right.
You ready to test this?
All right. Milk truck ready?
Milk truck ready.
Okay.
Here we go. Let's milk this truck.
You think we'll match the P's 5-mile marathon?
My feeling is the milk is gonna cook and clog up the engine.
162, doing about 45 miles an hour, that's good.
It's kind of holding, but we're only halfway through the run.
So we're staying put at 174, mid-170s. Ooh, is that milk I smell? Like a latte?
Smells like burnt milk. I'm picturing big chunks of cooked milk and
Big
fat
globs
just clogging the system.
But nonetheless, so far, we're almost at the finish line.
Bisi, this is
The
like
milk is
blowing
holding,
my
I'm
mind.
telling you.
But it's actually working.
So you know what that means? If you are somewhere stranded and you don't have enough urine, you can put milk in your cooling system.
Milk does an engine good.
Sure does.
I'm impressed.
That was crazy.
Milk worked.
It did.
Yeah. This one's confirmed.
Confirmed. But we're not done yet. Cue Rose and her pit crew to cleanse the cooling system.
How's it going, you guys?
Well, we're about to take a milk bath.
I'm ready.
Oh.
Woo, that is rank.
That's not bad. You know, I expect to see some chunks and coagulation, but
that's all
it
inside
held
the
up.
engine, Bisi.
After the flush, the radiator is replaced, so Tory and Bisi can repeat the test with the second of their store-bought liquids.
Let's say you're on your way back from the mega marts.
Okay.
You may have a ton of shampoos. Right. Oh, I don't know about this, Tory.
We're gonna be here forever.
Excuse you.
Sorry.
Smells good, though. You know, we've come a long way since urine.
Thank God.
How do we get it in the radiator, and how do we get it to flow?
All right, I'm gonna start the engine to see if we can get some shampoo to drop in. Is that helping?
Yeah. And we need 3 gallons of this stuff. Yeah, a little agitation, we're good.
We're blowing bubbles. Oh, that's good. I say we go for it. Bisi, what do you think?
Yeah. But if this exceeds 248 degrees Fahrenheit in the cooling system, I'm calling it.
The engine smells so fresh.
Here we go.
Temperature's holding. It's starting to rise real
very
fast.
rapidly, yeah.
Really fast.
Oh my goodness. 209. We're at 227, 228.
Oh, we're at 230. Oh my God, we haven't even gone halfway. 238. 248 is the number.
That's
we need
my
to kill
number.
it. Oh, this is so nerve-wracking. I don't think we're gonna make it. We're at 245. Just coast because we're at 247. If we hit 248, we gotta shut this engine off. Yes!
Oh, this is crazy.
All right, this is the tricky part. Going uphill, you're gonna have to hit the gas. Oh no, this could be the end of our trip.
245.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
we're going
boy.
up.
I'm trying to get to the next.
247.
Oh,
It's holding
is
up
killing me.
247.
Ah,
249.
Yeah, we're done.
All right.
We're done.
I hear bubbling. I see steam coming from the engine.
Shampoo is not a good option.
Nope.
Smells good.
Smells great.
Oh. So it's painfully obvious, Tory, that shampoo is not a good substitute for proper engine coolant.
I had hopes for it when we saw it melt in the shop. Yeah, this is totally busted.
Yeah, I agree.
Good luck rinsing that radiator. The cooling system clearly couldn't cope with the shampoo goo. But milk and urine proved successful.
Well, Tory, you know what we have to do now to get this back to the shop?
Tow it?
No, we gotta pee in it.
Oh, man, I'm fresh out of pee.
Coming up on Motor MythBusters.
3,
The team counts
2,
down
1.
to launch an investigation into the mythical automotive mayhem caused by UFOs. Do the reports of chaos and damage really add up?
There's some kind of technology that's causing this damage. Spielberg is like one of my favorite directors.
I haven't seen this since I was a preteen.
You guys finally found a way to force me to watch a movie. Bring the movie to the shop.
Yep. Close Encounter is a classic.
Yeah, I've never seen it before.
You've never seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
It's really good.
Look how cute this truck is.
Oh boy.
Everything's flying out.
Look at the gauges. Look at the gauges. The rate. Oh.
I mean, what do you guys think could have caused the gauges to react that way?
I think some kind of magnetic force.
An electromagnetic field is the most common explanation for the myth of UFO-induced automotive mayhem. So to ground this test in real-world physics, the team will start there.
I think, Faye, we need to find an expert to give us more insights on this phenomenon.
All right, while you're working on that, I have another idea that I think might give us the same effect that we saw in the movie.
Okay, so could a UFO really interfere with the radio signal, stall the engine, kill the headlights, disrupt the gauges, and cause chaos in the cabin? To help shed some light on the possible causes, the team has called in an electromagnetic physicist.
Doctor, I'm so curious. I mean, I saw the gauges go from empty to full on the fuel gauge, and then the speedometer went crazy as well. Is that possible with current technology that we have here on the planet?
It's a possibility. So we make all of our power, like right now in the room, just by moving permanent magnets past coils of wire. And so when you have a gauge, you're just basically measuring current going through that. So if we can change a magnetic field enough, we could change the current that those gauges are actually measuring.
By using an induction coil in close proximity to produce a magnetic field for our small-scale test, we'll get an indication on whether this type of force could affect an automobile like we saw in the movie.
So this makes a field that comes out, but what I want to do is collect that current that's being generated and amplify it with another coil. This makes the field stronger, giving us higher odds of glitching out our stuff that we want to glitch out.
Excellent, excellent.
You know, we're only putting in 100 watts of power, and 100 watts of power is nowhere near enough to pilot some spacecraft,
Very true.
Or even one of our crafts.
Understood.
Right, it doesn't need to be a UFO.
Yeah.
It could be a jet, or, you know, there's a lot of energy being emitted to do that.
By using a portable induction coil in close proximity, they'll find out if an electromagnetic pulse can interfere on a relatively small scale with the radio signal static or disrupt the truck's gauges.
Turn the radio on. Whoa. That's comforting. Okay.
So we're starting with static, but we're getting more static, right?
The radio interference is instantaneous. Our electromagnet increases the static by weakening the AM band, just like the truck in the movie. Would it do anything to the light? But how will the other instruments fare against the magnetic field? Okay, nothing there. So let's try, turn this down. Let's try the gauge.
Oil pressure gauge.
That seems pretty steady.
I don't see much happening there.
How about our fuel gauge?
I think I saw
that.
move a
Yeah,
little
this
bit.
season deflection.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit?
There,
That worked. Wow, I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
How about speedometer?
Nope.
No. Wow, so far.
I wouldn't expect the speedometer to do that because that's a mechanical spinning magnet to begin with.
In the film, we also saw the truck's engine stall. So for our next test, we're taking Dr. Chad's electromagnet to the engine bay.
So, okay, I'm really excited about this because even though there's not a ton of electronics, there are a few that might be affected by your device. So, what should we start out with?
I said we go for the ignition distributor cap because that's the part that's making all the sparks to fire all the cylinders.
Very cool. Bisi?
What about the wires over here?
The low-level electromagnet has no effect on the truck's distributor. So Chad is experimenting with a pulse over all of the electrical components under the hood. But still no reaction.
Wow, this is pretty resilient. That's amazing.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so size does matter. The pickup's engine resisted the effects of Dr. Chad's cute electromagnet. So, for our full-scale test, we're trying to match the out-of-this-world movie specs. So, Faye, this is what I was thinking. A giant magnet.
Oh, yeah, that thing's freaking huge.
54 inches in diameter, it could lift 5,300 pounds.
Oh, my gosh. So it could easily lift up the truck, is what you're saying. Wait a second.
But we are not going to lift up the truck. The plan is to not destroy this vehicle. The plan is to put the magnet directly above the engine, just kissing the engine. And then we're gonna turn the engine on, turn the radio on, turn the lights on, and then we're gonna hit the magnet and see if it affects the engine in any way.
Oh my gosh, I hope it doesn't actually damage anything because we can't.
No,
because in the movie,
it didn't
the
damage
truck
the
survived
truck.
perfectly. Okay.
Yeah.
So to match the movie, the magnet needs to kill the engine, but without harming it. A mythical oxymoron, if you will.
We're living on the edge.
All right.
We're ready to place the magnet.
All right.
Be gentle, this is our baby.
Oh my God.
To control exactly where our magnetic field is deployed, we'll position the magnet directly above the engine bay before we turn it on.
Level it out.
That looks good right there. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna start the engine. I'm gonna turn on the headlights, radio.
Magnet on!
Oh, it's definitely sucked down to the truck. Oh, it's affecting the radio.
It's affecting the radio. Lights?
I'm gonna go check the headlights real
Check the
quick.
headlights. Oh my God.
It's affecting the radio. Lights are still on. Oh.
It shut off.
What is? The radio?
Is the engine off?
Wait, the engine shut off?
Is the engine off? Oh!
The engine died!
Oh!
This is crazy. That's nuts. Like, instantly, as soon as the magnet went on, the radio, we lost signal.
Yep. Absolutely. What about the lights?
The lights didn't get affected at all.
Gauges.
There was a little bit of movement, but then the engine died. Maybe we should pop the hood and just make sure that the engine is still functioning.
Definitely, definitely. Armando, would you pull that back? We're gonna pop the hood.
That's pretty freaking unbelievable. What would have shut off the engine?
Actually, quite a few things underneath the hood could have been affected. There's a Hall effect sensor underneath the distributor cap. and that's where the vehicle gets its ignition timing signal from. If that was disrupted,
it would have killed the engine.
Yeah, or maybe even misfired, I'm not sure. Also, we have a voltage regulator here. We have a relay, which is an electromagnet, and with a stronger pulse or pull, that signal could be disrupted.
Whatever it was, this is very exciting. The fact that the engine actually shut off is kind of blowing my mind. All right, why don't we see if the engine's still running?
And I'll just monitor it and see if anything is running differently or anything is loose that I should be concerned about.
So in order to call the myth confirmed, we have to replicate all of the conditions from the movie. And in the flick, the engine stalled, but it was able to be restarted.
All right, Faye, here we go.
Okay.
It's working. It shut off and it still works.
It doesn't look like anything really has been damaged.
All right, I'm gonna shut it off.
That sounds good to me. I'm ready.
That was impressive.
All right.
The fact that the electromagnetic field shut off the engine, I mean, you can't get a better result than that.
No, I mean, that was exactly like what happened in the movie. Even to the alternator gauge, which may have been a symptom of the engine sort of slowing down and sort of like reducing the rotation of the alternator, but still, the gauge did move. It's a result.
Yeah.
So to me, the gauges, doesn't matter how it happened, it's plausible.
Yeah, and the radio, for sure. I mean, the moment the magnet went on, we could hear squealing coming from the radio. That one's plausible.
Oh, 100%.
The engine's plausible.
The lights?
The lights, not so much.
Maybe that one's busted. What do you think?
Yeah, I would have to say that was busted.
Lights busted, okay.
One thing I did notice, I didn't see stuff fly up to the ceiling like in the movie.
The change and the glove box.
So maybe what we need to do is just move the magnet from the hood over the cab.
It's amazing, all the cool stuff you've been finding in the junkyard.
Put it right on top of the cab. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. All right, you ready?
I'm so ready.
All right, turn it on.
It's working.
Yes! It's working!
Oh my gosh. Think it's good to stop?
Yeah. It looked like it worked to me.
Yeah. I'm gonna say metal things moving around.
Yep.
Up, down, sideways, flying around. Plausible.
Very much plausible.
Plausible, yeah.
All right.
With the Close Encounters of the Third Kind movie scene in the can, the team are keen to keep probing the theme and test a UFO myth of the second kind. So they're beaming in a visitor for some first-hand accounts.
Hey, Earl, thanks for coming in.
Are you familiar with any cases where the physical attributes of a car were modified by a UFO?
Sure. There was one that was in 1964. The witness described a heat signature, and the paint was bubbled on the hood of his car.
Wow.
And back in 1979. This guy, he encountered a UFO. The windshield had been cracked, again, by the heat signature from this UFO. So I've had a couple of cases that have been similar.
It's like this common theme of heat damage.
Right.
Where it's like cracking the windshield, bubbling the paint.
Yes.
There's some kind of technology that's causing this damage.
I'm really excited to see what you guys, figure out, So
right.
do let me know.
Cool. If you want to just beam back.
Okay, where are you going to beam me to?
Wherever you want.
All right. Are you serious? You want to beam me out? You guys should.
So the myth is the presence of an unidentified flying object will cause heat damage to the car, boil the paint, and crack the windshield.
I like that myth a lot. And you know what? Unidentified flying objects aren't just alien craft.
I mean, we have rockets, we have jet engines.
Yeah.
Those things could give us propulsion and heat at the same time. We have some model rockets that we could test, as if it was a jet engine.
I think I need to find a car.
See, you're starting to think like me. You don't always have to fix cars.
Well, then I won't get a nice car, go to a wrecking yard, or
good idea.
I'll grab them from one of the producers. Get their car in here, daily driver.
That's an even better idea.
Yep, one hunk of junk destined for scrap gets to dodge the junkyard magnet and live out a final chapter in the service of science.
All right, I have some model rockets. And I have them set just about above the top of the car, so it's about 2 feet off of the hood.
Yes, that's nice.
So I say what we do is we set these off as if the UFO was above the vehicle and see if we get any damage to the car.
Wow, that's good. You know, I want to see how this paint's going to react.
We have the high-speed camera set up and a FLIR, so we'll see how hot the rockets are getting and how hot the top of the hood is getting.
Wow, you're my best friend. You know that?
You're so excitable. I love that about you,
Absolutely.
BC.
Sounds good.
The 3 solid model rocket engines pack a punch of 12.1 newtons with a burn time of 9 seconds each. Model rockets, test number 1 in 3, 2, 1. Well, that was cool. Okay, so there's some discoloration.
Right, but no bubbling.
No cracking of paint, nothing like they were talking about.
Yeah, I documented 132 degrees Fahrenheit of temperature on this surface.
Okay, well, should we check the high speed?
Oh, sounds good.
The model rockets didn't bubble the paint from a range of 2 feet.
Oh.
See, I think that's where we were getting all those little specks.
Yeah,
It was just
agree.
the hot embers scorching the paint.
But with the temperature reached,
that's some good concentration, though, nonetheless.
The rockets still have the potential to fit the myth's criteria.
That's a cool-looking effect, too. I mean, I could see if, like, you were in the car and there's something flying above your hood, you would think it was a spaceship. Maybe it was just some kids with model rockets.
Very possible.
Playing a little prank.
Yep.
So for small-scale test Mark II, to simulate a close-range encounter, the model rockets are moving in.
All right, so we are all set for our test 2. First, we had our model rockets 2 feet above the hood of the car. We've lowered them down to 6 inches. Here we go. Test number 2 in 3, 2, 1. Did you see how red hot the hood got?
I wonder what temperature it is now. Oh, there's bubbling.
Look at the hood.
Oh, my goodness, that's over 400. That can definitely burn your hand. I feel the heat right now.
All right, we're losing the heat. But what we're trying to see is if we could replicate what they were talking about in their stories, and we have here.
Yes,
We've got
we do.
Warped steel, and we have bubbles in the paint.
And we didn't have to use an unidentified flying object to make this happen.
All right, now in one of the UFO encounters that these people talk about, they said that their windshield actually cracked. Now, glass is a lot more brittle, so it's gonna be interesting to see how it withstands the heat of these rockets.
We've removed an old windshield to test the effects of our rocket safely on the bench. And since we found the model rockets had a far greater effect on the hood when within close proximity, we'll keep it consistent and start with the 6-inch test.
Here we go in 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Oh! We only had 2 rockets go off. 333 degrees. Yeah, dude, check this. Oh! We got shattering at both sides, but we got a really big shattering happening right here. And, you know, those were just little model rockets, and not all of them went off.
Yeah, only 2 of them.
And we were still able to get a shattering just like these people were talking about when they experienced this UFO.
I am curious to what the high speed shows.
Okay.
I'm sure that'd be quite spectacular.
Small-scale success. Our rockets were able to match some of the visual accounts. It looks so crazy. It looks like a plasma cutter.
Yeah.
But the solid model rocket engines did need to be in very close proximity to meet the myth's criteria for damaging automobiles. When we hit the hood of the car, do you remember how big the heat surface was? Where now
it's more concentrated.
Now, these rockets were cute, and they did allow us to get some of the results that these people were talking about in their story about UFOs. But I think we need to go into a different type of propulsion system.
Guys, ready? Ready.
Like a jet engine. It's gonna give us a lot more thrust, a lot more heat, and a longer duration of heat. Go! So to test this part of the UFO myth, we needed a jet car. I know, that's not a jet car, but that is. This jet was actually pulled from Lear Jet, and then they built the car around it. Now, it's been recorded at going over 300 miles per hour. It puts out 8,000 pounds of thrust. With a liquid propulsion system, it'll burn longer with a greater range to match the stories of a UFO flying above and not just sitting right on top of the hood. We don't even know how hot the afterburner is gonna be. What we're gonna do is we're gonna fire this up, point it directly at our car, and see if it bubbles the paint just like these UFO stories. But before we do, we need to put a leash on this thing. We're gonna have to make sure that the car doesn't just take off that way.
Right.
And our car doesn't just get blown that way. So what we're gonna do is actually chain our jet car to our burn car.
Okay.
So it'll be like a ballast.
Should be good.
What? Oh
Yeah,
my
let's
God.
do this.
All right.
The jet efflux expels hot combustion gases and air at speeds over 1,000 miles per hour. So to avoid incinerating the test car completely and to replicate a low-level flying object, we've positioned it 40 feet away.
All right.
Okay.
You guys ready?
Oh my God, I honestly don't think I'm ready for this.
Okay, go ahead and start your engine. Oh.
That's so cool. It's like how my electric car starts up.
This sounds like my G5. Oh, this is very exciting. All right, 15 seconds. We're gonna let it burn for 15 seconds.
All right, smell that?
Oh my God.
That smells good.
Woo!
All right, here we, you guys ready?
Ready?
3, 2, 1, go. That was insane.
Freaking
my
insane.
goodness.
Woo!
Oh, we got a little bit of bubbling.
Yeah,
Look
it
at
actually
this.
fared a
Before
little
you
bit
get
better
close,
than I thought.
before you get close, let me check this. That's still
I'm not
warm.
gonna touch it.
Don't do
it. Dare to grab
No,
it.
no,
I pass.
no.
Oh, look at this. We got a cracked windshield here.
Oh.
This is all new. And right now, what I'm seeing is
Whoa.
everything plastic on this side
Yep.
is melting, which makes sense.
Definitely.
We don't really see any warping
Yep, the
going
side
on
marker light.
on the metal.
That was surprising because, like, with the way that it was rattling back and forth, I thought for sure there'd be some damage.
So far,
We
it's
got
looking
2 of the
like
3.
this is working.
Yeah.
But not working well enough. So what I think we should do is bring it closer because, you know, a lot of these people said it was right above their car. So we're going to reset for another test. This time, we're bringing it in to 20 feet. All right, you guys, any predictions?
Yeah, I think that car is gonna come up in the air. It's definitely gonna have warped panels, definitely gonna have bubbled paint, definitely gonna crack some glass. This is gonna make it happen.
I just hope this thing
damage.
doesn't catch fire. All right, you guys ready?
Oh yeah, wait,
Here we go.
Here's
In
protection,
3,
here's protection.
2, 1, start it up.
Oh my God, it actually sounds like it's about to take off.
Oh boy. Hear those turbines spinning.
Oh my God.
Hit it!
You went overboard.
Wow, nice job.
Oh my God.
We got a fire.
Pieces.
Now that's what I call a close encounter. We need to inspect the aftermath and call them in.
This poor thing.
We might have let it go a little
wire
too long.
harness.
Oh, what
You
was the
think?
harness?
A little too long.
Oh my goodness.
Check this
Oh
out.
my God.
We got some warping.
Oh, a lot
We
of
got
bubbling
some
too.
bubbling.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what those people saw. We're not trying to say UFOs are from outer space or they're a real thing, but they experienced something. And they had proof on their vehicle, and I feel like we may have overdone it. We may have like overcooked it.
Just a little bit.
No,
But
no, you don't say.
there was a point though, right before it caught on fire, when all that heat was hitting the side of the car, we saw paint bubbling, we saw metal warping, glass breaking. It looked like what these people were describing in their encounters.
Absolutely. If a UFO had some type of propulsion system that could allow it to do what they typically are said to do, it's likely very similar to our jet engine, and the heat signatures would have done exactly what we saw. You know,
I think
Tory, how do you want to call this one?
Gosh, I mean, I feel like we have to call this one plausible.
Absolutely, absolutely plausible. Absolutely plausible.
Yeah, based upon the evidence, I concur. Plausible indeed.
All right, should we go home?
Yeah.
Who's driving?
On this episode of Motor MythBusters.
Okay, everybody, let's just take a moment.
Can the team bring a prehistoric cartoon car to life?
This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
And they're rolling back the clock.
It was in the movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
On a classic automotive movie myth.
People are like, what are these idiots doing?
Yay! Meet the team.
There's a potential that I could get electrocuted.
With the mechanical expertise.
More oxygen, more fuel. That makes more power.
To test all things automotive.
It's almost like surgery. If I make a mistake, we'll blow up the engine.
This is Motor MythBusters.
This is our job!
Where science meets the streets.
Now, when I was a kid, I drove across the country with my parents to the Grand Canyon, and we stopped at this Flintstones amusement park.
Oh, wow.
It was the weirdest thing. You walk in, and it's like you're in the cartoon, but it was like super creepy because it was just me and my sister. The place was empty. They had actually fabricated a Flintstones car.
Wow.
We got in, tried to push it, but it was, you know, a prop. It wasn't going anywhere. But ever since then, I was like, someday I want to build that Flintstone car and see if it would work. That's what we're going to be testing in this myth. Do you remember that cartoon? But it might be before your time.
I don't think I've ever seen it, but some pictures are like ringing true in my mind. All right, so carry on.
It was the first animated sitcom. It beat The Simpsons by like 30 years. And it was basically set in the prehistoric times. You had cavemen, cave women.
And it was a prehistoric fantasy land, but was infused with tons of modern technology that couldn't have existed at the time.
Okay, so according to the cartoon, the Flintstones car was made of two giant stone roller wheels, a tree trunk chassis, and a convertible canopy. That's a heck of a lot of mass. The first part of this myth is to test if a heavyweight vehicle can overcome friction and inertia using foot power. And if it does move, the second part is to see if a rock-wheeled vehicle can handle running at the highway speed shown in the cartoon series.
Fred was a really big guy. He was the biggest character in the entire series. He had to be at least 6 foot tall.
All right, well, let's figure out how big we're going to make this thing.
And we're going to sort of base it on the idea of Fred being 6 feet tall.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I'm guessing the diameter will be about 2 feet.
So then it would have to be about 10 feet long.
All right, so it looks like in the cartoon, the wheels are made of stone.
Time out. With stone, it's going to be ridiculously heavy, and then the rolling resistance will be off the scales.
Getting it moving and stopping is going to be huge challenges.
Fred used his feet to accelerate the vehicle and stop it. That's bananas.
Was he barefoot?
He was barefoot. He had no foot protection whatsoever.
But he had massive feet.
Okay.
So that's a lot of surface area.
And speaking of rolling resistance, I'm not seeing any bearings right here.
Yeah.
That looks like wood on wood. Isn't that how they made fires back in the day?
That's a great point.
Is there steering?
But maybe in the cartoon, it doesn't look like there's much to make it steer.
Ooh, this is gonna be interesting.
Yeah. I think this is gonna be something for all of us to try to drive, because I don't think one of us alone is gonna be able to get this car to move.
What do you say? Shall we, yabba dabba do this?
I thought you said you haven't seen the cartoon.
A little research, you guys.
You nailed it. You nailed it.
Before we can road test our foot power and see if this thing will actually move, we need to build it. So Tory sourced some prehistoric materials.
Oh my goodness.
I got the perfect material for the wheels.
Material for the wheels?
Limestone.
Okay.
Okay.
It's gonna be perfect because it's gonna be soft enough where I can actually, carve it into the shape that we need.
Right.
But it's gonna be durable enough that we can use it as wheels.
Oh, all right, sure.
So I'm gonna reinvent the wheel here.
Literally.
Fair enough. All right, what's up with these?
The crystals?
Oh.
These are actually my tools. I'm gonna use the quartz because it's gonna be hard enough. I mean, I figured back in prehistoric times, they would have had primitive tools.
Right.
So the quartz would, I could use them as chisels to carve my shape. What do you think? Keeping with the prehistoric materials?
I feel what you're trying to do, but that looks like a lot of work.
We gotta be purists.
And also, I don't know, you might put some bad juju into the environment with these.
Are you feeling the energy on those?
I'm feeling the energy. This is not gonna work. Too much work for Tory.
No, this is gonna be awesome.
Okay.
So right now I'm just gonna do like a test just to see if I can cut a wheel shape and see if we can get going on this Flintstone
I like your
vehicle.
vision.
Oh, this is gonna be so awesome.
Oh, that poor crystal.
Poor Tory. Tory, you have your work cut out for you over here. It's gonna take him years to get that going. It's gonna be there forever.
All right, so it's taken him a while. We don't have a freaking month here, and I don't know if I can find a piece of limestone that big.
I hear you, and we need to work smarter, not harder.
That's true.
I think we should consider using concrete as an analog for limestone.
That's actually a really good idea because we can mold it in whatever shape we want to. We're not gonna spend all day, shaping this thing with our hammers.
And if we do something simple like a mold, we can get to a hardness that's very similar to that of Tory's limestone.
Wheels are, what, 24 inches?
So maybe a 24 by 24 would be ideal.
Yeah.
But our Tory, ever the purist, isn't giving up without a stone-aged fight.
So I went back and watched the old Flintstones cartoons, and it turns out they had modern tools. So forget the old stuff. I'm going with modern technology. Much better.
Just in case Tory's whittling approach doesn't work out, we're preparing for Plan B.
Beautiful.
How's it look there?
Looks great.
Starting with a small-scale test to compare the strength, density, and durability of limestone and concrete.
Oh, yeah, this is perfect. All right, so one of the hardness tests that we're gonna be performing requires a really smooth surface in our concrete. I mean, smooth as silk.
Well, at this point, all we have to do is wait.
Killer.
What is that noise?
What the
heck?
What do you think?
Oh my God.
What the heck?
It's my Flintstone scooter.
I could feel that in the ground.
That's actually pretty
crazy.
sweet.
So, I just wanted to...
Those are your
These are my wheels.
Good
I just wanted to do a
job.
proof of concept, but it took way too long. So I think I'm gonna scrap the whole limestone wheels for the Flintstone car.
We might have predicted that would be the outcome
Yeah.
of your venture there. So
I was trying to be a purist.
we've got concrete in here. We're gonna just do some tests to make sure that this is gonna be similar hardness, similar weight.
Awesome.
So yeah.
Perfect.
So now that this test block of concrete is finally cured, I can actually start performing some tests, and I'm gonna start with the Mohs scale of hardness test. This is just gonna give me a good baseline of comparison.
All right, limestone is first up. This simple test, using tools scaled from 1 to 10, increasing in hardness, is used by field geologists to measure and compare the surface resistance of rocks and minerals.
Okay, very obvious to me that I'm scratching the limestone with the 4. Now I'm gonna use that exact same procedure on the concrete. This is a very definitive 4.
So the surface hardness is just about the same, but how will they compare under compression?
So the next test that I'm gonna be performing is the compressive strength of both of these materials with the Schmidt's hammer. This is actually a pretty sweet tool. I'm stoked on this one. And there's a ram inside of here that's gonna be reverberating this little piece off of our surface, and it's gonna measure the rebound strength.
That penetration resistance will tell us if either of these materials are likely to crumble under the weight of our vehicle.
All right. So I was expecting these numbers to be a little bit more different, but they're really not.
All right, our concrete mix matches a limestone perfectly and will totally give us consistent results for our full-scale test.
Look at that. Oh, my goodness.
So right now what we're doing is we're setting up for the build of our wheel. So we have construction tubes, they're cardboard tubings, one for the axle and then one for the actual wheel. I just want to check and see if this is going to be big enough. We're going to set that up, glue it to the plexiglass. Once the glue has set up, then we're going to pour concrete into the tube, which will then create our wheels. Yeah, that'll work. The axle holes are integral to the build and ultimately the Myth's outcome. If centered and aligned with the chassis, the wheels will rotate smoothly around the axle.
Nice, nice.
If they're even slightly off kilter, the wheels will skew and grind our axle to a halt. We are set.
Whoa.
Our concrete mold is ready to pour. Awesome. Oh my God, this is gonna save us a ton of headaches.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Nice, nice, nice.
Okay.
We really needed to center the axle,
you guys made it real tight. That's good. This is good. You guys are very thorough. Okay. It'll take 16 90-pound bags of concrete to fill each wheel. And once we add water, we're talking about 1,600 pounds of pressure dumped squarely on the axle hole.
Right now, we've got to be really careful with how our concrete gets in there, doesn't offset our axle. Have you guys verified that it actually hits the hole in the perfect center?
I think it's perfect.
Oh, no, it's gonna hit the top.
No, it's perfect.
Oh, it's perfect.
Yeah.
You might want to verify it's perfect before you strap it down.
No, that's good. Look.
No.
Yeah, it's a perfect
Look at the top.
Yeah, I know, but it's not going any farther.
Okay.
Look. Ta-da!
I gotta trust these guys, I guess. All right, okay, fine.
All right, that should be good. Easy.
Don't dump it on me. Yeah, we also gotta make sure that we pour it nice and slow so that
Sorry,
our axle doesn't move.
I was just trying to get it to release from the barrel. My bad. Do you want to start vibrating the concrete? It'll get rid of all the air bubbles. That's going to help the aggregate pack tight, so it's more dense and durable. All right, this may be the last pour, and then we will have our prehistoric wheel set.
Number one. I'm gonna spin it towards you.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Even distribution, I like it. Okay.
It's looking pretty spot on, Tory.
Yeah, okay. Well, that was hard, but we got the mold filled with concrete. We got our first wheel.
One down, one more to go.
Yeah. Whose idea was this?
I'm gonna wear a tarp next time.
The next stage of our build is the log chassis. We've sourced some locally fallen trees to match the specs of the original Flintmobile and provide support for our massive concrete wheels. Oh, my back! These two pieces here will be our outside chassis.
Sounds good.
Right? And that way we can keep the roundness of the log so that it'll look more like the Flintstone car. Is this the first wood car you've ever made?
Yes, it is. For some odd reason, I feel that it's gonna be much more difficult than any aluminum or steel-based vehicle I've ever built. Now we have the template done. In the eloquent words of Faye, let's yabba dabba do this.
So the Flintstone car is coming together beautifully. We have the two main pieces of the chassis shaped. Now we gotta cut holes for our axles, and then we have to put the two pieces together. I'm gonna use big
sturdy beams to connect the two because this thing has to be strong. Remember, the wheels are made of concrete. All that weight is gonna be sitting on 4 points where the axles come out of the wheels. That's a lot of weight on our axles.
That's a lot of stress.
Now, our axles are a little bit over 5 inches in diameter, so I have a 6-inch hole cutter. We're gonna drill a pilot hole, cut our hole, and then we can put our wheels on.
This could be disastrous if Tory drills a hole and we go sideways.
It's already gonna be a challenge to get this thing to move. Us screwing up is not gonna help.
No, not at all.
This stupid thing better roll, that's all I gotta say.
I hear you. I'll be so vexed if it doesn't. Something really bad happened to me not too long ago.
What?
I bought this car, and it had 50,000 miles. The paint looked great, interior was beautiful.
And what was the problem?
I found out it had 350,000 miles.
So they rolled back the odometer 300,000 miles?
Yep. And around the world, people lose millions of dollars a year to Odometer fraud.
Huh.
So I had to figure out, okay, how do they do this? So I put this contraption together, and as you see, I go forward, right?
Yeah.
And it's counting, it's going upwards, yeah?
Right.
But I go backwards.
It's not going in reverse.
It's not, so
No.
how did they do it?
I don't know. What do you think? I don't think
it's possible.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we get a bunch of different cars, put them in reverse, let them run, and see if the odometer rolls back?
That may be a good myth, actually. Can we turn back miles by going in reverse on a car?
Well, here's a classic myth. Want to shave some miles off your car? Simple. Drive it in reverse.
I mean, it's so much in our culture that it was in the movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where they had a bunch of miles on their car and they thought, let's put it in reverse and we'll get those miles back.
It's a classic caper, but we chose not to buy the clip. And Ferris Bueller's Payoff covered the cost of an 80s Caddy with mechanical odometer and a Honda Hybrid with digital readout.
This 85 vehicle here and this newer 2011 Hybrid, I think we should jack it up, get the drive wheels off the floor, drive it in reverse.
We'll put a brick on the gas pedal and let them run?
Oh, no, I don't want to do the brick thing.
I think that's a great idea. All right, so we have all the odometers recorded. I say we just start up the cars, put them in reverse, let them run.
How long are you thinking?
Half hour.
Sounds good.
All right, are we sure that these are front-wheel drive?
We'll find out in a second, won't we? That's hauling. That thing is fast. I'm going into CRZ.
Cool. All right, let's start a timer.
Yes.
Half hour. All right.
I'm curious about the Cadillac. Oh,
wait a minute. It's going
it's counting
forward.
upwards.
Even in reverse.
That's crazy.
The numbers are going up.
That's pretty clever, though.
That is.
That's smart of the manufacturer to do that. So no matter what you do, it's actually covering distance.
Yeah, even if you're
forward
going
or backwards,
it's
covering.
It's clocking. All right, how's this one doing?
It's going upwards. Yeah.
Okay.
It's going up.
All right.
Same thing. So these modern cars,
they figured out how not to cheat the odometer.
So it's actually, whether it's going forward or backwards, it's increasing mileage on the car.
Right. If you were trying to shave miles off your odometer, the modern day cars are not going to allow you to do that.
Yes, sir.
Yep, it's pretty clear. Based on the comparative tests between an 80s analog system and a 2011 digital odometer, driving a modern car in reverse won't wind the clock back. So Tory and Bisi are going to look for older vehicles that might be reverse-winding clock contenders.
Well, Bisi, I mean, I guess the good news is odometer fraud is a lot harder to do than you would think. You can't just throw the car into reverse and start shaving miles off your odometer.
But fraudsters are still finding ways to wind back odometers. What a shame. Not to mention highly illegal. You know, Every day, millions of people drive their cars, and they look at their gauges, they see the speedometer, the odometer go up.
Right.
And they have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. So this is a perfect representation.
So we've broken
what's
down.
in the car.
And this is a transmission out of an old van.
That is correct.
All right, and so now right here, this is the cable that's connected to the odometer.
Yes, and there's a reed wire that goes all the way to the odometer.
Yeah.
And as it spins some assemblies inside the gauge cluster as well.
So as this is rotating, it's actually spinning this cable, and that's turning our odometer.
Yes, it does.
You know what is shocking to me is the fact that they're using plastic gears to spin that cable.
You know, forces are not exerted on those gears, and it's much more cost-effective for the manufacturers to use such components.
Yeah, I just feel like something as important as knowing the miles on your engine. A gear like that, I feel like if it, broke a tooth, now you're gonna start skipping miles.
It's really robust, but tell you what, when I build your car, I'll use titanium. How's that?
I feel better already. All right, go ahead and hit the gas.
Allow me to demonstrate.
Hit the accelerator.
Sounds good. The gas.
All right, so that's the transmission is just spinning, and that's spinning this gear, and inside here there's a cable that's spinning and attached to the odometer.
Yeah, you see the miles moving up.
All right, well, why don't we see if we can actually break into an odometer and roll back the numbers?
Remember these words, folks. It's illegal to roll back your odometer.
So there's basically two types of odometers, digital and mechanical.
I want to explore the electrical side of things.
Okay, and I'll look at the mechanical.
Sounds good.
So what I have right here is a mechanical odometer from the 1980s. And I have the cable attached to a drill just so you could see the mileage increase. Now, as I'm spinning the cable, it's recording those miles. Now, the top part, that is the trip mileage. Down at the bottom is the mileage of the overall life of the engine. So right now, I have 322 miles on this odometer. So what I'm gonna do is see if I can open this up and figure out a way to roll that 322 miles back to zero. I mean, obviously, you're probably thinking, why don't you just put it in reverse and make it go backwards? Well, if I do that, you can see what's happening here. That little lever, as it's rolling forward, it's pushing this gear forward. But when you go in reverse, that arm lifts up. It uses a gear-free wheeling ratchet that rotates and spins the counter up when going forwards and idles when going backwards, just like a bike does. Pedal going forward, freewheel when not pedaling. One other thing you can look for to know if your odometer has been tampered with is if you pop this gear off, the numbers will never line up completely. All right, as you can see, I've got it back to zero. Now I'm just gonna put the odometer back together and see if we can detect whether or not I've been tampering with this. Now that it's back together, let's just do a test.
So while Tory is investigating the mechanical odometer, I'm going to use this specialty tool to look at how easy or challenging it would be to modify a digital dash display. How does a digital odometer work? In place of a mechanical drive cable, a magnetic sensor tracks the number of gear turns in the transmission. Then it is conducted by wires to the onboard car computer, which interprets and converts the information into a mileage count. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to change the mileage on this vehicle. This tool is actually a professional tool that allows for odometer calibration in the event that you may have an odometer that went out and you need to correct it, or you had a vehicle that had a discrepancy and you want to get it back to the original format. What's interesting is that this particular device only allows for kilometer measurement. So I'm going to convert my mileage to kilometers and have the opportunity to put this back when I'm done. So we're now at 106,264 miles. Let's knock off a good 30,000 off this. So 70,000 miles. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this in. There we go. Enter. There's a bunch of checkered lights coming on, some flashing of the dash itself, and now it says my adjustment is complete. And look, it gave me 69,615 miles, so it's slightly off. So now let's put it back to its original mileage. Okay. This is a professional device. Not everyone can get access to it, but where there's a will, there's a way, because unscrupulous characters can actually change your mileage. So what could we do to prevent you from getting a vehicle that has been tampered with? Well, vehicle history reports are one good place because every time a vehicle is serviced or registered, that number is put into the system. Wear items like the pedals. Do you have a low mileage car that shouldn't have any pedal wear whatsoever, but the pedals look like it's been stomped on for hours and hours and hours? That's a dead giveaway. The headliner, are there rips and tears there? How easy is it to bring down the visor? It doesn't have that nice tautness to it. Check the manufacturer date on the tires. Does it match the mileage of the car, or have the tires already been replaced when the car has very low mileage? There's so many ways to look at that. And yeah, protect yourself.
So how did your experience go with the digital odometer?
Tell me about yours first.
Oh, man. So it was unsettling how easy it was to pull this thing apart. And then I was actually able to roll it back to zero. And I put it back together and I thought, this is like too simple. I mean, we're basically showing people how to change an odometer. However, watch what happens after I put it all back together.
Tory is going up in 1,000 miles, not 1 mile.
Exactly. So this was a little comforting to realize that, you know, it's not that easy to break into a mechanical odometer and change the number. So this did give me a little bit of comfort.
Well, in my experiment, with the correct tool, it was frighteningly easy.
Really?
You just plugged it in.
That's not good.
Selected some menus, put in the mileage you want, and presto. Unfortunately, it seems there aren't really any cars with tamper-proof digital odometers.
And that was it?
That was it.
Oh, that's terrifying.
It is. So it's important for consumers to do due diligence and look around the vehicle. Look at more than just the mileage to determine the age of their car.
But this myth's not quite done and dusted. Remember the '86 Cadillac on blocks? In the '80s, cars would only wind their odometer forward, as Tory has found where a ratchet system prevented the clock from getting wound back.
I can't believe the producer's letting us drive his car. Backwards, no less. I guess you want to drive.
Yes, I do.
All right, let's go. It's like some 70s cop show. Hit it. There's a crime in progress. Oh. Feel that rumble?
Yes.
Yeah. He's very concerned about us. We'll be fine. Don't worry.
I don't need a guide to get out of a garage.
Bisi drives backwards all the time.
Yep.
He's super protective of his car. You look nervous.
Go easy on her. She's old. And, you know, there's parts that, you know, might break because she's old. So let's take it real nice and easy, okay, guys?
Of course.
What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing at all.
We're driving backwards. How fast are we gonna be able to go?
Well, you'd be surprised in this old butte.
All right.
I'm gonna take off. He's talking too much.
Look at him, he's so concerned. All right, you ready to see if this thing rolls back? I mean, I can't, I'm having a hard time believing that.
Well, we'll find out now. There we go. You ready?
Okay. All right.
Go.
So right now, we are at 96,486.9 miles.
Barely broken in.
I mean, this could work, but I mean, what a pain in the butt.
I know. Is it even worth doing this?
This would be
for miles and miles and miles.
This would be so annoying.
The amount of money we're gonna spend on fuel doing this
right.
with this V8. It won't even be worth
No.
the advantage of the price. Oh, that sounds good. Oh, it moved back.
Right now we are at...
Oh, it's moving quite a bit.
Like, how many times have we gone around this block?
Quite a bit.
Yeah, this is not...
It is done an efficient way.
Well, let's see. We've been driving, I would say, about 15 minutes.
And we probably consumed 8 gallons of fuel doing it.
Yeah, this does not seem like the most efficient way to get miles off your vehicle.
Not at all.
We didn't hit anything.
Yeah, she's in good hands.
Everything went well.
Yeah?
She runs like a grizzly bear.
Yeah.
Smells like one, too.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Everything's fine?
Yeah, and it's actually, we've shaved a couple of miles off your odometer.
Yeah.
So these pre-70s old-timers will wind the clock back in reverse. In the GTO, the fixed gear system with no free will cassette means the odometer is mechanically connected directly to the drive shaft. Reverse and 1 mile traveled means 1 mile off the clock. And then that cable drive was universally replaced by the 80s. Electromagnetic sensors count each drive shaft rotation as additional mileage. Forward or back, the miles go up. All right, BC, when we drove that GTO in reverse, we were actually able to shave miles off the engine. So, how are we gonna call this myth?
Well, we did test vehicles from the 80s and then 2000s, and it seems like going backwards didn't make the numbers go down. It's painfully obvious that manufacturers went out of their way to make odometers a lot more sophisticated.
All right, so cars made after the 80s, it's not gonna work so much.
However, old school cars from the 60s, like the GTO, can. So I think we're gonna have to call this one plausible.
I agree. Plausible it is.
Sounds good to me.
While Bisi and Tory get the chassis in shape, I'm turning my attention to the mechanics we need to get this thing rolling once it's all assembled.
I still foresee a problem with the axle setup. Now, so on a typical car, you have like an axle that goes into a hub. What's in the hub? A frickin' bearing. A low rolling resistance bearing that allows the car to move forward smoothly without causing excessive friction and heat. We've got a problematic situation here, which is like the wood on the concrete. So I've got to come up with a solution for that. You know, ancient peoples have been using leather for quite some time, and in place of our wheel bearing grease, I've got some lard. All right. The way that I'm installing this is with the nice, smooth, chamfered surface, so that as the wheel rolls forward around the axle, it's just gonna smoothly go over that lip. That's the hope, at least. Now for the moment you've all been waiting for, the lard. Oh, I actually think this is gonna work awesome, now that I'm feeling it. Oh, wow, I actually think that's making a difference. Well, let's see, I haven't put the bearings in the other one yet, so side-by-side comparison. Oh, a lot of friction going on.
Wow.
Bisi, what are you doing?
You know,
what are you doing?
I'm experimenting to see what Fred did, if I can mimic that.
I came out here, I see Bisi, he's like taking his shoes off, and I'm like, what the heck is this guy thinking? But he brings up a really good point. Fred Flintstone wasn't wearing any shoes. So for us to actually get this to work, we have to do this bare feet. Try leaning forward a little bit, you might get a little bit more leverage.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, there you go. No, that's good.
I didn't get much up to speed, didn't have good adhesion to the tarmac.
And they just went,
yeah, just like,
yeah.
But I don't have much traction.
Okay. You know what we should also test? There's a braking system.
No, stop,
Okay,
stop.
brake.
No, I'm not, ow, no, No, I absolutely refused to use my bare foot to stop. He must have had calluses this thick, but with this, with the toe shoes, see?
Look at that, you feel it better.
Traction.
Look, I like his approach. He used those little weird toe shoes.
And with a little help from Tory's push start, not only was I able to get up to speed, I can see that we need a solid leverage point to help overcome the rolling resistance. And brake.
All right, brake.
I was able to stop properly.
Hey!
That wasn't bad.
That worked better than I thought it was.
This is the way to go. This is much better than going barefoot. I'm definitely not doing that again.
Yeah. You know what, though? I was watching the cartoons, and it got me inspired.
Oh.
I got an idea for myself.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Fred's feet are ridiculously large, and I think that could be the secret power we need to drive the Flintmobile. So I got some clay. I'm gonna sculpt a foot, make a mold, pour it in rubber, and then I'll have some ridiculous Fred Flintstone feet. This is gonna be hilarious. By molding a pair of feet to match the girth of Fred's, I'm increasing the surface area. Yeah, I'm gonna have the worst case of bunions, but I'm hoping to increase traction for acceleration and braking. I've been sculpting since I was a kid. And then, you know, when I was working in special effects, we did a lot of sculpting in clay, making molds for body parts. And I did a little research, watched some of the cartoon, and it turns out Fred only has 3 toes on his feet. So I don't know if that was like some evolutionary thing, or maybe the cartoonists were just lazy and only wanted to draw 3 toes instead of 5. So it's been an hour since I've poured the foam. It's the moment of truth. Let's see how our Flintstone foot turned out. Oh, yeah. Oh. And there you have it, a Flintstone foot. I got so much foot power right now. 1 down, 1 to go.
Take it nice and slow.
Now it's time for final assembly before the Flintstones car can make its debut on the street.
Keep going, keep going. Right there.
These concrete wheels must stay in the molded tubing for protection until our maiden voyage.
Look at this for a second.
It's awesome.
It's coming together.
Oh, my goodness.
But the chassis and the axles need to be pre-assembled and the wheels aligned.
In the cartoon, it looks like it has like 2 rows of seats.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
the back
they carry
row
people.
and the front row.
Yeah, it was a prehistoric sedan.
In the cartoon, the illustrators occasionally adjusted the car to suit a scene. It could be a 2-seater, or sometimes it carried 6 passengers and a dinosaur. For our test, we'll all sit up front to maximize the available foot power. Then we're gonna have a steering wheel and a dash, so we'll have something to push off on, right?
Oh.
I think we need to go a little more further back.
Yeah, let's try it.
Oh.
All right, ready?
Yes.
Yep.
Set, go.
Oh, that's better. Oh, yeah. This is goat rawhide.
It's almost like tape creating that nice
Yeah, that's
bond.
pretty good.
I keep worrying about, like, the angles need to be perfect. The symmetry needs to be perfect. No, it doesn't. It's a Flintstone car.
There weren't any steering or electrical components to house way back in 10,000 BC.
And although we're only testing the car's ability to run in a straight line, our dashboard still has an important job. Now, it's not just aesthetic. This one actually has to be structurally strong because we're gonna be pushing all of our force on it to get the car moving. If this thing's weak, this thing could just break forward, and we're not going anywhere.
Okay, get over here.
This epic challenge has been centuries in the making.
Nice.
A classic cartoon caper.
That's good.
From Tory's childhood visit to that creepy amusement park to this, a full-scale 2-ton Flintstones car with working wooden axles and burlap sunshade.
Childhood memories are just flooding in right now. So let's cut the cardboard tubes off.
Yes.
Is the Flintmobile a plausible possibility or a glorified prop?
Ooh, here it is in its glory.
Tory, it looks amazing. Look at this thing.
We did it.
I
We
know.
did it.
Well, we can't forget this.
Oh, that looks good.
Oh,
Beautiful.
yeah.
Well done.
I like it.
You guys, this is just, like, it turned out way better than I imagined.
Faye, the canopy is wonderful.
Oh, thanks.
And your little rear window, I mean, it matches the cartoon perfectly.
All right, so we actually gonna put this thing to the test?
Yeah.
Before we do drive it, we have a surprise.
Yeah, it might make it easier for us to get this thing moving. What do you think?
Are those to scale?
Pretty much. After watching him experiment with those ridiculous shoes, it gave me inspiration. I thought, hey, what if I made actual giant Flintstone feet? It would give us more surface area and maybe help us move this vehicle. Who wants to drive?
Well, you can drive since this was your childhood dream.
Yeah, thank you.
For myth part 1, the guys will attempt to overcome the friction and inertia of that 2-ton Stone-aged vehicle using foot power.
All right, you guys ready to test this? I'm gonna count it down. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh my God.
Okay, now do I say I told you so?
Maybe let's rock it. Let's see if we can get momentum going. Okay. 2.
We're moving.
We'll be at,
okay.
Oh, look at it, it's working.
Oh, it's moving.
We'll be at work in no time.
I get my butt up the seat.
Cramping up.
All right, let's try standing.
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
Yep, okay. Now we're up to speed.
All right, ready, sit. Look at it, it's perfect. Oh my God, it's amazing.
Oh no.
Oh no, my big feet are getting in the way.
Oh my goodness.
Stupid feet.
We have to do momentum. Let's try
That's a good workout.
Maybe the cavemen were in much better shape. I'm gonna swap out these big, ridiculous feet because they're literally just getting caught up in the wheel works. You know what we need is like the U.S. bobsledding team to help us push this. 3, 2, 1.
What's up?
We got this. We need a downhill road.
Yeah, we do.
It'd be so much easier if we were going downhill.
You know, this is not an efficient means of transportation at all.
This is not an efficient means of transportation.
But it's a great form of exercise. By the time we get to work, we'll be ripped.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right, let's coast. Isn't that nice?
Oh, I feel that.
A few seconds of coasting.
Oh,
that was heaven.
Faye, do you feel that burn? My legs
Yes,
are...
my quads.
Yeah.
They feel like they're on fire.
Okay.
We should have picked a better route to work.
We should have chosen one that was all downhill.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. So, what do you think?
Well, I think...
we did cover some good distance.
Yeah, and I feel like we have proven that you can get it started just by feet and stopping it just by feet, but we didn't come anywhere near like road speeds.
I couldn't drive this to the office.
Yeah. What do you think, Faye? You still doubting this vehicle?
Is that really a question right now?
If we were to get it up to speed, would this vehicle even hold together?
Oh my God. Faye, he has that look in his eyes again.
You bet I do, Bisi. Time to test the second part of the myth. Let's see if this beast holds together at bedrock highway speeds. Once we have this hooked up, we'll back a truck up, hook that up, and then we're going for a ride.
Fred's a pretty big cartoon dude. I figure he can get to a max running speed of, let's say, at least 25 miles an hour.
That's a lot of friction for our leather and lard bearings. I hope they hold up.
All right, say hello to our cave busters. Since this is too dangerous for us to ride in, we're gonna have our busters driving. This just got like 100% weirder.
There!
We good? All right, so we have our towing hitch attached to our Flintstone car. We're gonna drive down the road and see if this vehicle will even hold up under those types of speeds.
I'm smiling because I think the undulations in the road are gonna destroy this thing, but we'll see what happens. We'll see.
Do we place bets?
I'm cautiously optimistic.
Okay, everybody, let's just take a moment and just realize this is an historic moment. This is the first time this car has ever driven like this in 30,000 years. She's holding together. What speed are we at?
7 miles an hour.
We're looking good.
Look at
10 miles an hour.
It's like throwing up debris.
Yeah! This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
15.
What's that back wheel?
This thing's bouncing around like crazy.
It's so apart. Look at the wheels.
Slow down, slow down. Let's stop and take a look at what happened. So, this thing was bouncing around.
Okay.
What did you get up
15.
to? 15.
Oh, we lost our backseat driver.
Oh.
That's the problem.
Maybe that's what happened.
That was the
Because
problem.
this thing was bouncing around like
yeah, because we lost one of our busters.
So our backseat driver got dislodged and got actually stuck underneath the back wheel. And that's when the back end of the car started bouncing. So we're gonna remove him and go for another test. It's working!
This is it. We're going for the running road speed of 25 miles per hour, just like Fred in the cartoon.
All right, Bisi. How fast you going?
5 miles an hour. 10 miles an hour.
Oh my God, look at the back axles.
Yeah, it's... Oh, the pin's about to come out. The pin's about to come out on this side.
17 miles an hour.
Little pieces of debris are coming off the wheel. What did we get to?
It was too much.
All right, why don't you go ahead and stop it? We'll take a look. Giant chunks of concrete were coming off the back of the wheel.
I saw that, and that's why I pulled back a bit. I had to stop because I felt immediate instability and...
That pin flew off.
Oh my God!
No.
We split the wheel.
Oh my God.
No wonder.
That's awesome. This makes me so happy. What did we get up to?
18 miles an hour.
And all you need is a straight commute to work.
Yeah, you're good
good to go. That was so much fun. I can't believe we built the Flintstone car, and it was better than the one I saw when I was a kid in Arizona.
Yeah, this was no prop.
No one's as surprised as I am. I did not expect that thing to roll at all.
And your bearings, they work perfectly.
So what do we think?
Well, I feel like the first part of this myth is plausible. We were able to start it with our feet and stop it, and we got the vehicle to roll.
Yes, I agree. However, the second part is totally busted. There's no way that it's practical to run this thing on the highway.
I agree. When we got that thing up to speed, it pretty much self-destructed.
Yeah, that was awesome. I don't know about you guys, though. This was a childhood dream come true.
Would you say? Yeah, but Devin did it.
Oh.
You win.
Oh, the feet of shame.
On this episode of Motor MythBusters,
Hey, it sounds cooler.
Yeah.
can a turbocharger
Oh, boy.
I hear that turbo working.
make a hybrid more fuel efficient?
3, 2, 1.
You gotta wait till we say go.
And a brake line test
This is starting to feel like a bad idea.
that goes down to the wire.
Oh, shoot.
Meet the team.
We'll be at work in no time. This might be the miracle coolant that everybody's been searching for.
With the mechanical expertise
My main concern is structural integrity. I think this is gonna work.
to test all things automotive.
That was beautiful.
The more air we push through, the more fuel siphon out. And boom!
Boom! This is Motor MythBusters.
This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Where science meets the streets.
Did you buy another car?
Of course. It's a disease, but I love it.
What is this for?
I brought this beautiful hybrid in to put a turbo system on it.
Oh my God.
What is the point of putting a turbo on a hybrid?
I've been searching the web, and I found out that some people have claimed that putting a turbocharger on a hybrid can improve fuel economy.
That's the myth.
Yes.
More fuel efficient?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I love putting turbochargers on things because it makes me go fast, but the fact that we may be able to improve efficiency, I'm really curious. Manufacturers do it all the time. So I said, you know what? Let's try it here, see what happens.
And then maybe we could do a couple of different tests. We'll run the car as it is, just stock hybrid. We'll measure the fuel, how much fuel was consumed, and then you can put your turbo in, and then we'll measure it again and see which one's more fuel efficient.
Strong baseline for this beast.
Yeah, and we can build some kind of a fuel cell that we can pull out and measure, so we can see exactly which one is more fuel efficient.
I like it.
I like this too.
How do you like the look of this car?
It's pretty crappy. It's like they tried to make this better.
We're gonna hot rod this thing. I may even have the turbo come out the hood.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be the ultimate hot rod hybrid. That's what I want.
Do you think anything to do with hot rods when you looked at this thing?
It's a different hybrid from most manufacturers, what they would do. This is a 2011 hybrid. So this technology has been around for quite a while. It has an electric motor sandwiched between the engine and transmission. This system automatically switches back and forth from gas and electric. It can turn on at any moment when it's charged, but will usually activate if there are undulations in the road. It has a DC battery pack in the rear, which adds power during acceleration or climbing hills. But during easy cruising, the engine powers the car. When the vehicle is decelerating or braking, the electric motor becomes a generator and converts the kinetic energy into electricity and uses it to recharge the battery pack. So it acts as an absorption unit, as a generator, as a starter.
Yeah.
Listen to this. Check this out. Listening?
Ooh.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah.
So
That
it's
is
once
just
again using
screaming
technology.
hot rod,
That
Bisi.
is
I
so-
don't know.
yeah.
That's like,
It doesn't-
Just got my blood pumping. All right,
we're gonna need to do something major to this.
Yeah, so I want to see what we can do to spruce it up a little bit and also make it more efficient.
The team is going to test the myth that adding a turbo to a hybrid engine will make it more fuel efficient. Will this modification give it better mileage, or will the extra boost turn it into a gas guzzler?
All right, I'm just gonna start pulling out this plastic
sounds
and
good.
seeing what we're working with.
Faye and I are removing some components so we can access the car's stock fuel tank.
There it is.
Okay.
Nice. Oop, get that gasket.
Thank you.
There we go.
All right, we've got the stock fuel pump removed, so now we're gonna fit it into an aftermarket fuel cell.
So we're going to cut a hole in this that's similar to this.
Yes.
This is gonna be pretty easy.
So the reason why we're going with an external fuel cell is so that we can easily take it in and out of the car, because we're gonna be measuring our fuel consumption by weighing the gas before and after our tests. We need to modify the fuel cell to fit the stock fuel pump so we can still talk to the car's computer and not give us any issues when we put it back in the car.
Okay.
That looks
Is
beautiful.
that a good circle?
Oh, that is a
Okay.
perfect circle.
We are gluing this down with some high-strength epoxy so that fuel and fuel vapors do not escape.
I love it.
It looks just like factory, and now we can use the same fittings for the feed and for our evaporator function. So to allow us to have accuracy with our own experiment, what we're going to do is use the weight of fuel as our means of measurement. So we need to weigh the modified fuel cell without any gasoline. Wow.
10.5
pounds. Yeah. This fuel cell will hold 8 gallons. And the weight of the gas we're using is 6 pounds per gallon. So if we filled it up, it would weigh 48 pounds. But we don't need that much gas for our tests. How many pounds would you like to use for our experiment?
Probably like a nice round number.
I like that.
Like, it's easy to remember every single time and they're not like, 18.67523.
Sounds good.
But I mean, we could use any number, like 20, 25, 30, something like that. 30
so
pounds.
30 pounds it is.
Okay, well,
nice round number, including the weight of our cell.
Yeah. 30.
We're ready to throw this thing in our hybrid, connect everything, and get this thing started. Faye looks good.
It really does. It does look really good.
This looks pretty good. I'm excited because I've never done this before.
This is weird. I mean, why put a fuel cell in like a hybrid?
This is cool.
No, it is cool. It's cool. It's a fuel cell. It's cool. I agree. It's cool. All right, so we're going to be taking a measurement of the weight of this vehicle with our full fuel tank, just to get a good baseline.
What is the weight?
2,518 pounds.
Not bad. Time to get on the dyno.
Yeah.
Before we take the hybrid out on the road, this is our control test. To see how much fuel it's gonna burn, we wanna get a baseline of its miles per gallon on the dyno.
Lower and low red.
We've decided to set the cruise control at 45 miles per hour and travel 14 miles, because at that speed and distance, it will allow for enough fuel to be consumed to see any obvious changes in the fuel economy. All right, we are off on our trip to nowhere.
Okay, guys, 14 miles.
All right, let's check the fuel consumption.
So initially, we started with a 30-pound tank. So I'm curious to how much weight we have now. Oh, 27.4.
Oh.
We consume 0.43 gallons. And since we traveled 14 miles, that is 32.3 miles per gallon.
Oh.
But that is a terrible amount of mileage for a hybrid. Is it because we're on the dyno that it's not kicking into the hybrid
You're
mode?
absolutely correct. I did not initiate the electric motor whatsoever. This is purely on petrol.
Right.
And for a petrol setup, that's not bad at all.
For 1.5 liters of Fury, yeah.
Yes. But guess what? Speaking of Fury, we need to take this on the road.
Maybe we should do two different kinds of roads. We'll do a flat, straightway.
Yes.
And then maybe take it into, like, hills.
Oh, something
maybe,
mountainous.
Maybe we go up to the mountains.
That'd be great.
What do you think? Do you love this spot?
It's beautiful. Good choice.
Yep.
24.4.
And we're just gonna take it up to 30 pounds.
That is correct. Wow, you're good.
Yeah,
That's good.
Look at that. We're gonna put it back in the car, drive for 14 miles, come back, measure it again, see how much fuel we burned.
And they're off. This scenic flat road means this little 1.5-liter engine doesn't have to work hard to maintain a cruising speed of 45 miles an hour.
I don't know, it feels a little bit lighter.
Ooh,
28.1!
Oh my God, I'm gonna do some calculations.
I'm gonna say we did 45 miles per gallon.
Okay, so 1.88 is what we say in pounds.
Yep.
And we know we have 6 pounds per gallon. So that being said, divided by 6, 0.313 gallons is what we consumed. So, and we covered 14 miles. 14 divided by 0.31333 recurring. That's not bad. You're close.
I almost called it. 44.7 miles per gallon. But on the dyno, I think we did 32.3.
Yeah, it was pretty low.
Yeah.
But it makes sense. Think about it. On the dyno, we didn't have the electric motor come in at all.
Yeah.
Here we had many opportunities for the electric motor to help us assist with the petrol engine.
Yeah.
And we had momentum. So this is really good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put it back together.
All right, let's.
And then we'll head to the mountains and do the same thing all over again.
Sounds good. This is perfect, Bisi.
Yes, it is.
We got hills, we got windy roads.
Yep, another idyllic test run location. And with the fuel cell refilled to 30 pounds, they'll run the car 7 miles down.
What's interesting now is as we're going down here slightly, we're charging up our hybrid batteries. I don't know, this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be a tough one.
And 7 miles back up while maintaining the speed of 45 miles per hour.
Oh my God, this hybrid does not like this combination of elevation and hills.
We are back. How much fuel do we burn?
Wow.
27.5.
That's 2.5 pounds we
that we've
consumed.
consumed. Here it is, the moment of truth. How many miles per gallon?
33.59. So now we have a baseline for a level road. We have a baseline for a hilly area.
Yep.
I think we need to go back to the shop, slap a turbo system on this thing, and do it again.
Let's slap
I can't wait.
on this. All right, now it's time to turbocharge?
You see, I just popped the hood already.
Oh.
For a reason.
All right, so what are we gonna do here?
Everything is factory here, so first course of action is to get rid of all this stuff, all the induction, get rid of the exhaust system, the bumper, because we're gonna have to put the intercooler in the front. And I'm thinking about, since it's gonna be a hot rod hybrid, placing the turbo right here.
Okay.
I found the perfect size that can allow us to have a nice boost, even probably double the power on this.
I could just see the excitement in your eyes right now. Like putting a turbo on a hybrid, like is this like the best day of your life?
I would put a turbo on a bicycle if I could.
Before we install the turbocharging system, we have to pull the engine apart just a little bit and figure out where we want to position and mount the turbo, wastegate, intercooler, and piping.
It's good, isn't it? So what do you think, Tory? Like right here. It's good, right?
Yep, I love it.
Tory and I took apart the whole front end on this hybrid, and now comes the hard work. I would love for this to come a little bit high here, just a little bit.
Okay.
I need the help of our lead builder, Rose, to fabricate some tubing from the exhaust to the turbo and from the turbo to the intercooler. So to take full advantage of this, we can use a very small pipe and go straight to the manifold of the turbine. And I have a flange for you here, and I have a flange for you here.
Yeah, this is like the turbocharger's dream.
It is. It's like a very compact log manifold. It's perfect.
So here's our issue. Oval and a circle. It's not quite round peg, square hole. So this has to be put in the vise and the press and forced into an oval shape. You can see that we get pretty close within just a little bit of modification here in the vise for one side. Here it is. Now we've squished it into this shape. No worse for wear. And there's the flange all the way around. 4 cylinders into one 3-inch tube. It's beautiful. All right, let's snake it back in.
Oh my God, it's gorgeous. Smashing job.
Thank you.
The turbo is in position, but now we need to come up with a creative way to snake the tubing to the intercooler. Oh, that went in so nicely.
It's gonna maybe take 2 pies in this area to get there. I guess let's just start with a slice here.
So right now, Rose is doing something very special. She's creating pie cuts into the aluminum tubing to give us a tight radius to go from the turbocharger into the intercooler. Oh, look at that, it's perfect. Look at that. The exhaust rods fabricated between the turbo and intercooler fits perfectly. Just a few more adjustments and then we're this close to the very first startup. Okay. Look at that.
Beautiful.
So we're gonna see some of this.
Do we see smoke coming out of the engine
yes.
like that?
Well, only because we put some wrap around the manifold.
Oh, so
it doesn't burn off.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I am so excited. Everything is looking really good. Initial startup, car starts up very nicely, sounds good, idling beautifully. The great thing now is I get to put everything back on the vehicle, tidy everything up. So excited. This is good. This is really, really, really good.
I'll tell you what, just adding the turbo alone has made this hybrid a million times cooler looking.
Well, thank you. Not only does it look cool, it sounds really good too.
All right, well, I guess the question is it gonna be fuel efficient?
Yes, but before we do that, maybe we should weigh it and see what it weighs compared to before.
Okay. All right, the car's on the scale.
Yes.
So before it was 2518, it's literally the same exact weight as before. But that makes sense. I mean, we pulled parts off and then you added parts. I mean, it's just amazing that we hit the exact same weight.
It really is. Now it's time for the dyno. I want to tune the engine as well as find out how much performance we gained with the turbo compared to the stock engine. Looking at the dyno numbers, the stock engine torque was 89.10 pound-foot to the wheels. And with the turbo jumped up to 127.43. So the torque increased by 38.33 to the wheels. The stock wheel horsepower was 84.87, but with the turbo, it jumped up to 133.58. So we got 48.71 more horsepower to the ground. That's over 50%.
Now that Bisi has tuned the engine, we're gonna do another quick test on the dyno and see what data we get with the turbo installed. Once again, because it's on the dyno, the electric motor will not automatically engage. So this will only be testing the combustion engine. My guess is we're probably gonna be burning a lot more fuel. All right, 14 miles, here we go. That turbo. There we go. All right, we made it. Did the turbo make it more fuel efficient or less?
Okay, 6 pounds a gallon.
Yeah.
And we consumed 2.3, so we got 36.5 miles per gallon.
And the last time we got?
32.3. So we improved our gas mileage.
By 4 miles. I'm actually really surprised. I thought adding the turbo, we were gonna burn a lot more fuel, but we actually consumed 0.3 pounds less.
That is correct, but in a lab setting or in our cathedral, could be one thing. The real world would dictate what can actually happen. So I'm gonna pull this off the dyno.
All right, then
Let's head on the field.
We'll take a road trip.
Test.
I love
Let's
it.
see what happens.
Road trip.
Tory, I love minivans. I mean, it's comfortable, spacious, I can modify them.
They're just not as cool as they used to be. I mean, back in the 70s, they had such cool vans. They had like wall-to-wall carpet. They had like swivel chairs inside.
Right.
You could have a bed in the back.
It looks like I love newer vans, you love old school vans. We both love vans.
Oh, you know what? Do you remember that movie Strange Brew?
Of course I do. That thing is a classic.
In the movie, the bad guys tamper with the brake lines, and he says specifically, I've made it so that these guys will have 2 stops, but then the 3rd time will be no brakes.
Oh my goodness. So I don't know if that's even possible.
That's what I'm wondering. What if we tested that?
That sounds really good.
Because in my mind, I'm thinking once you crack the lines, you don't have brakes anymore.
I think so too. So maybe there's a way we can modulate it to some extent. I don't know. But I'm down to test this.
All right, I'm hungry. Let's get some tacos.
It's a cult classic from the 80s. Strange Brew takes the familiar movie trope that cutting brake lines causes catastrophe and gives it a little twist, literally. The myth is a calibrated slow leak will sabotage the brake system so precisely you get 2 stops. But the hydraulics are compromised enough so by the time you need to brake again, well, it turns out that the 3rd one was kind of necessary.
And how's this for a set of wheels? A classic 70s van. Perfect for testing this myth. We need to find out what that PSI number is that will no longer stop this van. All brake systems operate by hydraulic pressure, or PSI, in the brake lines. So when you apply the brakes, it increases the pressure, forcing fluids in the brake line to squeeze the brake pads and bring the vehicle to a stop. So Bisi has been setting up our brake lines with some sensors.
Yes, I took the liberty of rigging up something very clever where we're monitoring all the brake pressure in our entire system. And what it does for us is I have this great logging dash that could show us minimum, real time, average, and peak.
That's perfect. All we need to do is find that number of PSI that will no longer stop this van.
And that data I will have for you.
You ready for a crazy ride?
I'm ready.
How will we determine the brake pressure point when the brakes fail? All right. You ready? I'm scared of this van. We'll keep gently squeezing the brake pedal to see how high the pressure, measured in PSI, has to reach before the brakes start to work. Okay, you ready, Bisi?
I'm ready. Just give us 40 PSI and see what happens.
Oh, okay. That didn't stop it.
Even 50 doesn't stop it.
Yeah. 80 doesn't stop it. Like, let's get up to speed. All right, here we go. Whoa.
Wow.
That is not stopping.
And we got as high as 208 PSI. I think that's our magic number.
That's incredible, 208 PSI, and it's still not bringing the van to a stop.
Absolutely.
So we found our magic number, 208 PSI. Only at that number or above will the brakes work enough to stop the van.
So I think we should build a rig, maybe on a table that had all the components of a braking system.
That we can play around with.
Right, and then cut or crack open certain parts of that system and see what we can do
to get to the magic number.
To get to that magic number after 2 hard pumps.
All right, I love it.
Now, this front one right here, this is the brake caliper, which contains the brake pads, which induces friction to help us stop the car.
So when we're pressing on the pedal, we're actually pushing those fluids, and that fluid is pushing those calipers together.
Absolutely.
Giving us stopping power.
Yes.
Let's talk about the metering system, because we want to know exactly how much pressure we have in each of our brake lines.
Yes, so this is a high-pressure sensor, and the sensor will, in real time, tell us what pressures we have throughout. And we'll place that sensor in the van when we go full scale so that we can monitor the pressure we're getting when we apply the brakes.
Now that we have meters, we can dial in the pressure and see if we can recreate what we saw in the movie where they press the brakes twice and then the next time they had no braking power.
Absolutely.
Now we're not going to have to replace the line every time. We just have to loosen up the connectors.
Good point. So why don't you hop on in and then you'll pump and we'll look at the pressures real time. Yeah, let's put your lines to the test. First, Tory, we're gonna do a baseline reading.
Are you ready?
I am ready. Okay, just give me a regular brake that you have.
This is if I'm coming to a slow stop.
Okay, slow stop. Oh, yeah.
That was like 336, 338. Maybe what we should start doing is disconnecting and see if we can get our front brakes around that 208 mark.
So it's important for me to sneak up on the number 208. So I'm going to take count of how many revolutions I loosen this up just to give it a nice crack. And that'll be my unit of measurement, revolutions in this case. 1 full wrench rotation to start. Okay, there we go.
We're set?
Everything's at 0. I need you to give me that first hard pump.
Yeah.
And then a medium pump.
Okay, here we go.
Let's see what happens.
All right.
Oh, I didn't expect that. Thanks so much, sir.
Oh my God. We're at 167 PSI on the left, 146 on the right. We're well below our threshold. And that was just with 1 pump, not 3. If you had done this on our van, we wouldn't have been able to stop. The full rotation was way too much. So how much do you want to go?
So I'm gonna mark it and just go
half a revolution?
Not even half, 20%.
Okay. So that's it?
That's it.
Okay, here we go. This is stop number 1, full brake.
Okay.
Wow, look at that.
So some came out.
So it's dripping.
Yes.
That's good. 480 PSI on the front brakes. That's gonna be enough to stop the van. All right, this is stop number 2.
Yes. Oh.
Bisi, I think we're there.
I know.
We're at 215 PSI. That would be enough to stop this van.
Yes.
Now, the 3rd stop.
Okay, let me write this down first. Oh my goodness.
I'm getting
2.
excited. So this is the 3rd stop. And if it doesn't reach 208 PSI on this final pump, there won't be enough pressure to stop the van, which means it'll be right on the money for this myth.
Oh, I wonder what's gonna happen. Oh my, it's right
208.
there.
208 and 207. We've done it.
It's right there.
We've done it.
I can't believe it. We were able to turn the nut just 20% of a full rotation. And our first reading was 480, second reading was 215, and the third right at 208, which means the van would not stop.
First of all, it's frightening how easy this was.
Yeah.
But just that tiny crack is all we needed to get 2 stops, and then the 3rd stop won't happen. Now we just have to do this on our van and see if we can get the same results. There might be some validity to this myth. Okay, you know, I had a thought about this. This could be a death trap, considering we're trying to make the brakes not work. And if we're driving and the brakes no longer work, there's a possibility that we could crash.
And we could be in trouble because we have this crazy engine right here next to us.
Yeah, and we have to be driving this and pushing the brakes the way they did in the movie.
And that could be a big problem.
I mean, we have so much room back here.
Yeah.
What if we just push everything back so that way, if we do crash, we have a huge crumple zone in the front, and then we'll be okay?
I think that'll work.
You know, we'll just have like a really long, ridiculous steering wheel, and like the pedals, we can just have extenders.
Let's do it. Wow, that looks cool already.
And like you're driving.
Yeah, that feels good.
Yeah. So we have right now just this pipe that extends, and that's gonna be where we put our foot pressure on to use the brake. But what we wanted to do is, in case we crash, we're using nylon threaded rod in here. So if we do crash, this shears, and then we don't get impaled by our brake and steering extensions. All right, you wanna test that?
Oh,
Yeah.
that feels good.
Perfect, all right.
And it returns beautifully.
Good. Here, this is the pedal for you there. Here, this slides up. Now, this is the most dangerous one. This is the one that really needs to be able to collapse.
Yes.
That's just gonna be a big harpoon right through your chest. All right, try that.
Oh.
It looks good to me.
Yep.
How are we gonna shift this thing?
Maybe something we triangulate down to the floor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, this.
In all my years of building cars, I've never seen or done anything as intricate as this.
All right, I think we're ready to test this baby.
I'm excited, I'm ready. Look at everything that we've accomplished here.
Yeah.
Oh, this is good.
Oh, yeah.
This is the life.
This is gonna be so weird driving. So to test this myth safely, we've come out to a parking lot where there's hardly anything to crash into. We're gonna drive around the course a couple of times, make 2 stops, and then hopefully that 3rd stop won't work. So in order to stop, we've set up some water barrels that will stop the van safely, similar to what you would see on a freeway. We have our braking system, we got our steering and our accelerator. We have this emergency brake here, plus we have our shifter. And the best part is we have a kill switch to shut off the engine, and in order to start the engines, we got our start switch right here.
Now, above and beyond that, this myth is chock full of data. So just like we did on our test rig, we are going to monitor the entire pressure in the hydraulic system at all times.
So we'll know exactly at what point, which was 208 PSI,
Understood.
where this van won't stop anymore.
Yes, but you know what? I may just stay here because this is
Yeah,
so
it's very plush.
Well, in our small scale test, I had the opportunity to crack open just about 20%. So for safety's sake, let's just ease into this by cracking the line just 10% of a whole turn.
We're at the starting line right now. We're gonna go down, make a hard stop like in the movie. I'll come around here, but on the second brake, it was a little bit eased off.
But if you recall, in the movie, they turned the vehicle off.
So we'll do that. And
Yes.
then we'll sit there and wait, but then we'll start it up again.
Right.
And then we'll come around again and see whether or not we have braking power.
Yes, sounds good. Okay.
So it was just like a tiny little crack.
Yeah, it wasn't so bad. It was just maybe just 1 digit on this nut. Okay, that's it. It was that simple.
This is starting to feel like a bad idea. All right, Bisi, here we go.
Are you pretty excited?
Yes.
This is our maiden voyage.
This is the most ridiculous vehicle I've ever seen. Oh, this
wow.
is strange. It's like driving a boat. There's like a lot of leeway. Look how much play I have
You're still going
in the
straight.
steering wheel. We are literally backseat drivers.
This is ridiculous.
Strange Brew test. 2 stops and then no brakes.
Okay, so this first one, once again, was abrupt.
Yeah. So I'm gonna
You are at 25 miles an hour. Okay. Oh, that's good.
We got
that's
one
good.
stop.
And let's take a look at how much we had there.
Okay.
We are at wow, that's a lot of
784 PSI.
20 miles an hour. So I'm gonna clear that up. Keep on trucking. Okay, nice.
Okay.
So the second one is a not so abrupt stop.
Right. They eased into it, and then they actually stopped the engine.
Okay, that's good. Let's see how much we had there. 260.
Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off the engine.
How does it feel? Does it
Yeah, no,
feel
it's
spongy or?
It does. It feels good. All right.
Feels good.
We're ready.
Oh boy, she wants to go. I'm kind of afraid.
All right, so this is it.
Oh, it stopped. Huh.
All right, well, let's go back to the starting line. In that first run, we didn't open the brake line enough to make the brakes fail. Let's crank it up a little bit more this time.
And see if we can bleed it some more.
We'll bleed it some more. All right.
By turning our wrench the same amount as our bench test, 20% of a full turn. And I will top off the brake fluid. I'm kind of nervous.
I just got a little nervous myself. It's like, wait, we are intentionally making our brakes fail.
Why are you revving?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
I'm excited. Here we go.
Okay.
So the first stop is abrupt. All right, we gotta stop.
Okay. 569. So the second one, it wasn't so abrupt.
Yeah, it was more of a feathered, regular stop. What was that? Oh, we're at 223. Just 15 PSI above the failure point.
Yeah. How does that feel?
Feels pretty good.
Feels good still?
Yeah. So then they stop their engine.
Right.
So now this is the last attempt to see if we can stop.
I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm cautiously titillated.
You're cautiously titillated.
Yes.
This is the moment of truth. Here we go into our last stop. All right, here comes our stop. This is it. This better work.
24 miles an hour.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, my God.
I got the brakes. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the emergency brake.
Oh, my God. Well, guess what? Myth is confirmed.
We were going 25 miles an hour when we hit those water barrels.
That water barrel, it was like almost hitting a wall. Why are you so excited?
Because we
It's
survived.
terrifying.
And better yet, we confirmed the myth.
Yeah, but...
You can open the brake line just enough to get 2 stops and then nothing. We did it, Bisi.
I have no idea why he's so excited. So look at the pressure that we generated in our hydraulic system after the second manipulation.
191 PSI.
191 PSI, which is below our 208 that we saw on the bench.
That's beautiful. The barrel's a good idea, no?
Yeah, very good idea. But at least our van is still intact, and you know what that means?
We'll go get burgers.
I'm actually quite hungry.
Yeah, all that adrenaline makes me hungry.
Oh, no. We have to fix the brakes first.
Oh, good plan. Good plan.
This is my dream come true.
Yeah, could I get a French fry and a small milkshake? How much?
What do you think of our van?
So when you were ordering, this guy.
The team has installed a turbocharger on their hybrid car. So it's time to test the myth and find out whether it improves fuel efficiency or it turns it into a gas guzzler. First up, on the 14-mile flat road run.
All right, Bisi.
Wow. I'm nervous because I heard a turbo spool.
Yep, a couple of times.
Yeah, it just sounded like gas was just, depleting. Okay.
So last time we burned through 1.88 pounds of fuel.
Yeah. Oh, that's so close.
Oh, 1.8 pounds?
1.83.
So we got 44.7 miles per gallon on the run without our turbo.
Yes, and now we're at 45.9.
Almost 46 miles per gallon. But wait, Bisi, we did figure that here on a flat ground, it was probably going to be close.
Yes, that's
because we're not really using the turbo.
It's so close. We consumed 1.88 before pre-turbo.
Yeah.
With a turbo, we improved.
Yep.
1.83.
I'm impressed.
Well, we still have to go up the hill, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, this is Mountain Roads test hybrid with a turbo.
Yep, 7 down, 7 back up.
Here we go. I feel like this test is gonna give us the answer we're looking for. See, we got a little uphill climb here.
Oh, boy.
I hear that turbo working.
Oh, not good.
See, it's interesting. I feel like the turbo really didn't have a chance to work that hard when we were driving near the beach.
You're correct.
Now we're giving him a little bit of a challenge.
Plus, that little hill we did right now, all of my assist is gone from the electric motors. My battery is completely depleted.
Oh.
So I need to get some downhill to charge it back up, but we're all petrol engine right now.
So on this downhill, you could start charging.
So I am charging, so I got 1 bar to my battery right now.
Good.
So any of the energy I'm using for engine braking and throwing away, or energy I'm using for braking, goes back regeneratively into the battery pod.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the hybrid.
Yes, it is.
But now we've added a turbo that may have negated the effectiveness of the hybrid.
We'll see.
Heading back up the hill. Now the hard part.
Oh boy, okay. I don't think anything is gonna prevent us from consuming fuel on these hills.
We've literally been going in turbo mode this whole way.
You hear it?
Yeah. Will the turbo make a difference on the hybrid? We are about to find out.
I'm afraid. Tory, that was really nerve-wracking.
You know what, though? One thing I did notice, our fuel gauge went way down.
Yes, that makes sense because we're going up and down, but how does it compare to the pounds of fuel that we consumed last time we were here pre-turbo?
Okay, 27.2.
So, what do we get miles per gallon?
29.9 miles per gallon.
Yeah. Pretty much 30 miles per gallon.
Yeah.
So we lost a few miles.
All right.
Why do I feel that you're so excited about these results?
Well, I had a feeling that adding the turbo, we would consume more fuel. And this actually confirms what I was saying. But this is hard because it's like on a perfect driving situation on a flat road, it was confirmed. Putting the turbo in the hybrid actually made it more fuel efficient.
But out here in the mountains, closer to even normal driving with undulations going up and down, we actually consumed more fuel, which doesn't really surprise me. Overall, the aftermarket turbo kit removed restrictions in the intake and exhaust that allow for better breathability, which translates to more efficiency. On the dyno, the stock engine did 32.3 miles per gallon. With the turbo, it improved by 4 more miles per gallon. When the turbo was in the real world, it only spooled on the flat road, and the electric assist did not kick in, so we saved 1.3 miles per gallon. Here in the hills, the turbo was very active, and the electric motor also engaged multiple times, but compared to the stock engine, it lost 3.5 miles per gallon.
Yeah, so I'm guessing maybe we meet in the middle and we call this one plausible.
I agree with you.
But you know what, though, Bisi? This is called hybrid hot rod, and this hybrid is far from a hot rod right now.
Yes, I agree. And adding a turbo is hot rod, and it gave us a gain of 85 more horsepower.
I think we should take it back to the shop and do a little bit of work on it.
I have an idea, too. Just something else I want to play with on this vehicle as well.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
You know, I haven't touched the hybrid side, as in the electric side, so I need to play around with that a little bit.
All right.
And see if I can eke up a little bit more power and make this even more enjoyable.
Blade Runner and RoboCop are two of my most favorite movies of all time.
Yeah. Gene Winfield is a customizing guru and hot rod builder. He's designed everything from model kits to iconic motion picture vehicles. So there's no one better qualified to help complete the transformation from humble hybrid to hybrid hot rod.
Do you think of something that's retro or something really futuristic?
It's a piece of crap. But we can save it. No, it's all right. It's typical of today's car. There's so many of them that look the same.
Yeah.
I've got some ideas already.
Gene sketched some designs and then went to work. He started at the front of the vehicle, but focused mostly on the rear bumper.
You know how fortunate we are to see this firsthand?
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
By cutting this back, the bars will follow through.
And then do you see, like, the inside? Once we cut this out, we're gonna have this empty space.
Well, it's gonna be like this.
Yeah, okay.
It was an honor to have him work with us. And now that we have some design inspiration, it's finally time to turn this hybrid into a hot rod.
Okay, so I'm gonna start working on the design that Gene Winfield helped us come up with. We taped up the original bumper, but now that we have these fiberglass pieces, we need to tape these up and actually cut and fabricate on top of this piece.
The hood is a little bit wacky with this giant hole and the turbo sticking out of the top. So we're gonna build in a hood scoop. So this is kind of an Ed Big Daddy Roth thing. Big Daddy would use plaster, and he'd have a chassis with the engine and the transmission, and he would just kind of throw like a drop cloth or something over it, and then he would just start loading plaster and sculpt the top of it. So for us, we're just gonna throw this tape all over it and cover the critical components.
Rose and Tory are making great progress on the bodywork, so I'm going to turn my attention to unlocking more power in the electric motor. Now, I want to use a try-and-true tuner secret, which is using resistors to trick the factory ECU into doing things we want. In this case, I'm going to put together what is known as a fooler system so that the high voltage system can think that the current it's receiving is less than it actually is. And by doing that, we'll get a nice boost in electric power.
The scoop is taking shape, give it kind of a shell so it gains some height, a little bit of clearance. We covered the turbo. We went from the center to the back of the hood to make this transition, and that's kind of what it's saying to me. It's saying, make it small at the front and open it up at the back.
Wow, that's it. So now I have the ECU out. I'm gonna open this up, modify it accordingly with simple resistors to give me a nice boost of electrical power.
The design's coming together perfectly. We just need to add a few more bars across just to complete the grille. Gene would be proud. Yeah.
I knew it'd be a challenge to turn this hybrid into a hot rod, but we did the best we could with what we had. But hey, that's what the essence of hot rodding is all about. With our modifications complete, we gave it a Motor MythBusters paint job and took it to the track for another test.
Look at this, just take a step back. I mean, look at how beautiful that is.
It's very, like, Fast and the Furious-esque,
Right? Look at this beautiful duct tape wrap.
That's probably my favorite part of the entire aesthetic.
Well, above and beyond the aesthetic appeal, in the rear, I have what is known as a proper fooler to enhance the electrical side of the hybrid system.
Oh, so how does that work?
Well, what it does, it intercepts the signal to the motor control module and tricks it using 5 relays that allow for interruption of signals and reducing signals to the MCM. And the controller thinks, wait a minute, I'm not getting as much power as I want out of the motor. So it sends more power to it, hence getting fooled and creating more energy for us.
Oh, gosh, so this thing must actually do pretty good.
It's like electric nitrous.
Oh, I think we've talked about this enough. I think it's time we race for pink slips.
I like that.
Yeah.
The future versus
the past.
The dinosaurs.
No, the classic.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, and it's tradition. The time has come to christen Hot Rod Hybrid.
Now, this clearly isn't a very even drag race.
3, 2, 1, go!
This Ford Roadster dominates. Nice work! But Bisi was so excited about the modifications, we wanted to give him a chance to show them off.
So, to make sure that everything is set up, in this car, we have the gasoline side and the electric side in perfect unison, but I want to optimize everything. So on the gasoline side, I'm gonna put everything in sport mode, and for the electric motor, I have this fooler setup that acts like an electronic boost setup. So with a press of a button, it's gonna send more energy to electric motors, and I'll have a nice amount of boost of power.
Are you ready, Bisi?
3, 2, 1.
You gotta wait till we say go.
Oh my goodness, they're perfect. It is perfect.
That was probably the most fun I've ever had with the hybrid.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun. I could really tell from the look on your face.
I'm so happy.
That's not hard to say.
We should really be proud of ourselves. We took this vehicle that was a factory ho-hum hybrid and made it into a masterpiece involving technology and aesthetics. It's amazing, and it's so much fun to drive. It really is.
Building our own hybrid hot rod. This was just, I mean, this is so ridiculous, but so much fun. All right, should we head home?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Right,
absolutely.
race ya.
Sure.
We're gonna take the scenic route.
Absolutely. We're gonna take it slow. Enjoy the beauty.
On this episode of Motor MythBusters,
my trailer started doing something like that.
I'm seeing it.
The team tests the myth that a fishtailing trailer failure has a distinctly
Oh my God.
do not try this at home solution.
Will it work? I don't know. All right, now we're gonna try to accelerate. Oh my God.
Oh my God, it's going. Oh my God.
And does drain equal pain
Go, go, go!
when it comes to electric vehicles?
That's fast, sir.
But as the battery starts dying,
Decreases.
you say decreases, I say dying.
Meet the team.
There's a potential that I could get electrocuted.
With the mechanical expertise
More oxygen, more fuel. That makes more power.
to test all things automotive.
It's almost like surgery. If I make a mistake, we'll blow up the engine.
This is Motor MythBusters,
This is our job.
where science meets the streets.
Tori?
Yes.
Faye?
Yes.
Something bad happened to me this weekend.
What happened?
I was towing this Porsche, and my trailer started doing something like this. See that? See that?
Your trailer.
My trailer was doing that.
I'm seeing it.
Yeah, there you go. So that's exactly what
So
happened.
your trailer started swaying.
Yes, I started fishtailing, and it was
And then you went to like pucker factor 4.
yes, you can say that. You should have been there. It was frightening. And
I'm glad I wasn't there.
trailer sway can be extremely dangerous, and it looks just like this.
Camping with my dad. Oh,
Going over the lines. Look at that.
Dude.
Oh my goodness.
Look
See?
at all those people.
Oh.
Look at.
Oh my God, it's still going. Oh, that's not good.
But what's crazy is it didn't flip the vehicle. It just flipped the trailer.
But it got me thinking about a myth. So many things can cause that phenomenon of fishtailing and sway.
Yep.
It could be the wind.
Ooh, I've experienced that. I had a Toyota Micro Mini Winnie.
So that would do it.
Camper.
If you have a vehicle with a much larger wheelbase doing the towing, you have a less chance of experiencing that scary effect.
What if somebody loaded the trailer terribly?
Yes, Tori.
I'm not naming any names, I'm just saying.
In my infinite
What
wisdom,
if?
I did something like this. So I had a rear engine car that I went forward in, so I had all this weight in the back of my trailer. I had a lot of weight.
You notice what's happening?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Less weight is on those back wheels, and now they're not on the road as securely as they should be.
I mean, it actually is like forcing the back of the truck up.
Yeah.
Give me some Faye wind, and let's see what happens. Look at that. That's scary.
Fishtailing.
This is a serious matter. Over 50,000 accidents happen annually based upon this phenomenon. The myth I want to focus on is this. If we experience trailer sway on a truck, can we straighten it out by accelerating?
Isn't that like the exact opposite of what they say? I'm pretty sure that the safe thing to do is to like hit the trailer brakes.
You would think that.
Let's see what happens when we apply the rear brakes.
You can either apply brakes to your trailer.
Wow.
We're back to straight.
Yeah.
Sturdiness, okay.
Or go faster, elongating the wheelbase to give us some integrity, and it'll give us the same effect.
So just power through it. If you start swaying, if you get fishtail, power through it.
Well, that's the myth.
All right.
Let's see if that's possible.
Well, it's not the safest solution, but let's see if it works.
I might sit this one out, you guys. This is scary and serious.
Yeah.
Sounds like the perfect myth.
We could potentially be saving lives. So we just need to do this full scale.
Yes.
All we need is a truck and a trailer.
I'll find a red one.
It's an all too common phenomenon. But is acceleration the answer? Is Bisi's hypothesis a highway help or potentially fatal fiction?
Oh! It looks just like your model.
Isn't that perfect?
Perfect. We proved with the small scale that we could create that swing.
Right.
Now we have to see with the full scale if we can recreate that same exact fishtailing. We get this wrong. Our lives are on the line. Since you've driven a trailer and had that sway, I've never experienced that, so I'm kind of curious. But before I step into that truck, I want to make this thing as safe as possible. We could put training wheels on this. I know it sounds ridiculous, but they use it for highway patrol training.
Right now, I'm trying to figure out how far out we're gonna put this outer wheel to keep Tory and Bisi safe while they're out doing, you know, the dumbest thing ever.
You like it?
Yes. I mean, we can even go wider, but I don't want to get too crazy.
It's your world. I'm living in it.
Honestly, what do you think?
I say flip the truck. Who cares?
Well, no, my friends are gonna be inside the truck. So I kind of want them to survive a little bit, but also learn a terrible lesson.
You don't have more friends? Faye's got this great dead axle from a minivan, and we're gonna chop it in half, make it a little bit wider, and fit it to Big Red. Do you like torches?
Yeah.
I bet you love torches.
I'll torch the out of this. So what we're thinking right now is potentially we could use this bar to bridge the two axles together to give us our width that we need. Oh, that's sweet. My main concern right now is structural integrity, but I'm feeling pretty confident that this is gonna hold. Have you ever seen like such ugly, huge welds before in your life? But it doesn't have to be pretty, it's just gotta work. It's like an extra axle, basically. Just for stability.
Yeah. It's just there in case the truck starts getting a little crazy, it'll just keep it on the ground. Now, the other thing, I want to put a roll cage in there.
So this is the halo of our entire roll cage system.
Because if this thing does roll, whoever's driving is going to have a bad day. Ta-da! If perfect is what you want, then I guess that's what we got here.
This is extremely important to improve the structural integrity of the truck.
Oh, fork. There's fork.
Above and beyond that, the driver should probably have some proper safety devices on, like a helmet and proper harness.
We definitely need to make this safer. Yeah, so we don't die.
So we have a proper main hoop here. We have the arms going back at a right angle. We have a harness bar and kidney bars, too.
Yeah, this oughta...
Yeah, this is really good.
What could possibly go wrong?
I'd crash in this.
Oh, yes. Feel the adrenaline pumping. Cars are not designed to sit on their roof.
Of course. I'm very confident that this can withstand a decent multiple rollover incident.
Yeah, it's gonna be glorious.
Yeah.
It's like leg day in the shop. I think this is gonna work.
I definitely felt it hit, but there's also some bounce. So I think it's better that it's not so rigid.
Yeah, it could at least soften the blow of whatever hit this thing is gonna take.
Yeah, it's just an arm. You know, if you fell off the swing and you caught yourself and broke your arm, it did break your fall.
The thing is, even if this doesn't live to survive another day, our friends will.
We can buy more metal, but there's no more Tory, there's no more Bisi.
That's true, yeah. And I mean, we could find replacements, but they're not gonna be as cool.
Not nearly.
Nah.
The training wheels are looking awesome.
I'm feeling good about it.
So we could give this thing a test.
Absolutely, I can't wait.
Yeah.
We are here in an airfield for a very important myth. Can a truck towing a trailer at speed experience sway, and that sway is taken away by accelerating? Now, to ensure sway, we have 4 barrels of water distributed unsafely on the back of our rig.
Look at how horribly we've loaded that trailer.
Perfect, perfect.
Well, good thing we're out here. There's not a lot lot to crash into except airplanes, really expensive airplanes.
Yeah.
All right, let's get the training wheels on and see if we can get this thing swaying.
Yeah, that sounds good. Excellent. We have affectionately decided to call this truck Big Red.
Now, when we get up to speed, which on the first run will be an easy 40 miles an hour, then we'll ramp it up. So when we get this trailer to thrashing around, which is what we're planning on, do you have the other nut?
I'm right here.
Those wheels will keep us flat on the ground. They're stabilizing wheels, not training wheels.
Now, if you remember from our experiment earlier on, to initiate sway, we want to move as much weight as possible to the rear. And we're going to use water. And each drum weighs 467.5 pounds. And it's working because 10 to 12% of the weight of the trailer should exist on that hitch. But now with all of this weight on the rear, we're not experiencing that. The back of the truck is now jacked up. As a matter of fact, we're already losing some adhesion to rear tires. So I hope Tory is ready for this because it's going to be a scary ride.
With the trailer loaded for a catastrophe, the question is, at what speed will this specific rig be susceptible to fishtailing?
Just so you know, this is not how you load a trailer.
Yes.
The plan is to build up slowly until they find that sway sweet spot, and then, per the myth, try and straighten it up by accelerating.
You ready to do this?
I'm ready.
It was nice knowing you. Here we go.
Okay, be careful, you guys.
We are up to 30 miles an hour. 40 miles an hour. How does our load look?
It looks uneven and weird. And you're bouncing.
Wow. We can definitely feel the bounce.
We're doing 42 miles an hour.
Oh my God.
Maybe a little nervous.
How did it feel?
Weird.
Yeah.
It felt like the rear end kind of not feel as planted.
Okay, let's go again. Accelerating to target velocity, 50 miles an hour. 40 miles an hour. 50 miles an hour. Oh, oh my God.
Oh my God.
All right, now we're gonna try to accelerate out of the sway.
Okay, hurry.
There's still sway.
Oh my God.
I need more power.
What?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Holy that trailer was out of control.
So it looked like it was side to side for like quite a while.
I was flooring it, and it wouldn't stop swaying.
We got the car going up to 50 miles an hour, and then all of a sudden, it was swaying pretty aggressive, and it was doing its own thing at that point.
I was wondering if you guys thought we should go again?
I can do 70.
You're nuts.
All right, make it a good one, you guys.
trailer sway test. Here we go. All right, we're up to 50 miles an hour.
Oh my God. All right, there it goes, there it goes.
All right, now try to accelerate out. He's accelerating now.
Abandon ship!
Yeah!
That trailer was going side to side.
I heard a screech and then blam.
Whoa!
And the truck felt light. I don't know what's going on.
And then it was like, bye-bye.
Think about it, the weight coupled with the violence of the sway.
Yeah, it's just all that weight is
Something
just...
has to give. Something has to give.
It's just leveraging that whole arm back.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, that was cool.
I tried to accelerate out of it.
And it did not work, if the myth is true.
We gotta get it to go faster to see if we can straighten things out.
Yeah. Might have to do some kind of remote system because there's no way any of us should be in the
I agree.
truck.
That was absolutely terrifying.
But
yeah.
The stabilizing wheels gave me some confidence, but I don't want to do that again. I was just thinking about how I can survive.
You should have seen his eyes. He was just like, oh my God, this is the most sway I've ever had.
Yeah!
You guys ready to get out of here?
Oh, yeah. Hey, wait a second, you guys. What about our trailer?
A test misstep.
Ooh, that's what I'm talking about.
Go!
Requires a big red rethink.
I know, Nitrous.
Perfect.
And amped up. The team tackle an EV mystery.
Ooh, I definitely feel the torque.
Let's talk about specs, BC.
And we're quarter mile. I'm starting to feel differently about these electric cars,
stop
BC.
it.
I thought you said we'll be able to get there and back.
All I really need is 10 minutes. I'm gonna charge up 10 minutes and we'll get back on the road and we'll make it to the shop. It's not that long. It's like getting coffee or something.
At least I brought something to read.
There's no place to get coffee.
Hey, do you want to learn about the metallurgy of iron?
No.
Okay, so by heating from 800 degrees, the structure will be changed to 1300 degrees Fahrenheit. Metal will be softened.
Crazy.
Oh, good, it's an EV. Crash it, Tory! Kill it! All right, so can we drive this thing home yet?
I'm at 25% charge right now.
Will that get us home?
Not very quickly.
Oh, why not very quickly?
Well, at 25%, I don't think I'll have as much energy or power as when I'm fully charged.
No, that's not what they say. People think that electric cars will perform the same no matter what the state of charge the battery is. And you're saying that's not what you're experiencing
No, that's not my
at all.
experience.
There's a myth here, folks. Help me out.
All right, so the myth is an electric car with 25% charge will not perform as well when it's fully charged.
I would like to test that.
All right.
Sounds like we're going to the racetrack.
Yep, testing this tall tale will need speed and space to put the pedal to the metal. Ask any auto owner if their car's performance fades as the fuel gauge falls, and you'd be laughed out of town. But when it comes to an EV, BC believes battery depletion decreases acceleration and reduces performance. To test that, a relatable mid-range family EV will be put through its paces at full charge and 25%. And for an objective baseline, it's gasoline-powered twin.
All right, you guys, so we got our cars. What do we know about these cars?
These are perfect chassis to test this with.
Okay,
It really
all
is.
right.
I have a lot of information for you.
Is this going to be a long lecture?
No,
Yeah.
very short, actually. You'll find this quite appealing.
I don't
okay.
like lectures.
Nah, me neither.
Before we get out of control, I'll share with you that these vehicles are quite evenly matched.
Okay.
And I'll show you how. The EV has 201 horsepower, the internal combustion 175. However, the EV is much heavier at 3,770 pounds, while the gasoline chassis is 3,276 pounds. However, horsepower over weight, look at that ratio. 0.0533 on the EV, 0.0534 on the petrol. That's only a tenth of a thousandth different in that ratio. They're perfectly matched for an additional context while tackling the hypothesis that an EV's performance is compromised by charge depletion.
Science. All right.
To test it, we'll track 2 key metrics over a quarter mile. Top speed, and for acceleration, the industry standard time to go from 0 to 60. So this is 100% state of charge in the battery pack, and I have data logging equipment installed using global positioning opposed to the vehicle speed on the car. Because with the vehicle speed on the vehicle, if I spin out my tires, it'll give me a higher mile an hour. So this is a lot more accurate using global positioning satellites to give us accurate data.
That's a great point. We'll be able to tell how long it takes you to get down, and we'll be able to see how quick you get off the line.
So I'm gonna put this in sport mode.
Okay.
Because that's what I do.
All right.
All right. Okay.
Here we
I'll
go.
need your help with a countdown. Let me know.
I'm gonna give you a help. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. Got a little bit of slippage there. Ooh, I definitely feel the torque.
Yes, it's nice, isn't it?
60 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour. All right, here comes the quarter mark. 96 miles
Not bad.
an hour.
That's fast, sir.
But I mean, you know, it is 100% charged.
Yes.
But as the battery starts dying, you start losing power. And especially at 25%, I have a feeling you're not gonna see these numbers.
I wouldn't say as the battery starts dying. I'll say as the state of charge decreases.
See, you say decreases, I say dying.
Tory, funny guy, but seriously, compared to your standard SUV, off the line, this EV is quick. Why? It's all about the torque. Push the pedal, and within milliseconds, the controller completes the circuit. In the motor, the current and electromagnetic field interact via the Lorentz force, producing instant torque. With the motor coupled directly to the drivetrain, boom, you're off.
And to find out how effective that near-instant torque is, Tory's jumping into the EV sibling. The gasoline-powered partner with near-identical power-to-weight ratio will provide an interesting objective baseline.
You do not trust me.
No, you're right. I don't trust you because I feel like you might lift.
Why would I do that?
I don't know. You're so excited about the electric car.
I am excited, but I am a scientist first. Data collection is very important to me, especially honest data collection.
Okay, BC. Speed, performance, internal combustion engine.
Yes.
We're in sport mode.
Sport mode.
On the start line.
On the start line. And on 3, 2, 1, go.
Feel that lag?
Does the car know we're doing a test?
Do you realize we're trying to go fast here?
70 miles an hour?
I can't push the pedal down any farther.
80 miles an hour. Not quite, almost there, and that's it. Ooh.
88 miles an hour.
That's slower.
Yeah, despite having equal power-to-weight ratios, top speed and acceleration are way down. And you know why. Oh my God, do you feel that lag? A combustion engine takes time to fire up and get those pistons cranking. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of obvious. The gas took a little bit more time to get going. The EV, it's gone in 60 milliseconds.
While the battery is being drained to 25% for the Myth's critical comparison, Tory, well, he just wants to beat Bisi. His plan? Lighten the load to increase power-to-weight ratio.
The beauty is that at a quarter tank of gas, you've instantly lost 85 pounds of weight.
Go mean and lean by dumping gasoline.
Yeah, it's like kicking out a passenger. Small child. Yeah.
Solid theory, unless Tory forgets to do the math. But that'd be foolish.
All right, BC.
Okay.
We ready?
Quarter tank. Ready when you are.
All right, here
ready?
we go.
3, 2, 1, go. Oh, that was good.
It's still.
That's good. No, that was good.
A little sluggish.
That was good though.
You hit the gas and it takes a second for it to wake up.
Right there. That's it.
89.
89 miles an hour?
Wow.
Turns out Tory's plan wasn't sound in the pound department. The fuel dump attempt tanked. The numbers talk for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of obvious when we were doing those runs. The gas took a little bit more time to get going. Oh, boy, you look at how happy you are.
Allow me to bask in the glory.
But the myth in question remains unanswered.
Let's run the test again, but with the battery down to 25%.
Will the undercharged EV's performance be adversely affected over the quarter mile?
Okay, here we go.
Here we go. You ready?
This is 25% capacity of the electric car.
Make sure I'm in sport mode. Ready to go.
Okay, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, hit it. Not as much kick as when we had it at 100% capacity.
Absolutely not.
Oh, 75 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour. And a quarter mile.
All right, you guys, I'm really stoked for these results. What do we got? What do we got?
So this is EV
with a 100% state of charge
versus 25% capacity, 0 to 60.
And top speed.
Numbers don't lie.
No, they do not.
But so far, all we've done is like straight line stuff.
Yeah?
And that's cool and all, but like, what about a windy, twisty road course?
I'm game for that.
That sounds like a great idea.
This is going to be interesting. The quarter mile focuses on off-the-line acceleration. But what about a more relatable drive for the average owner of a car like this? Over, say, 3 laps, 7.5 miles, will the performance variables change?
I think we should do 3 laps, and then we'll just average the times and see which one's better.
Okay, sounds good.
So that'll be the metric we use in the final test. Compare the undercharged and fully charged EVs. But first up, for a baseline and to help Bisi set consistent lap times in the real test, let's take my old gas-guzzling friend for a spin. This is internal combustion engine lap time test. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Man, off the line.
I know, it's not the same as the...
No, the electric car has way more torque.
And that's what happened initially. My foot's to the floor. Yes.
Man, this thing, 1.6 liters of fury.
Foot's on the floor.
I have a feeling.
My foot's on the floor! Tory,
oh my
how
God.
dare you?
Your time is better on this second lap, though, that's for sure. Push it, push
Final lap.
See, it's good to have us here to keep it true. I feel like you wouldn't be pushing as hard.
Almost there, almost there.
That was good. It was pretty consistent.
It's kind of what you would expect. You would expect to see that just consistent power.
Okay, now I have a feel for the track, and we have a lap time benchmark.
You came away with an average time of 1:45.1.
It's time for the fully charged EV. I hope Tory's wearing some brown boxers.
Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, look at that. There's so much torque.
Oh,
we
just
lost
grabbing.
traction.
Yes.
Oh.
The torque is amazing. It's like there's no lag whatsoever. I can't even full throttle this thing. It's so much torque.
He's got it full throttle.
You are such a good driver. Oh my God.
This is all power.
Lap 2.
Wow, that's pretty fast.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
You okay back there, Dave?
I'm doing good.
One more lap to go. This is great.
I'm drifting.
Yes.
Oh my God,
that was awesome.
Well, Bisi, that was some incredible driving.
I had so much fun with that thing. It was peeling out and just, oh my God, so responsive. I love EVs, I really do.
Go!
The instant torque speaks for itself. The fully charged EV, driven by an amped-up Bisi,
He's so much torque!
He's got it full throttle.
provides a wild white-knuckle ride for the brown boxer baseline.
Oh my God,
That was awesome!
Now, for the myth-crucial comparison.
Okay, here we go. This is electric car, 25% battery capacity.
This is it,
Okay, 3,
the final countdown
2,
to test the definitive real-world scenario.
1, go!
Oh, yeah, that felt so different.
Oh, my goodness.
There was no, like, off-the-line jump.
I mean,
I didn't
gotta
spin
say,
tires. Oh, this is not good. Go, go, go!
I know. All right, so we're going into the first lap.
Oh, my God.
Come on, baby, you can do it. You can do it. Come on, big girl.
Oh, I can feel it struggling on the uphill.
It has changed.
I feel like my foot's on the floor and I'm barely doing
we're not going that fast.
Wait, you're calling this not that fast?
Come on!
Oh, my God.
I wonder if we're gonna make it to that third lap.
Oh, my God.
As the battery is dying, we tend to be going slower. Interesting. You can do it.
Oh, that was the worst.
Yeah.
The performance kept getting less and less after each lap.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at some data here.
Electric car,
Yes.
100% charge. You came away with an average time of 1:42.65.
Nice.
That's a pretty
All right,
respectable
nice.
time.
All
But
right.
more importantly, what is that compared to the 25% EV?
Okay, the electric vehicle did extremely well with high state of charges.
You came away with an average time of 1:46.
With a full charge, we were almost 3.5 seconds faster per lap. As the battery state of charge went down, at least with today's technology, the chemistry dictates the voltage to the motors went down, the performance suffered accordingly.
But you know, I think the lesson here is don't drive around with a 25% charged electric car. So this myth is confirmed. All right, I'm taking the gas-powered car back to the shop.
Yeah, I'll join you with that.
Faye, you're about technology. You're supposed to come with me.
Hey, it's gonna take you twice as long to charge this thing, and I'm hungry.
I just need 10 minutes,
Oh
right,
my
Tori?
God, just 10 minutes?
Just 10 minutes.
Okay.
Call us if you need any help.
Ha, ha, ha.
The trailer failure myth requires retesting. Big Red didn't have the power to accelerate fast enough once the sway started. But they're all set for take 2 with this trio of takeaways.
Oh my God.
Load distribution is crucial. Big Red doesn't have what it takes to punch it out.
I need more power.
And with more power, out go the training wheels, and in comes a remote control drive system. And if Big Red's revs are ramped up, the trailer should be camped up.
Wow.
What do you guys think?
This is perfect for the large scale.
Yeah, I know. I mean, no one is gonna have their feelings hurt if we destroy it, you know?
Even though it's hideous, it will do the job. This will work.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head to the antique store and, like, you know, just check it out.
Can we check it out?
Yeah, of course you can.
This is actually a really great find.
But how are we gonna get this thing to sway? Oh, the smell.
What if our weight started here at the front of the trailer? If we build some kind of a track system with the cart, we put the weight on the cart, and then as we start driving, slowly ratchet it back to the end of the trailer. It's a simple system, a winch and trolley on tracks.
It's like a roller coaster.
Yeah.
But it'll help in a couple of ways. This is the starting position. We want all the way closer to the truck, and that'll push down the rear wheels, more torque, and we get up to speed faster. But then as we're driving, we're gonna let out the winch, and this is gonna have 2,000 pounds of water in barrels. And as we get closer to the back of the trailer, hopefully we will see this trailer just start whipping around like crazy.
Yeah.
Because we just screwed up the recommended tongue weight. Tell them, Bisi.
This device, known as the tongue, extremely important when towing. You have the hitch receiver. You have a mechanism that has a ball that allows you to attach your trailer to your truck. Now, 10 to 12% of all the weight should go on the tongue. Now, push the weight backwards and everything moves up. Your adhesion goes away. We're gonna have little or no tongue weight here, Definitely don't do that at home.
Okay, so after towing that small trailer, there is no way I feel comfortable driving this truck. It's just too dangerous. So what we're gonna do is remote control the vehicle. What we're gonna do is pull Davis in on this, the electronics guru, mount some kind of a gear here with a chain system to a motor. That way we can control the steering. We'll have a servo for the acceleration, and then a linear actuator that will be pushing down on our brake. On the original MythBusters, we used to use pneumatic cylinders. So that way you'd get a big blast of air and it would slam on the brake. We had a few cars go out of control with our RC systems.
Well, I certainly don't want that on my record.
All right, I'll start working on the linear actuator.
Perfect. And I'll go get the rest of the computer put together. So this is the main brain of the computer for our remote control car. And what this does is it will take our transmitter signals through this receiver, it'll process them through our microcontroller, and then send out the different signals to the different motors. So over here, we'll have steering. We can go left and right. This is our throttle, and this will be our brake, and then this can be our kill switch.
Awesome.
Let's do it.
Yeah, boy. So I just welded up this bracket here. This will connect to the floorboard. And then I'll pin my linear actuator to this bracket. And then I'll also have another little connector here on the actual brake pedal. That way it gives us motion like this, which is what we're gonna need. So we can stop our truck.
So really what we're doing is wiring up a 2-ton missile controlled by our thumbs, so...
2-ton missile?
Yeah.
That sounds exciting.
Okay, when this servo swings back, it will pull this cable, and that will open our throttle, and that'll be our acceleration.
Okay, so we are set. We have the remote throttle and brake system in place. Before we test it, we just jacked up the back of the truck, and we'll see if our systems are working. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Okay. In 3, 2, 1, accelerating. We have throttle.
Throttle's tight.
We have speed.
All right. All right.
Hit the brakes.
Let's hit the brakes. And slowly but surely we come to a stop. Nice job.
It works.
Oh my gosh. It feels very chicken-like, you know? This place is so me. They're not quite my size though, but not clothes shopping, Faye, not clothes shopping. I could spend like all day finding the perfect decorations for my new trailer. Those are so cute.
Because 1, it's fun.
I need that.
2, we need a visual reference inside the camper for how violent the sway is.
Oh, chickens. Oh, the pair.
You know, like a vintage G-force meter.
Whoa. I definitely am gonna put one of these in the trailer.
So with this truck, I have a big problem. While cruising about 50 to 55 miles an hour, can we get up to 65, 70 and do it briskly?
I need more power.
What could I do? I know, nitrous. 75 shot of nitrous. The interesting thing is that these bottles have a siphon tube that sits at a certain angle.
Oh, so we have to maintain that.
So I have to maintain that. 75 horsepower give us another 35% more power, enough to give Big Red the acceleration we need to test the myth. Davis is putting the spray plate on in between the throttle body and the intake manifold to allow us a nice spray. All we have to do now is make sure everything's secure, connect the lines to the solenoids, and everything is plumbed in. The nitrous system, the wiring, everything is ready to go. We're gonna purge the system of any air and also allow us to test our remote control setup. So Davis, are you ready?
I am. We're all armed inside the truck, so everything's gonna come down to the flick of this switch.
Beautiful. In 3, 2, 1.
Perfect.
Oh my goodness!
Now it's time to move on to the steering. So what we're gonna do is we have a simple motor. We're gonna attach it inside the truck. It'll be on a gear. That gear will be attached to a gear on the steering wheel. If you were my kid, this is what kind of remote control car you'd be getting for Christmas. The problem is the door's not gonna close because we're going to be using this as a tensioner.
Oh, yeah. We are tight on clearance.
We could technically remove this altogether. Woohoo! That's what I'm talking about. What I'm doing right now is I have a piece of angle iron just to make sure that my plane sprocket to the steering wheels are all in line. Otherwise, there's a chance that the chain could come undone, and then that means the truck's going out of control. So I've just attached the motor with the sprocket that will be controlling the steering wheel. No, I'm not crazy. Our remote system for the steering is complete. We have our motor in place. Now we just need to see if this thing steers. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we got one direction.
We got control. Look
We've
at that.
got the other.
It's working.
Sweet.
That is a thing of beautiful. That is a thing of beauty. I said a thing of beautiful. What does that even mean?
All right, I figure if I'm gonna destroy this trailer anyway, I'm gonna make it look cute.
Now, if you do experience trailer sway, the proper thing to do is to apply the trailer's brakes.
A chicken?
The myth that we're testing is the exact opposite.
It definitely needs another chicken.
If you have sway, hit the gas.
Oh,
I love it. We're gonna use nitrous to ensure Big Red has enough power to at least try and accelerate out of it. Will it work? I don't know, but first up, I need to dial in the RC system. It's like every kid's dream.
Every kid's dream to a remote control Big Red?
Yep. All right, ready?
For dummies. It's pretty good.
There was one car that we remotely controlled. This throttle is very touchy. And it just took off, crashed into some dunes. Oh, Jesus. This accelerator is very touchy. That's always something in the back of your mind. These are not toys.
That was fun.
I don't know how I did it, but I somehow hit the only two things out here. That pile of cones and that pile of cones. I'm just a good aim. I think you should drive. I just promoted Davis.
For 30. For 40.
Good. You're doing it. At 45 miles an hour, you kept it in the center. I just don't have enough practice on this system.
Ooh, hi. That's a stop.
Davis, that looked great. Just to make things safer, Davis is gonna drive.
We had to make some adjustments to the truck. We had to slow down our steering in order to get us more fine control.
Come on, Big Red, you can do it. Good boy. You can go ahead and say it. It was controller error.
It was...
All right, Davis, this is your big shot. Show us what you're made of.
The pressure has been ramped up about 10-fold. Obviously, building this was one thing, but driving it in the moment is a whole nother story.
This kid is good. Thread the needle.
Too many video games.
Nice work, dude.
Wow, this thing is heavy.
Yeah, you know why?
Oh, my God.
There's 2,000 pounds of water in there. Look how low that's sitting.
The camper is front-loaded with 2,000 pounds of water. When we get up to speed, I have the remote to slide the barrels to the back.
Storm's coming in. Oh, perfect. It's raining. So we are all going to be in the follow car. Bisi's going to be driving that. Davis, you're going to be controlling the truck. Faye, you're going to be controlling the weight
load.
going back. Holy, Look at that. It's a dust storm. Perfect. All right.
Oh, my God. It'll help with the trailer sway, maybe.
Yeah.
So we're going to accelerate down there. When you feel the swerve, then we'll hit the NOS and see if we can get out of it. And then after that, it's all bets are off.
Whatever happens.
You ready for this? You ready for rock and roll?
See the light coming through the clouds? Trailer's going to heaven. Trailer heaven. It's going to be quite spectacular.
I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous. Just so you guys know, I'm not nervous at all.
Okay, here we go. We are going to release the brake and start rolling.
All right, yeah.
All right, brakes are off, and we are starting accelerating.
Yeah.
And we are rolling.
Oh my God, this is so freaking crazy that you're driving it from right here.
Bizarre.
Looking good, dude. Looking really
This
good.
is looking awesome.
We're gonna start accelerating.
Let out the water?
Yeah, please, please.
Here it goes. You can tell how the weight of the trailer is changing with the load.
30.
This is looking awesome.
35.
40 miles an hour.
Okay, we got some major sway.
Oh, my God!
Oh my God, that looks nuts.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's going, it's going! Oh my God!
Yeah, kill switch.
Brakes, hit brakes.
Oh,
my God!
All right, let's reset. I don't think your chicken survived. Sorry, Faye, about your trailer. Don't worry, it'll buff out.
Yeah, no problem. You didn't make it.
Well, damn, that was exciting. We got up to speed, then all of a sudden the wind just picked up. You got instant sway. We just snaked out of control and completely destroyed our trailer. We can't really call this myth yet. We haven't properly tested it. This is fun. I told you something would happen.
It's heavy.
I really think that if we attach some ratchet straps to it, we could pull it off.
The undercarriage, axle, wheels, and tracks for the barrel seem intact.
Oh my God!
So we're just gonna remove the top of the trailer off so we can try to retest this myth.
These things are pretty flimsy.
Well, I'll be darned.
Yeah! What do you think? You ready for round two?
Well, that actually worked.
Yeah!
With the light fading fast, the team raced to reset.
I was joking when I said reset.
The skeletal trailer rehitched, the barrels refilled, the remote control and nitrous systems armed and ready to roll.
Load is all the way back.
Okay, accelerating.
All right, we are accelerating.
15 miles an hour.
15 miles an hour. 20 miles an hour. It's looking good, dude. It's looking good. 30 miles.
Oh my goodness.
All right, we're getting good sway. Okay.
30 miles. Okay, all right, here we go. Here we go. Nitrous.
Nitrous now. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it.
What the heck was that?
Oh my God.
That didn't look like it helped, did it?
No.
It was so freaking cool, though, just like seeing this thing take off as soon as he hit the knot. It made it 100% worse.
Yeah. That was awesome.
Jeez. Based upon what we saw here today, what did we learn?
I feel like that is the worst thing you could possibly do, is accelerate out of the sway. I mean, it took a bad situation and made it worse.
So you really don't think that it tried to correct at all?
You know what? When it swayed left, it would have went there. If we swayed right, same thing.
Yeah.
No matter where it pointed, it would have just went for it. That's not safe.
Oh, this is absolutely busted.
Yeah.
If you have trailer sway, you do not accelerate out. That is the worst thing you could do.
Busted.
This trailer is trash.
Didn't I tell you, crashing stuff is fun?
You wanted us to drive that thing.
I still want to drive it.
On this episode of Motor MythBusters,
this is luxury.
Does this classic caddy have the specs?
You guys ready?
Do I look ready?
To save you from the mob.
In 3, 2, 1.
And the team is going to extreme lengths
96 degrees, and we're going to turn the heater on.
to squeeze the juice out of an EV.
Will charging your phone decrease your distance?
And test the all-important road range.
That's not what I was expecting at all.
It's like the engineers knew what they were doing.
Meet the team.
We'll be at work in no time. This might be the miracle coolant that everybody's been searching for.
With the mechanical expertise
My main concern is structural integrity. I think this is gonna work.
to test all things automotive.
That was beautiful.
The more air we push through, the more fuel siphon out. And boom!
This is Motor MythBusters,
This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
where science meets the streets.
This car says luxury to me. A 1981 Cadillac Eldorado Biarritz. You know who likes luxury? Mobsters. This is gonna be fun. This myth has my name written all over it. I think we got ways to go.
Oh. Yeah, this thing weighs a ton. We're gonna need some momentum.
What is this?
This is luxury. It's a Cadillac Eldorado, 1981. Look at the leather interior. I mean, this is what a mobster would drive in the 80s.
What's interesting is that it had a 864 engine in 1981. That was very unique. And you're laughing because you probably know something I know.
Yeah, well, it could go from a 6-cylinder to an 8-cylinder down to a 4-cylinder, and it was supposed to be like fuel efficient, but it just caused so many problems that they just left it in 8-cylinder.
Well, there is a method to the madness, and there was a plan for that.
He's gonna get real nerdy on us with the engine.
Oh, this is a heavy hood. This was an engine that was ahead of its time. So you think about the time when this car came out, we were still dealing with a bit of an oil crisis, and the fuel economy was something that was embraced heavily. The guys from Cadillac thought maybe it'd be an engineering marvel and an advantage to deactivate 2 cylinders and another 2 cylinders to make this act like a 4-cylinder at times, especially in coasting and when cruising. And so they used solenoids to lock the rocker arms of the cylinders to prevent any type of gas coming in or out. So you can imagine the intake and exhaust valve not being actuated, they kept the pressure in. So the engine kept pressurizing the empty cylinders constantly.
And just think about like all the power you're gonna lose.
Well, that was the goal.
Thinking.
Less power,
Yeah.
more economy, less fuel.
Less fuel.
More economy.
Yeah.
It was a good concept.
Was it though?
Well, I mean, they were trying to do the right thing.
Yeah.
Should we check out the rest of the car?
Sure.
I'll show you the dead body in the back. I just want to make sure this isn't a gangster's. All right, look at this. Oh, there's Jimmy Hoffa.
What's that weird little motor?
Oh, look at that.
It's a soft close feature.
You open it up, you put the dead body in the back.
That's a great way to respect the dead.
That's gangster.
Not only that, but you can do it quietly so no one hears you slamming the trunk, you know?
Oh, that's good.
If this car could talk, the stories it would
These
have.
look like actually some crazy like chairs I would find in like my grandfather's basement.
You know, you think about mob bosses and being swanky, this was it.
Yeah. Did you ever see the movie Casino?
Oh, I love that movie.
Casino? No, I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen Casino?
Of course I haven't.
Big shocker. All right, well, it's a gangster movie. It's based on a true story.
Yeah.
And Robert De Niro plays this guy, Ace Rothstein. He works for the mob, and the mob tried to take him out by using a car bomb. He's in the car, the bomb goes off, but he says this particular model and year had an extra steel plate under the driver's seat, and that's what saved his life. That is the myth that we're gonna test.
According to the movie, the 1981 Cadillac Eldorado came complete with a blast-proof plate. Convenient coincidence or manufacturer's marvel? Either way, could bolstering a car's undercarriage with a steel plate actually defend against a mobster's car bomb?
That's weird. It's like this 1 year of this car had that extra steel plate.
It could be an engineering mistake that they're trying to correct, or rumor has it that they tried to balance out the chassis by doing that.
Since this is the exact car, I say we start by pulling the seat out, see if that plate is even there.
Good call. Can you get to him from here?
Trying to.
Now, I am super excited about this one.
All right, clear.
Because I'm a big fan of gangster movies and because I like explosions, and this has both. Well, on first inspection, I don't see a big steel plate.
Yeah, I concur.
Do it. I mean, if you're a gangster and you knew the driver's seat was here, right? You would place the explosive device under here.
I hear a different pitch.
Yeah, me too.
We should drill through this.
We definitely should drill through that.
I like that idea.
And to be able to find out where we should drill, I think I should bring the car down.
Yeah, then we'll go.
And then go from the inside.
Right, so you
right
can be
over
sure.
the seat.
Exactly.
All right.
All right.
The seat would be right here.
Yes. And as I feel around it, I don't feel, it feels quite thin.
Yeah.
So does this, and so does this.
Well, what if we did a hole here, and then a hole here?
But so far, that looks like a single sheet.
No, it is, yeah, 100%. I mean, you see the drill bit, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Drill bit.
Yep.
Well, as you can see, there's no steel plate. So this part of the myth is looking busted. But something saved his life from the bomb.
Yeah, there has to be a reason why Robert De Niro's character survived that blast.
Yeah.
What do you think, Faye?
Well, I just checked the VIN and the build date. I'm thinking that maybe I'm just gonna check like some online service records and see if there actually was an update done to this vehicle to this year. All right, I gotta be honest with y'all. For the past like almost a decade of my life, I have made my living fixing people's cars. Cars that belong to people. Those cars are cherished by those people. Those people need those cars. In this case, this car does not have a home, and the end result of this car is for us to practically destroy it, I guess. It's still a little hard for me, because like, a good mechanic should be able to repair a car, and the customer never knows the mechanic was in there. In this case, we're sort of ripping things out, throwing things away, not caring about what this thing looks like at the end, and it's a big adjustment for me.
Faye keeps saying she wants to save the car, I just want to blow it up. But I'm not wanting to blow it up just for the sake of blowing up a car. We are trying to figure out if there was something underneath his seat that would have saved him from the blast. So, you know, I don't know what to say. Science is brutal.
Check this out. So this is an actual service bulletin from Cadillac Corporate to their dealerships. There actually was a suspension recall from 1980 to the 1981 model year. However, all that it was, these upper control arm nuts came loose in that one model year.
So there was no mention of like a steel plate to balance out the suspension.
And in fact, I went and checked out exactly what was required of this technical service bulletin, and all that it was replacing the nuts.
There was never a steel plate.
Absolutely, yeah.
Cool. Just nuts.
Nothing but nuts.
Okay, the steel plate wasn't factory. But we're testing the movie myth, and De Niro's character said that there was one in his caddy. So to replicate the film and test if we can bomb-proof the car, we're installing our own 1/4 inch steel plate. By welding it to the chassis directly beneath the driver's seat, it's right where the movie said it was. And since we don't want to be anywhere near the Eldorado when we blow it sky high,
all right, look at that beauty.
Bisi and Davis, our resident electronics guru, are putting together a remote control system.
So this is our rotary encoder pins and our ground.
So with the push of a button, from a safe distance, we can turn the ignition key and trigger the car bomb.
Well, we've got a working starter mechanism. I think we're ready to blow up this car.
Beautiful.
To test this myth, we're in the middle of nowhere. It's a secret location, and for good reason, because we're gonna be blowing stuff up. Now, our good friend Bob Epps, a bomb technician, is going to help us do that safely, but more importantly, he has some insight to what may have happened in this myth. So, Bob, we're looking at the myth from the movie Casino. The Cadillac blows up, he survives the blast, and he says it's because of a steel plate under his seat that he actually survived.
I've heard that.
You've heard this story?
Yeah.
What type of explosives do you think the mob would have used to set up a car bomb?
In that area, there's a lot of mining, and they do use dynamite for that. It would have been very easy for the mob to buy or maybe illegally acquire a few sticks of dynamite.
Steal?
Yeah. Or maybe
You're a
just
gangster.
take it. Yeah.
You're not buying stuff.
I think the easiest, most reliable explosives to get in that era, in that area, would have been some sort of dynamite.
Do you think the car would survive a couple of sticks of dynamite?
I think the damage there is consistent with 1, maybe 2 sticks of dynamite. But I'd like to find out for sure. But yeah, I think it is consistent with that. It comes in different sizes. So the most common dynamite people see is about 1 inch around and about 8 inches long.
Right.
So that's the stick I'm referring to. And I think the damage there is consistent with 1 or 2 sticks in the rear of the car.
Yeah, because I mean, you wouldn't want too big of a device because then the person getting into the car would just look under and see it. So it'd have to be small enough where it would be hidden, but big enough to do the job.
But they didn't want to take out everybody in the parking lot. And they were probably looking at destroy him and his car, but not everybody.
So we bought a Cadillac Eldorado the same year, same model, and we stripped it down, and it turns out there was no steel plate underneath the driver's seat.
That was a big part of his story.
But now we want to see if you did have a steel plate in there, would it be enough to save your life from an explosion?
So you got a car, and you put a steel plate in it. I'm thinking you want me to hook you up with some dynamite.
That's why.
Let's do it.
That's why we came here. So you have the remote system?
Yes, we just need to install it, rig everything up properly, and get going.
Is this like your first experience with high explosives?
Oh yeah, this is my first time.
The most I've seen is like an M80 firecracker for like 4th of July.
Oh, you guys are in for a treat. You'll never get used to it.
See, I'm smiling. My cheeks are hurting already.
Yeah, it's
in anticipation.
It's the adrenaline. It's unbelievable.
Okay.
All right, say goodbye to the car.
Bye, Caddy.
It'd be kind of hard.
Yeah,
I feel bad for it.
We are all set to test this myth. I am super fired up. Bob studied the scene in the movie, and he's using his experience to rig the right amount of dynamite to replicate that explosion for us. Once connected to the ignition, mobster style, we can press the button. Then we'll be able to analyze the aftermath and determine whether the driver's side steel plate is enough protection to save your life from a car bomb. I'm excited to see how Bisi and Faye react. You never forget your first time.
This is amazing. I do not know what to expect. I've done tons of fireworks, combined, singular, you name it. But today, to see an automobile explode is just quite exciting. I'm anticipating this crazy fireball happening. I don't know if things are gonna blow left and right, go upwards, I have no idea. But I'm curious about this myth. Will the steel plate save an inhabitant from an explosion? We'll find out very soon.
Can a driver's side steel plate mitigate the blast of a car bomb? Commence the countdown.
All right, starting the car. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God.
What do you guys think?
Oh my God. Yeah, no way.
Oh, yeah.
No way
Oh
someone
my God,
survived that.
look at it. Look at it.
There's no vehicle left. Oh, that was crazy!
That was awesome. That shockwave is actually pushing the air.
Oh my God,
so that's that bubble you see. Look at the windshield.
Look at like the shockwave. What would that do to a person's body?
It would make them go deaf, and if you're close enough, it will actually kill you. All that energy is going straight through the floor. Car flips up on its nose and then comes back down. That's how much power this blast had.
Wow, look at the metal's mangled. It's crazy. It doesn't even resemble a proper car anymore. It looks like an onion just exploded on top. Tori, it's like a yard sale.
Oh, the steering wheel! Oh my God!
Whoa.
The whole column got ripped.
Wow!
Look at the steel plate.
Oh, my goodness.
Crap.
That's the steel plate?
It's come through the
my
roof.
God.
It's like an ejection seat for your car.
Right.
So what do you guys think? Having a steel plate is not going to save your life?
Absolutely not.
No. I mean, look at it. It'd be more of a liability than anything. Wow.
It's like, I feel like you picked the exact amount of explosives and the perfect type.
And it really looks like the movie. Like, it looks like pictures in the movie. I feel like we did a really good job recreating this.
Yeah. He survived, but it wasn't because of a steel plate.
Nope.
Yeah.
Now you've experienced your first explosion. What do you think?
That's pretty cool.
Your reaction was the best. Like, you literally could not control yourself.
I'm no longer a virgin, and it was the most amazing experience ever. It was crazy.
I mean, I still kind of feel kind of sorry for the car. Like, I don't know. It didn't do anything to deserve it. So I'm like a little sad, but also like it was kind of worth it.
It was well
totally worth it. Now we know a steel plate under your car won't save your life from a car bomb.
Very true. What would it take for someone to survive a blast of this magnitude?
Are you saying maybe we can make some kind of bomb-proof underlying?
We now know a steel plate alone wasn't enough to save Robert De Niro's character in Casino, but he did survive the blast. So we need to come up with a way to reinforce the steel plate and test if there's any way this movie myth is plausible.
I like this. End of the world mobile? I'm down.
I think we need to go back to the shop and choose some materials that could survive. You know, the steel plate went haywire, but it may be a good choice to combine that and some other materials.
I like it.
Are you saying I need to order more dynamite?
Always. The answer to that is always yes. Bob, nice work.
Seriously.
Thank
Another day
you.
in the office for a bomb guy.
Right? This is memory foam.
Oh, that may work.
Yeah. To see if we can replicate the survival scenario, we'll need another Cadillac. So Faye's searching the web for one that's destined for the scrapyard, while Bisi and I work on finding the best combination of known bomb-proofing materials and techniques. So this was giving me an idea. This is a helmet from a bomb suit.
Wow.
It's like a race helmet.
This is the weirdest looking race helmet I've ever seen.
Except it'll stop frag from killing you.
Okay, let's see here. Oh, actually, quite fit.
See, look at that.
Wow, this is pretty...
Yeah.
That is thick. Look, smells funny.
Oh, yeah, because when you're diffusing bombs, you're sweating a lot.
Oh, yeah. What is this material?
So it's built of a few different materials. There's Kevlar, plastic, and foam. And so I was thinking, what if we took similar materials and we created our own underlayment underneath the car to make the driver's seat bomb-proof?
That sounds good. These materials individually can withstand some blast, but when combined nicely...
Yeah. If you had a chance to make your seat bomb-proof, what would you do?
I would do what you typically see in a movie.
Okay.
Where someone would jump into a bathtub or cover themselves with a bathtub.
Like a cast iron tub?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. What would you do?
I was watching this documentary, and this guy, he armored a tractor. But what he did is he built these steel, like, boxes and then filled them with concrete. So what I was gonna do is do a couple of pieces of steel and then a couple of pieces of the concrete infused board.
Oh, that works.
Should we start building?
Absolutely.
Before we attempt to bomb-proof our second car, we need to conduct some small-scale tests. We went around the shop, collected all different types of materials that we think might mitigate a blast, and now we're just gonna figure out what the right combination is.
You know, Tori, where I'm from, Our tubs have iron in the middle and porcelain on both sides.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do porcelain on both sides. Why not?
Okay. So you have multiple layers of concrete, I see.
And 3 layers of concrete, and then 2 layers of steel.
Aha.
It looked like the helmet has foam, plastic, and Kevlar. So we have this nylon. Almost sandwich it with the Kevlar.
Okay.
Let's see if this works. Fingers crossed.
I love this
It's
thing.
nice.
Man, they do not make them like they used to. Look at this, crank windows. Yeah.
Yeah, road trip.
Let me take a video. I'm going to document the whole thing.
Sounds good.
Crap, I'm low on charge. Hey, can you pass me the charger?
I don't have a charger in here.
Oh, you don't have a phone charger?
No.
It is kind of warm. How about some AC or something? How does...
It's right here. You roll your window down.
Wait, we have no AC?
No.
I can't do hours in this. It's cool for a nice weekend cruiser, but not for a long road trip. How about this?
What?
How about a muscle car that can give you what you need, me what I need, and satisfy his need for something old school and American?
What are
nature.
Are you saying that you have an electric muscle car?
Are you familiar with the Ford Mach-E?
I'm not going to charge my phone in an electric car. It's going to drain the battery, and it's going to take us even longer to get there.
What if we explore certain myths surrounding electric vehicles where we can look at different ways to improve the mileage or longevity of battery life in electric cars?
Oh my God, you love the electric car.
I really do. It is the future of mobility as far as I'm concerned.
But will it sound like this?
Okay, it may not sound like that, but it has its own... It may not sound like that, but it has its own unique sound. And above and beyond that, guess what? We'll have creature comforts like air conditioning, Faye gets to charge, and you get to stick with your American muscle pedigrees.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds like the road trip in that gas-guzzling Pontiac is on hold, with a few pertinent myths taking precedence. The team is hitting the track to see how battery life and EV road range can be affected while driving. And Bisi has lined up the perfect test subject.
All right, so we have 3 electric car myths that we're looking at. Number 1, using your AC over your heater will decrease your mileage significantly.
And can you improve your range using regenerative braking versus mechanical braking?
Ooh, that's a good one. But I think the most practical one is charging your cell phone while driving an electric vehicle decreases your range noticeably.
To help us with the myth, I have a slew of data logging capabilities. We're gonna look at state of charge at all times and also distance traveled. And I'll be logging it every second of the way.
Okay, well, why don't we do a control test first?
Sounds good.
We'll run the track. We'll do 5 laps. That equals 8 miles.
Ooh.
See how much range we get with that, and then we'll start our tests.
Sounds good to me.
You want to drive?
Oh, heck yeah, I do. That thing? Sure.
Okay, let's go. Not all EVs will perform in the same way. So to get a baseline of comparison for this one...
Okay, you guys, so setting our baseline, I'm gonna try my best to be super consistent around the track the entire time.
We need to complete 5 laps with the heat, AC, and ventilation systems off at a repeatable and reliable speed. And Tory, how does the dash look?
Looks great. We have 94.9% charge.
All right, we got windows up, so
Yes.
we're gonna keep it this way for every single test. All right, here we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
Very nice.
I'm not a particularly crazy fast driver. I like fast cars, although I don't really drive them fast.
This racetrack is the perfect control environment.
I love driving fast cars fast, but only on the track. I drive like a grandmother on the street.
I have to vary my speed for the different corners, but since it's not a race, I can just enjoy the drive.
I like to drive any car as fast as I can, anywhere.
Anywhere.
Anytime.
Okay, suffice to say, for the sake of the myths, the team has the right person behind the wheel.
This is actually really fun.
Well, this is our last lap.
Yeah.
That was it. This is the end of our run, and we have gone almost 8 miles.
Time to check just how dependable Faye's lap times are and how much battery power was used for the control run.
So right here is the speed that you had around the entire track.
That's
for
pretty
each lap.
consistent.
You aren't bad at all. And then in yellow is our battery pack charge. We start off at 94.902% state of charge. And when we're done with our entire run, we're at 92.157.
So about 2.75%.
All right, sounds like a killer baseline.
I agree. That does seem like we didn't burn through that much battery life.
Right.
Well,
I was expecting us to burn through a lot more battery life.
We may be able to. So what about heater?
All right, so this time we're gonna run with the heater on. Do you really think
In
that's
96 degrees.
I know, but
a
it's horrible
science.
idea. We have to do this.
All right, 5 laps again.
5 laps?
Sounds good.
All right.
Let's get to it.
96 degrees, and we're gonna turn the heater on.
With the baseline set, it's up to Faye to maintain an average speed of 38 miles per hour to achieve an average lap time of around 2 minutes and 25 seconds and ensure the data for each test is congruent.
Oh, yeah, feel the heat.
Let's go ahead and begin. How are we doing with a 0 miles, Tory?
We are zeroed out.
Good.
The onboard heat in the EV comes from an electric heater. So it is possible to preheat the cabin using juice from the grid while the car is plugged into the charger. But we're testing the myth that the AC drains the battery life more than the heater while driving.
Tory, only a mad person would do this. With an enclosed environment, full blast heat, in the EV.
In the desert.
It almost feels like the seats, but did you turn the seats on? It
No,
feels
seats
like
are not
seat
on.
warm.
It
Oh my
does
God.
feel like the
It
seat
does.
heaters are on. Oh, I'm sweating. How are you guys doing?
I'm sweating too.
Okay, wait a sec. I'm sorry. Girls we don't sweat. We sparkle. I'm very sparkly.
That's good. I'm sparkling my butt off over here.
You're sparkling your butt off.
I shouldn't have worn these warm trousers today.
It's all right, BC. We only have 2 more laps to go.
Yeah.
3 laps in, and Faye's lap times are perfectly consistent with an average speed of 38 miles per hour.
Freaking dying in here.
The cabin temperature tells us how hard the resistive heating system is working. That must be taking a toll on the battery life.
Let's come up with a bunch of different creative words for hot. Okay, sizzling.
Steaming.
Sweaty.
Scorching.
Seared.
Hot as balls.
Oh my God.
Here goes nothing.
All right.
Last lap.
I am dying back here.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty toasty.
Can we roll the windows down now?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
How do you guys feel?
I feel like I've just been tortured for the last 5 laps.
With the data from the heater test stored, the team can run straight into the AC test and compare the results at the end.
At least now we can do the air conditioning test. The myth is air conditioning robs more power, more range from an electric vehicle than heat.
I've been looking forward to this one. Okay.
We're going max AC.
All right,
Max AC.
excellent. Oh, awesome.
Oh, yes.
Here we go.
5 laps. Here we come. 5 enjoyable laps.
Wonderful, beautiful laps.
Oh, this is so nice.
Okay, 5 laps at the same consistent speed will provide them with enough data on the efficiency of this particular EV's cooling system to call the myth.
Faye, I can tell you're getting much more comfortable with this electric vehicle.
I will say that I'm gonna always have range anxiety.
Sometimes gathering data can be tiring.
Well, data doesn't lie. I'm gonna pull it and see what happened.
The team completes 5 laps while running the heater.
Oh, I'm sweating.
I'm sweating too.
Okay.
And then the AC.
Oh, this is so nice.
Bisi has pulled the data, and they're all set to compare the results.
So just to recap, our baseline was 2.75% of usage.
Yes, that's correct. Now, the first one we did was the sweltering heat.
Okay.
Look at that number.
3.138.
That's crazy.
That's way more than the baseline.
Oh, yeah.
The myth says that if you're using your heater versus your AC, you're
Yes.
going to be conserving more energy.
Yeah, we have the heater first, but we don't know what AC does
All right.
yet. And
right.
Kudos to you. That's excellent, Dory. Look at how repeatable
Oh
that
my
is.
gosh.
That's amazing.
It's almost like you were following your...
It's like you're a robot. It's
Your
amazing.
lane.
Faye's machine-like performance behind the wheel has abated the margin of error from lap times and speed, so we'll be able to call the myth from the results. So here's where we ended with the ace. Can you look at that?
It's the exact same as the baseline.
That's amazing.
2.75. I mean, it's literally the exact same amount of energy that we spent.
That's not what I was expecting at all.
That's a very efficient AC system.
Whoa.
That's crazy.
But the heater was really bad.
Yeah.
It uses a resistive element, which consumes a lot of power.
Way different than an internal combustion engine car.
This myth is completely busted.
Absolutely busted.
Busted.
Okay, guys, the next myth is as follows. Can you improve range with regenerative braking versus mechanical braking? So I think it's time to set the car up for that and have some fun.
All right.
Heck yeah. Let's get to it.
Regenerative braking is designed to convert much of the kinetic energy lost when decelerating back into the EV's battery. It's a standard system setting on this vehicle, and we know that 2.75% of the battery charge is used over our 5-lap course when it's engaged. So that will remain as our baseline for comparison. So we're going to disable that. So I need you to disable that one pedal drive function, and that will put us in a position where you will have to use your physical brakes to now stop the car. And we'll see how much energy is consumed. If the myth is correct, we'll find out that we will consume a lot more energy using our physical brakes.
Right, absolutely. So one pedal drive is off. I'm excited to see the difference.
All right.
And are we
3,
reset?
2, 1, go.
Reset.
Regenerative braking is also known as one-pedal drive because it's designed to allow the driver to bring the vehicle to a stop without engaging the brake pedal. With the system turned off, the EV drives just like
a normal car, actually. Like before, I was definitely feeling like you let off the accelerator pedal and there is drag, like the vehicle is pulling you back. You can feel the regenerative braking like working. It was really weird to get used to at first. Now I feel much more comfortable. It just feels like a normal car.
Each lap consists of 13 turns with a mix of fast and slow, left and right, incline and decline combinations, requiring Faye to use both hard and gentle braking to maintain her average speed.
So you can coast easier in this mode?
Yeah, I'm coasting right now.
Wow. Gotcha.
And it's fine.
What do you guys think? Do you think this one's gonna be more efficient or less efficient?
I think it'll be less efficient what she's doing now, but I think the difference would be quite subtle.
But I wonder if it's just gonna balance itself out because you're not really braking so much on this course.
Right.
You're coasting mostly.
Okay, well, this is the end of our lap. I'll pull the data and we'll compare and see how this fared to our baseline.
With the regenerative brake on our baseline, we were using up 2.75%
That's correct.
energy. So now, with it off,
let's see what happens. So you see what's really interesting here, Faye? Look at that. You don't put any energy at all back into the battery pack.
Yeah.
You just consume and consume and consume.
Down.
That's looking good for the myth itself. And Tory, what is that delta?
So we have 3.53%.
Oh my goodness.
That's way more than the heater.
That's crazy.
Oh
That's
my gosh.
amazing.
And that's awesome because it really shows what regenerative braking does.
It's like the engineers knew what they were doing.
It's like the engineers knew what they were doing.
All right,
so you
that-
should leave it on. So
Yeah.
that being said, the myth that you can get a lot more range using regenerative braking compared to mechanical braking, it looks like this particular myth, in this case, is confirmed.
Absolutely confirmed.
Absolutely confirmed.
All right, next one, charging your phone.
Thank goodness, because I need to.
Will charging your phone decrease your distance?
By a noticeable amount. Is it noticeable over the span of our 8-mile distance? And so BC's got a charger there. He's going to put his cell phone on, and we're going to compare this test to our baseline.
I have the perfect scenario for you. My phone is wireless charging capable.
This is the way that I think most people are going to charge their phones. So this is, I think, more relevant to the test.
Oh, there it is.
It's charging.
All right, we are set. 5 laps. Ready when you are.
I'm ready. Let's go. Back to one pedal driving. So weird.
With the vehicle's factory setting restored, the original baseline of 2.75% of power usage is once again in play.
So, Tony, what do you think is going to happen with this one?
I feel like the amount of energy it takes to charge your phone, it's not going to be noticeable.
You're probably correct.
I don't think we're going to see much of a drop
I totally agree with you. I don't think that there's gonna be a noticeable change over 8 miles.
Well, time will tell. We'll find out.
Yep, and while the test distance might not provide enough time to fully charge BC's phone, a long road trip would.
Lap 2.
So any dip in battery life will continue to be relative to total mileage. But even a short trip like this is enough time to reminisce.
The first car that I owned that really got me into wrenching was a 1980 Volkswagen Rabbit. I still have it. When I first bought it, it was diesel. I wanted to reduce my carbon footprint in the world. So I converted my Volkswagen Rabbit to run on waste vegetable oil. I would filter my waste vegetable oil with pantyhose. And I would, sometimes new, I would just buy them in packs. Well, you'd buy them in packs and then, I would just use them as filtration media just to get out the big chunks. And then I had a series of filtration units and heated coils and everything,
cool.
Jacketed fuel lines, because I had the tank in the back and brought the fuel to the front. So I used to love going to the gas stations and watching people pay, for a gallon of gas. And I would just, get out my funnel and just pour in this disgusting waste vegetable oil in front of all these people and just keep on going and not ever, not ever spend $1 at the pumps.
Faye's vegan Rabbit might have been efficient, but it probably couldn't power her cell wirelessly. So after 5 laps in today's green vehicle, the guys are about to find out if charging up the cell comes at a hefty cost.
Okay, Tory, here's where we are. Faye did her excellent job as always in keeping a repeatable driving pattern. So that's how we started. And this is where you stopped. Look at that, Tory.
3.135. That's noticeable.
It is noticeable.
Way, way noticeable. That's way more than I expected.
And think about it. I did choose a charging method that is wireless.
The wireless charging systems, they always generate a lot of heat.
Absolutely.
Still, it's a lot.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
This one's 100% confirmed.
I agree. Confirmed indeed.
But I'm shocked how much it's confirmed.
Yeah.
Not as bad as a heater.
Not as bad as a heater, but
it was significant compared to our baseline.
It definitely is noticeable.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have to say, looking at the data, it's told us a lot about EVs.
It was a really productive day. I really liked today a lot.
Me too. I learned a ton.
Charge your phone before you leave the house.
Before you leave the house. Sounds good.
All right, you guys, let's get out of here.
I'm done. So, Tory, are you on the EV bandwagon yet?
Not yet.
To find out if a custom plate can protect the driver from a car bomb, the team needs to find the most effective components. So they're back at the bomb range for a face-off.
Okay, so it's time for a small-scale test to determine which combination of materials has the most potential to mitigate the explosion we saw in the casino movie car bomb.
So what do we have?
Well, starting over here on the right, a sandwich consisting of ceramic and steel in between. And the good thing about ceramics is that just like with body armor, it can shatter, absorbing a lot of energy.
This sandwich here, it's 2 pieces of steel, but inside there is concrete infused board.
Okay, all right.
And Faye, over there is my personal favorite. It consists of outer layers of ballistic nylon, some foam to absorb a lot of energy, and that little white piece right there is high-density polyethylene.
These are similar materials that you would find in a bomb suit. Why don't we get some explosives and see which one does better?
Awesome!
The test plates are secured to 3 steel pans to replicate the car's undercarriage. Strapped beneath each is a mini dynamite stick, equivalent to about 10% of what we used in the full-scale car explosion.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
I like that.
All right.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
All right, okay, guys. Okay.
Count it
3,
down.
2, 1, go!
Oh my goodness! That was crazy!
All right, let's go see how they did. That was a good boom.
That was a proper blast. Huh.
Look at that.
Oh my. Oh, look at the pan.
But it didn't go through.
It did not.
That's promising.
Extremely promising. Oh, but look at this. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, that's pretty good.
This is more promising.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Huh.
All right, let's look at the tile.
That's incredible. The porcelain completely shattered, taking all that energy. And I mean, look at the steel. It's not that bent.
It's not that bad. It looks like they all worked well.
What if we took the parts that work the best from all three and combined it and make the ultimate bomb-proof car?
I like where you're going.
To figure out the best combination of blast-mitigating materials for our full-scale test, we need to review the slow-motion footage from our small-scale experiment.
And we got some interesting results here.
Look at the ground.
You see the shock wave?
Yes.
Isn't that cool how it kicks up the dust on the ground? You see that little peak?
Yes.
That's all the porcelain
On
just
the shell,
shattering and absorbing all that energy. So
Yeah,
I feel like,
porcelain, I feel like is a great contender.
yes. I would say we stick with the plastic, maybe the porcelain. Obviously, we're gonna go with steel. But then we're gonna have to build some kind of compartment in there to protect the driver. Maybe we build like a little cocoon for the person to sit in for this blast.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go above and beyond because after looking at that first explosion, there just seems like there's no way.
So why don't we look at the car and see what we can come up with?
Okay, sounds good.
I guess we'll start by pulling the seats out.
Yeah, sounds like a good plan. This is a 1985 Cadillac DeVille. Now, it's a mid-range model. It's not quite as luxurious as the Eldorado. However, it's gonna sub in perfectly because it's made in the same era. It has a similar construction. It's got the coupe body style, and the chassis is the same. So it'll work perfect for this test.
We have the floor pan of the car, and on top of that, we're using a layer of ceramic tile, which we know will shatter on impact and disperse the shockwave. 3 layers of concrete fiberboard to absorb energy and deflect the blast. Then our high-density plastic to protect from fragmentation. And to stay true to the movie myth, we are using a steel plate as the topmost layer of protection for the driver's seat floor.
I feel safer already.
I will then put up the side shields and just basically create a box. We're just gonna fit this one in on the passenger side. And hopefully, that'll keep us safe.
Wow, this is actually looking pretty robust.
Look at how thick that is.
Yeah.
We got like 5 inches of material.
Right.
This is gonna be the only thing that survives from the blast. I have a feeling the car is just gonna get decimated, but I'm hoping that this little compartment that we're building withstands it. All right, this thing is almost done. We have the floor in place, the side walls. I just need to weld the back wall. And then the next thing to do is take this out to the bomb range, load up some explosives, and see if this thing is blast-proof. I feel real safe in this car.
This car has no idea what's about to happen to her.
I think it does. That's why it's making all that noise. Please don't. Now we're back at the bomb range to see what it would take to actually build a car bomb-proof vehicle.
You got this, Tory. You got this.
We used materials that we thought were blast mitigating. We've created a little cocoon that the driver can sit in. Now it's time to test this. Will he survive? We're about to find out.
To test this properly, we do need a proper human analog. Did you visit a morgue?
We need to get him into the driver's seat.
Oh, God, he's heavy. So awkward. Me is stuck. Okay, try that.
Oh, there we go. We got him.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hands on the steering wheel as well? That's perfect.
Well, to make sure we know whether or not he survived this, we have this. These are burst discs.
Nice.
Oh.
And they are rated for 100 PSI. So let's say what we built stays intact.
Right.
It might look like he survived, but if these have burst, then we know he would have been killed by the blast.
His body could not withstand the pressure.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay.
So I figured we'd just put it
plan.
right here on his lap. To confirm if the blast is survivable, the burst discs are calibrated to 100 PSI, which the human body cannot survive. All right, I think we're set. Oh, wait, he needs hair. What color?
Ooh, definitely the brown. Yeah, that's like more gangster.
I got this one for Bisi.
I always wanted one of these.
Oh, that looks great. We have our driver in position, and it's time to test whether or not we're gonna save this guy's life. You guys ready?
Do I look ready?
You look so ready.
This is quite warm.
You need to change your profile picture.
Our first full-scale experiment was a perfect match for the movie explosion. But the steel plate alone was not enough to save our driver. Bob is now replicating the dynamite rig in test conditions so we can determine if our composite, ceramic tile, cement sheet, polyethylene board, and steel plate can withstand and deflect the car bomb's blast enough to save Buster's life.
Oh, this is gonna be good, you guys.
This is the moment.
My feeling is we built that little seat with so much material. I feel like he has a pretty good chance of surviving.
I think even if the structure we made stays intact, the pressure waves itself are gonna just destroy his inside. So I think our little pressure vessel is gonna burst at 100 PSI.
I don't know. I'm a little on the fence.
Let's
Seems
find
like
out.
a lot.
Well, we'll know in a few seconds.
Okay.
In 3, 2, 1. Oh! What?
That is... That was... Oh my God.
That was beautiful.
Why am I shaking?
That
was beautiful.
amazing.
All right.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. Our structure looks almost intact still.
Yeah, it does.
Look at all the tile.
If anything, it did almost exactly what we saw in our small-scale test. The tile disintegrated and absorbed a bunch of energy.
Yeah, I mean, it completely destroyed the bottom of the car.
Right.
However, our high-density plastic plus our fiberboard is still intact.
Even the console survived. The steering wheel, everything that was obliterated in the first vehicle is intact.
Yeah.
Faye, how does Buster look in there?
He actually looks okay.
How's the wig?
Even though Buster is very resilient, our burst discs... Wait a minute.
This is tricky because the
Stayed
discs
intact.
themselves actually
Oh.
survived, but they're pretty wrinkled up. And the fact that this was actually launched out of the vehicle, I mean, all that energy probably would have broken your spine. So on first inspection, we saw that our burst discs didn't burst, but they did get wrinkled up pretty good. So that means it didn't go over 100 PSI. But 80 to 100 PSI means severe lung damage, which means you may have survived the shockwave, but you were probably gonna die soon after. But the fact that our gauge got tossed out of the bucket tells me that there was so much energy and all that shockwave probably just would have ripped right through the person's body and killed him anyway. So it was a good effort, but I don't think this person would have survived.
What do you think about this, man?
I think it's busted on all levels. He would not have survived, but man, that was a good attempt.
I need my souvenir. The wig.
Oh, that was fun.
In this episode of Motor MythBusters,
If we chop our car, can we get more speed?
the team is going low to lift the lid on an age-old racing myth.
3, 2, 1, hit it.
And when one illustrious buster breaks wind,
Oh my God, it's making it worse over here.
it calls for a painstaking series of tests
Oh God, it's getting worse. Yeah. Oh.
to find the most efficient way to clear the air.
Oh, hello. Oh, fresh air.
Meet the team.
We'll be at work in no time. This might be the miracle coolant that everybody's been searching for.
With the mechanical expertise
My main concern is structural integrity. I think this is gonna work.
to test all things automotive.
That was beautiful.
The more air we push through, the more fuel siphon out. And boom!
This is Motor MythBusters.
This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
where science meets the streets.
This car is insane. Do you hear that engine? It just wants to go fast. But it's not just about the engine. It's also a lot to do with the aerodynamics. Back in the old days, the guys driving hot rods, they figured if they chopped their cars and lowered the roof, that would give them better aerodynamics, therefore allowing their vehicles to go faster.
Chopping the roof off a stock vehicle is a topic often talked about in hot rod forums. It's a technique that was first pioneered in the mid-1930s.
Believe it or not, from a standing start, some of these draggers would beat a jet plane down that quarter-mile stretch.
But did lowering a hot rod's roof really make it go faster?
So that is the myth. If we chop our car, can we get more speed? In order to test this, we need a vehicle. Oh.
So, Tory, I have the perfect vehicle, the most unaerodynamic car we have.
The worst vehicle we have in the whole fleet of vehicles on MythBusters?
The brakes van is perfect.
All right, so we're gonna chop this.
Yes.
Well,
but first, we need to get some data to see the top speed of this big, crazy van.
Yeah. All right, well, why don't we do a control test? We'll get this to the end of our runway. I'll floor it.
Oh, we're already doing 21 miles an hour. Look at that.
Oh, my gosh. So we're going to see how fast we get up to in the quarter mile. Then we'll be able to compare results before and after we modify it. Are we sure we're good? Are there any more airplanes coming in?
I don't see anything in the horizon.
Coming in hot?
I don't see anything.
Here we are on an active airport, and let's just say this runway is quite active today. This is exciting.
Do you feel that adrenaline?
Oh, totally.
Oh, yeah, it's there, right?
Yeah.
And on the mark, you go pedal to the metal.
I'm gonna go through the metal, pedal to the rust. Might go through the floor. All right, here we go.
3, 2, 1, go. Oh, 27, 30.
Look how long it's taking
40
to get up to speed.
50, 59, 60, 65, 67, 68.
71 miles an hour. The throttle's stuck, Bisi. That was exciting.
Thought it was stuck.
I kind of feel like a near-death experience.
Oh, no, stop. Is your heart beating fast?
No.
You're fine.
That was awesome.
You're fine.
It literally was like, oh my God. When that throttle stuck and the brakes stopped working, it was like, oh, wow. The runway is almost finished. How are we gonna stop this thing?
Anyway, bottom line is, we were hauling that.
Yeah, 71 miles an hour.
Yes. 67. And with 2 more runs.
That's it.
So, we've got all the data we need. 67, 68.
That's it. Quarter mile. All right. So now that we know our average top speed of our unchopped van, before we actually chop it, we should get more info on its aerodynamics.
Oh, I have the perfect answer for that.
What?
So in racing, I did a lot of tough testing.
Oh!
I don't know if you know what toughs are.
Toughs are when you put the little pieces of fabric on the outside of the vehicle.
I love using yarn, especially one that contrasts to the body of the car, color-wise. That'd be perfect.
And it's funny because it seems a little archaic, but they still use it in modern-day racing.
Anyone who is serious about aerodynamics still today respects that particular procedure.
I love it.
Now, we're going to use these pink tufts as a way to see what type of turbulence we see on the van.
I know it looks like we're decorating a Christmas tree, but this is actually very important science business.
Pink is good because it really stands out very nicely, and as we film, it will allow us the opportunity to see how we can improve on the aerodynamics of the van.
I think a huge problem you're going to see is just right now, this is just such a big flat surface.
Yes.
up to the top, you know, to the windshield. I mean, this is a wall pushing through wind. I think we're going to see a lot of problems.
What I'd be very curious about as well is what happens in this region. So if we put tufts here, will we see things standing right up?
100%. We should definitely do the roof as well.
And if we see any movement that goes upwards or downwards, we know we have turbulence and we need to modify the van accordingly.
All right, we're all toughed it up. You ready to see how aerodynamic this thing is?
This van's looking pretty toughed.
Here we go. Tracking with us is a car with a high-speed camera, filming at 5,000 frames per second. To get an adequate amount of airflow over the van, we need to get it up to around 25 miles an hour. We're getting a lot of turbulence on the top.
Okay, tremendous amount of turbulence.
Yeah.
As in, the eddies that are forming on top there, the string was just pointing right up, flipping around.
Yeah. I mean, we got a lot of good wind flow just on the windshield, but I mean, that makes sense. That's where most of the wind is getting pushed. Everywhere around the flat windshield, we're getting all kind of turbulence.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be interesting to see what the high-speed camera is picking up.
We're limited to what we can see here. It's so critical for us to take a look at the film and see what our tufts are doing around the vehicle.
All right, before we start, we're gonna look at our modern-day vehicles just to see what an aerodynamic car should look like.
What's interesting is, as you see, it's flat across all around. We don't have any eddies or vortices forming, which is very nice.
I mean, we're definitely seeing a little bit of turbulence in the back here, which you would expect.
Yes.
But, I mean, this is what a aerodynamically designed vehicle would look like. And this is good, though, because now we're seeing how the tufts should behave.
Yes, we have a frame of reference.
Yeah, and then I can't wait to see what our van looks like. Okay.
Okay, here's our van. And look at the top of the roof. There's nothing hugging. Things are actually, the tufts actually move upwards.
Yeah, they're just flapping all over. They're like...
Yeah, they're partying, and we weren't invited.
It's almost like a flat wall.
You know what this points to? Once we chop this roof, we're gonna gain significantly. Imagine getting rid of all of this.
Yeah.
The advantages we can experience.
Yeah, because then it'll just be a big wedge. You know what would be cool is if we could actually build a 3D model of the van. Then we could play with the shape of it and see if we can make it more aerodynamic.
Wow, that's pretty cost effective. And I think to do that properly, we need to digitally scan the car and then in software model anything we desire.
Yeah.
And then test accordingly. I like where that's going.
Yep.
I know the perfect person to call for this particular exercise.
Awesome.
Yeah. In the olden days, hot rodders had to physically cut the roof of their cars without even knowing if the results would be positive or not. Nowadays, we have access to modern technology where we can digitize our vehicles, model them in CAD software, 3D print them, and do a small-scale test. Now, that's exactly what we're gonna do with our van. To do that today, we have Martin Horton from Blue Point Scan, and he's going to scan the entire vehicle and allow us to model properly.
These are scanning targets. They're a 5mm diameter target, and the scanner picks up the center of each one of these targets and assigns an XYZ coordinate to it. And from that, it develops what that surface looks like. I'm gonna scan the side, the front, the roof, and then the rear, and stitch all of these together.
Wow.
Well, Bisi, I've taken the model of the van that we scanned, and so now we can modify this van in any way we want with the computer.
That looks really good. So in this myth, we want to see if chopping the roof would help us get any aerodynamic advantage. So I'm thinking about, yes, doing something standard and old school just to see, and it may look pretty cool. We chop the front and then have that section taper upwards towards the factory rear.
Oh, okay, so you're thinking of taking a chunk out of the A pillar, maybe a little bit of B pillar, and leaving the back of the van the same? Okay.
Absolutely.
So let's see, how much roughly would you say are we taking out of this on the real van?
So, you know, I kind of still want to be able to see out the van.
That's a good idea.
So maybe 10 inches.
10 inches or so?
Yeah.
Let's see, a bit of a slant chop here.
Oh, that's perfect.
See.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
there we go. So
I like
that's
that.
from the other side. We can look at a perfect, that's roughly 10 inches.
Nice. But I still want to explore the traditional full chop.
Yeah, well, let's
so
take
10
a
inches
look.
all across.
Yeah, same idea, taking roughly 10 inches out of the front A-pillar, but now we're extending that all the way to the back. And so we've got 10 inches, 10 inches, and 10 inches here.
Beautiful.
So, is that about what you were thinking?
That's perfect.
Right on.
It looks pretty cool.
It does look pretty cool, yeah.
Now that we have our model iterations done, we're going to 3D print them and compare them against each other in a small-scale test.
All right, so now it's time to pick what type of chop we're gonna do on this van. So we have our 3D printed van models. We have the regular shape, then we have our slanted shape, and then we just have the straight chop shape. We've created our own little wind tunnel. We're gonna put each of those shapes in so that way we can decide which version is the most aerodynamic.
This is my smoke leak detector. I use it for turbocharged applications to see if the systems have any leaks. Oh, I see some smoke right here. So we need to fix that. But it's the perfect device to create smoke for our miniature wind tunnel.
What is it?
It is vape juice. Without the...
Is that really vape juice?
It is. Without the nicotine.
Don't stick your head in the end of the box. Yeah, that looks great. Our homemade wind tunnel is done. We have our plexiglass shape. We have their fans that are blowing air into the tunnel. Then it's going through a bunch of straws. Now, all the straws are going to keep that air moving in one direction, which we need so we can see our line of smoke. And then we have a fan at the other end of our chamber that's actually pulling the air out. So that way we get a nice, even flow of air. So when we send our smoke through the tunnel, we can see which van shape is most aerodynamic.
This is our base model that we're looking at in terms of the factory van and how it looks in its originality. And what we're going to look for is that flow around the entire van, better than we could see while sitting inside the van.
Yeah, I feel like a mad scientist. All right, you ready?
Yeah, so here we go. Okay, so Tory, you see that upward stream?
Yeah.
It hits right on the windshield, and it has a lot of disruption, just like we saw in the video.
Yeah.
Very similar.
You know what else is happening? Look back here at the back of the van. See, there's like a vortex being created.
Yes, we have a lot of eddies forming back there.
That's not
Which is to be
good.
expected, yeah. So now we are going to do another test. So this is the van now that has a flat top, no rake whatsoever, standard chop.
Here we go.
Okay. Oh my, okay, Tory, this is painfully obvious. Look what's happening.
Look at that.
That is beautiful. That's exactly what we want.
And we've decreased the wind drag at the back of the van tremendously.
It's obvious this is a much more aerodynamic design.
Yeah.
You see how that upper current flows so nicely and doesn't have the disruption that the initial one had?
Yeah.
That's very promising.
And if you look at the smoke, it's just rolling off the back of the vehicle, where before we saw a huge amount of turbulence right at the back of the van.
So you're telling me those old hot rodders were onto something?
I think so.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
All right, the last design we're gonna go for is the slanted roof.
I'm not too excited about this one. Only because, I mean, just looking at this shape and how air will go hit, it's still gonna hit the top of this, but
yeah,
who knows? Maybe it'll help us. Okay. The rear dimensions are the same as the original van, but the front has a much lower frontal area, so I'm curious to how this is gonna work out. And so we have a nice stream going all the way top until the middle.
Yeah, there's a lot
we
more
have turbulence from the middle.
I'm not really thrilled about this design. Even though it looks cool, it doesn't seem to be helping aerodynamics.
It does not.
Well, right now, I'm favoring just the straight chop.
I'm right there with you.
So the winning design is the straight chop. Now, I was actually hoping that this wedge chop would be the winner just because it looks cool, but it turns out the old school, just dropping the roof, is going to be the most aerodynamic. So now all we have to do is do this to our real van.
Man, this thing has some, woo, get up and go. Oh man, I love luxury paired with speed. This is normally not my style, but in this particular case, I'm a woman on a mission. I have a myth in mind based off of an incident. Someone, Tory, released an odor. And, you know, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal except for the fact that Tory didn't roll down his window, and Bisi and I did, and I feel like the smell got worse in the car. Almost like it was cycloned around and, like, directly on my face. All right, so I know what you're thinking. Really, Faye? You guys are gonna, like, test farts? Of course we are. This is so freaking relevant. I cannot wait to get this car back to the shop and show it off to the guys. I think that they're gonna love this myth because this is relatable. Maybe even if this car is not relatable to everyone, this myth certainly is.
Oh, I like this car.
Yeah. Whoa, who's this?
Oh my goodness, look at this rose.
Oh my God, Faye,
nice.
This looks good on you.
Oh. I gotta be honest, I was kind of feeling like a little bit like I didn't fit while I was driving down the, you know, but I'm warming up to it.
I like this car a lot. This is an amazing automobile.
We're not gonna destroy this, are we?
Well, you know, I was thinking that maybe Bisi could, no, I'm just kidding. So, I was thinking really hard about what happened the other day.
Yeah. You traumatized her.
Me? That was you, sir.
It was him.
This chap.
Well, regardless of which one of you it was, I feel like this is the basis of a really good myth. Myth is, we instantly roll down our windows.
Right.
You did not. If a person farts in a car,
right,
he or she who dealt it must roll down their window, and that is the quickest and most effective way to clear out a smell, which is the opposite of what we did the other day.
Okay, so we're gonna try to figure out what is the best scenario for the windows, whether they're up or down.
And which ones need to be up and down.
Yeah.
And you want to use this beautiful English automobile.
We can't use my car, I only have 2 seats. We can't use his car, he only has 2 seats.
Yeah.
And your car smells already. So I figured this would fit us all comfortably.
And I think this is probably a scenario that a lot of people have been in, and so I think it's gonna be very relatable, and the amount of science that we can take away from this, I think it's gonna be very useful.
Yeah, it's science.
Let's go and look around it. Oh, wow, look at this.
Very, very nice. Oh, did you? Oh, jeez.
All right, so the myth is that someone passes gas in a vehicle, the window that is closest to them, if you roll that down, that'll clear the car out of any odors the fastest. We're gonna build a small-scale model to test it.
To see how the airflow reacts when smoke is pumped in, the guys are using plexiglass for a model. A job that's unashamedly in Tory's wheelhouse.
I used to make models for Star Wars and stuff. It was so sweet. Oh, dude, we used to get all the chicks because they were like, wait, what? You're working on Star Wars, the movie? That's hot.
If they could only see him now, rigging up a toy car, plumbing in placebo farts, and using a fan to simulate motion.
This is serious science here.
Why don't we start with the driver?
Okay, so the driver's gonna fart.
And then we're gonna roll down his window.
Yep.
His window, and then see what happens.
Your window.
No,
it wasn't
no.
me. Maybe it was Faye. I don't know.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so wow, that's a big fart.
Yeah, that's quite,
All right, shut it
the
off.
cabin very nicely.
Look how quickly that just fills
Yes,
the
the
interior
cabin.
of the car. All right,
Okay.
so rolling down the farter's window.
Okay, I see a lot is coming out.
It's kind of pushing all that smoke to the back corners and the front corners.
It's almost worse for the people in the back.
Yeah.
Tory, I want to try something different. The other side.
So the driver is still the perpetrator,
Yes.
but now the passenger is going to roll down his window.
Yes, and see what happens.
All right. Oh, yeah, that's... Ooh, look at it.
Wow.
Look at it, fill that cabin.
Must have had some burritos last night. Okay.
Here we go. Passengers turning down their window.
Oh, that's just...
Oh, look at it's like, it actually benefits the driver a little bit. Okay, so opening either side front window creates circulation, pushing the odor to the rear with a relatively slow dissipation. Time to test some combinations, starting with the front and rear passenger side windows. Wow, look at that. That cleared out the gas almost instantaneously.
Okay, how about diagonally?
Oh yeah, we'll get like a little crosswind.
Yeah, see what happens there.
I like it.
Okay. Oh, see that first burst right there. That was potent.
Rude. Look at that, just pushed it all up to the front. If you wanted to make him pay for it,
that's what you do.
You just do a diagonal window open.
But what if we utilize both rear windows?
Smells in the back.
Oh, the front is bad. Oh,
that just kind of pushed all
everything
that
to the
smell
footwell.
to the front.
Yeah. We are seeing consistent results as the open air forces the flatulence inwards first before circulating. And we can increase the speed of dissipation by opening multiple windows. Okay, so now we're gonna try the 2 front windows. Here we go.
Wow.
That was really good.
In my opinion, that was the fastest
Yeah.
clearing of all of them so far. All right, let's go for the obvious now.
Okay, sounds good.
All 4 windows. 3, 2, 1. I mean, that's like,
just
bam,
clear everything out. Yeah,
completely cleared
that's the
out.
best so far.
Yeah.
So far, our small-scale testing with the fart coming from the front window indicates that opening all 4 windows simultaneously may be the most effective tactic.
This guy is the perpetrator, and he opens his window.
But what if the fart came from the backseat and we opened their window only?
Oh.
These guys, everybody's suffering except for the perpetrator. It's like he's at least they have fresh air.
The fart reacts the same way. So, who the dealer is does not affect the results. Time to take this full scale and see how each window affects the gas flow on the freeway, with the addition of a more noticeable scent.
Let's talk about how we're gonna get the farts inside the car.
Well, instead of you having to consume copious amounts of beans, I brought a proper substitute, hydrogen sulfide, also known as dihydrogen monosulfate. This is a perfect gas that has that pungent rotten egg smell, same as your silent but deadly emanations.
Why do you keep pointing at me?
But is also very corrosive, extremely poisonous, and quite flammable.
Oh. Why? Are you trying to kill us?
Not at all. Luckily, I have a low concentration. This is only 50 parts per million.
All right, let's test it.
Okay, ready? Get a whiff of that. Get a whiff of that, sir, madam.
Oof, that's right.
Oh. It's pretty bad, right? But it'll work.
Oh, God.
Well, to distribute our gas, I made a little fart box. And we have this controller here that will allow just the amount of gas we want. We don't want to overdo it and fill the cab with too much.
Right, and after a while, we get desensitized to it. So we're not going to be able to. Did you just let it rip?
The test hasn't even started yet, and he's ready to go.
Hey, I'm just making sure it works. Okay.
Oh, gosh. All right, well, let's install these things,
All
you
right,
guys.
sounds
Okay.
good.
Sounds good.
I'll grab that. The hydrogen sulfide bottle is hooked up to a pipeline with an electronic controller, so we can deposit with a push of a button.
I'm going to take this out and just zip tie everything to this plate.
Okay.
Just so, because when we're driving around, this is going to be like sliding all over the place.
Perfect.
I've done a lot of things in Rolls Royces, but this is the first time I've ever put a fart machine in one.
Since no one will admit to breaking wind, Faye is rigging the pipe under Buster's bottom in the back seat. So that will be the consistent ground zero for which the team will test all variable window combinations.
Oof. Oh.
Did you just?
Did you just pass gas?
No, it was this.
Bisi passed
No,
gas.
I did not. It's the hydrogen sulfide.
We haven't even started the experiment.
Oh, he let it rip.
Oh, my God.
When Buster's bottom burps are released, the entire cabin will be filled. And with the fabricated fart box fully operational, the team is ready to test the myth on the open road.
It's very smooth. Is it
It's
a
a
V12?
Rolls Royce. Hello.
Is it V12?
It is a V12, yeah.
Yep, this beastly beauty comes equipped with all the bells and whistles, including active air filtration, which senses smells and removes them. So to make sure their British oven is tested au naturel, the guys have disengaged the system, along with the heating, ventilation, and aircon. Faye will keep the car moving at a steady speed. Tory will push the button to let rip from Buster's seat, with Bisi keeping time on how long it takes to clear the air after the respective windows are opened.
All right, here we go. We're going to start the test in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, it smells so bad.
Buster's farting.
Oh.
Starting with the farter's window to get the benchmark for this myth.
Start the timer.
Timer started. Oh, jeez. It made it worse where I'm sitting.
Oh, my God. It's making it worse over here.
It's still here.
I'm at 19 seconds.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
20.
Oh, it's almost like it's pushing all the
pushing it in.
smell over to here.
No, I feel like it's coming all to me. Ugh.
All right, for me, it's gone.
I can still smell it. I can still smell it. I can still smell it.
So, Faye, let me know when you want to call this.
Okay, maybe now. Maybe now.
Okay.
Let's roll our windows down.
That was 1 minute, 26 seconds.
So to find out how the myth stands in comparison to our farter, we need to test the other window configurations. Next in line, one in front of the perp, the driver's window.
Okay, I'm gonna start the farting.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
I'm rolling down mine.
Okay.
Oh, my God. Oh, God. Oh. It's almost like it's coming through and clearing out the front.
I'm okay now.
How much time was that?
58 seconds.
Okay, so opening the window in front of the farter speeds up the total dissipation time. And testing the front passenger side
All right, ready? Here we go.
confirms it's consistently better to be near an open window.
Oh, God, that's so good. I don't smell it anymore.
But for everyone else,
This is the worst it's been for me yet.
Really?
Wow, so that was 1 minute, 6 seconds.
Wow.
The front windows definitely do a good job of circulating the stench, possibly because airflow gets the gas moving from a more acute angle, maybe. But what about the opposite rear window?
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Start the timer.
Timer started.
God, oh God, it's getting worse.
Yep.
Oh, it's like it's pushing it in and up to the front.
It's like I'm trapped in the back seat, like it's pushing my head into the upholstery.
opening either of the two back windows yielded eye-wateringly similar results.
1 minute, 22 seconds.
Really?
So it's like the back seats are not the...
They're not the winners.
That's not the way to do it.
The back seats are definitely not the winners.
We have some good data here, and so far it looks like Faye's window was the best. But I'm curious if we went with windows on the same side. So let's say two windows on Faye's side, and then we try two windows on Tory and my side.
Okay, so
and see what kind of numbers we get.
So maybe we start with Buster since he's farting.
Okay.
Here we go.
For the sake of science.
Buster farting.
Oh my God.
It's pretty much in the whole cabin, so go for it.
No!
Oh, that was nice. For me, it's not so bad now.
It's better.
Okay, done.
Okay, we got it. 33 seconds.
Wow. We just cut our time in half almost.
By doubling the airflow from the source side, we've halved our clearance time. And opening the opposite side window is even better.
Go.
No. It's like
fresh air.
That's almost.
I'm good now.
What?
I'm good right now. Yeah.
Seriously.
Wow. That was 11 seconds. So I have another suggestion.
Yeah.
How about we try diagonally?
I love that idea. Okay, here we go. Buster's farting. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's like this perfect crossbreed.
It's like
I'm instant.
It's like it's getting compacted towards
Oh my
me.
God, Faye's crying.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Okay, it's clear. It's clear.
Okay,
it's clear now. It's clear for me now.
Clear for
It's
Faye.
still lingering for me a little bit.
Okay.
It's still lingering for me.
All right, well, we gotta wait till
I'm good. I'm good.
You're good?
I'm good.
Okay, stop.
How many seconds?
28 seconds.
Oh my God.
Oh, jeez.
So, opening diagonally opposed windows in both combinations
Go Faye, you and I.
helps to clear the air, but not before forcing it into the dead zones and punishing the passengers with their windows closed.
Oh, it's just collecting right here in this corner. How many seconds?
23.
That was impressive.
Yeah, it's not bad.
The team is leaving no stone unsniffed,
Oh, it's so bad back here.
testing both front
It's like a
Still
fart
smelling
compactor back here.
Oh, you poor guy.
and both rear windows.
Oh, it's worse up here.
It's worse. It's worse. It's worse.
Not so bad.
I'm still smelling
So I
it.
hear this oscillating pressure back here. I don't know if you guys can hear that as well.
Yeah.
That's
it's
just
up.
hammering the smell into our noses.
Confirming the airflow consistently traps that foul stench in the pockets of the car where the windows are closed.
50 55 seconds. That was rough.
The buffering was
literally
intense.
just compressed it all up front.
Okay. Now we have the mother of all tests.
Start the timer. Go.
Oh, good. I'm good. How are you, Faye?
It's like instantaneous.
Yeah, how about you, Faye?
That was instantaneous.
I'm good.
Wow.
I'm good.
That was 10 seconds.
Oh!
As expected, with all 4 windows open, our noxious gas has nowhere to hide. All right, guys, I have some good data for you based on the results we have.
All right.
Now, anyone who existed in a pocket where there was no air seemed to get bombarded with just fart particles.
Yeah, I feel like we got a ton of incredible information here, very scientific data. However, there's an element to this that I feel like is a little bit subjective.
Yeah, 100%. Like your sensitivity to the smell was far greater than Bisi and mine.
So we need some visual validation on how the fart particles are reacting and circulating. And I've got just the thing.
What the heck?
Hello.
Did you take up a new hobby?
No.
Tory!
I have this bellows. I'm gonna fill it with this vape pen, and we're gonna fill the car with smoke, and we're gonna run through our worst.
Good.
Sounds like a great idea.
I'll get ready because the rear was the worst of our test.
Okay. All right.
Are you going to evacuate the bellow next to Buster, or are you going to keep it
I think
there?
we're just gonna fill the whole car.
Okay, sounds good.
You'll be happy to know there's no nicotine in this.
Wow, oh goodness.
All right, you ready?
The 2 rear windows proved equally inefficient at clearing the air, so we're using Bisi's window to see exactly what happened with the airflow coming from the back.
Oh, goodness.
1, 2, 3, timer. Oh, look at that.
The wind,
So it looks like
the air is coming in over your left shoulder.
Over!
Yeah.
But as soon as the air started flowing in over your left shoulder, it pushed it all out.
Are you still lingering?
We're still smoky in the front.
Okay, I gotta say.
And it's
this-
mostly in your corner.
I know. This is so validating.
I can still see a lot of smoke here.
Yeah, like
Just
in my
your
lab.
Even from our footwell. It's like,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Looks clear now.
1 minute, 6 seconds. It's very close to before. Faye's nose is pretty calibrated.
That's crazy. That was such a great visual to see
It was
exactly
fantastic.
what's happening with the airflow.
Yep.
Nice work, guys. I hope we never have to test this ever again. So the myth that the person who perpetrated the fart rolling down the window is the best solution, turns out that was actually the worst solution. It was good for the perpetrator, but it made all the passengers suffer worse.
So true. Especially me in the front. I feel like I was just like caught in this little vestibule of smell.
And let's say that the perpetrator didn't want to assist in evacuation. The best thing to do would be to go to the opposite side of the offender, roll down all the windows on that side, or go across.
Right.
So the results are in, and the surprise takeaway is the farter's window actually fared the worst. Yep, no matter which way you skin the data, all of the combinations which include the window closest to Buster, aka the person who dealt it, created slower comparative dissipation times. So if opening all 4 windows isn't an option, at least punish the perp. Keep theirs closed and open up the windows on the opposite side.
I've just got to say, this one is totally busted.
I agree.
Totally busted.
Busted.
But you know what was really fascinating was seeing the smoke, how it illustrated what was happening with the airflow.
You're right. It was such a big eye-opener for me to see all that smoke just lingering around your footwell and gradually rising up to you.
I know.
We thought you were nuts.
Oh my gosh. Well, speaking of nuts, I'm never driving with y'all two again under these circumstances. That was insane. And you know what? I should actually probably get going on my own because I've got to return that car.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. I just want to thank you guys. Whoever dealt it, this inspired this whole experiment. So
Whoever dealt
good on you guys.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Yep.
Tory was the one who... You know, Tory, I've never cut a van up before.
You know what? I've sheared the top off of a car.
On purpose?
Yeah, driving underneath a semi-trailer.
Oh, my God.
But I've never actually done a proper chopping of a hot rod. But I know how, like, I kind of know the basics.
Okay. All right.
And so we want to cut it down almost 10 inches. Okay.
Sorry.
So
seriously.
So basically, we are going to have like viewing of, we'll have like a 6-inch viewing windshield. I think if we get real low, I mean, that's how the hot rods did it, right?
Yeah.
That's a healthy chunk of...
Yes, it is.
...of cut there. What if we took out 16 inches? If 10 inches is good, 16 inches might be amazing.
Tory.
Like, just think about it. Just listen, hear me out, hear me out.
Okay.
Okay, so we have like 15.5 inches. So we could technically cut this to 12 and we'd still have
3 inches of windshield?
How big are your eyeballs? You don't need to see, all we need to see is the road. Like, look, all we need to do is this.
See,
Look at this.
Here's Tory again.
Look, Bisi.
Going crazy. He's always trying to take something extreme and even go Tory extreme with it. It's
Look at this. Plenty of headroom.
Why does everything have to be crazy with you? Why can't you just be
If it's
normal?
worth doing, it's worth overdoing,
Oh,
right?
my God.
When we start winning races with this van, you'll go, now I understand what you were talking about.
Okay,
That gives us 12 inches.
it's still aggressive, but that's not as bad. 12 I'm okay with.
I love it.
I think that's a good compliment. That'd be pretty cool.
Okay.
It would look so sick when we're done.
Cool.
So after a bit of back and forth, Tory and I have decided to chop 12 inches. Will this be enough to improve his aerodynamics and beat 71 miles an hour in a quarter mile? I'm excited.
Me too.
My first chop.
All right.
But before we get chopping, we've got to get weighing. Because once we chop this vehicle, our weight's gonna change quite a bit.
Oh, totally. And I think it's very important that we keep our van the same weight as the control test.
Good point.
That way we keep it just looking at, is the aerodynamics making this van go faster?
Not quite. Right there. Okay.
All right, how much does the van weigh with us in it?
4,198 pounds. So we'll chop the top, make all the modifications, and when we're done with you and I in the car, we need to have this as our control weight.
Yep. All right, first thing we need to do is we need to strip the entire interior of the van.
Yes.
Because if we're gonna be cutting this, there's gonna be sparks flying. We don't wanna set the interior of the van on fire. Now that we know our weight, we can take everything out and then just put the weight back in as we need.
Sounds good.
So far, so good.
So right now, I noticed that the front windshield is really dry rotted. So I'm gonna cut this seal on the inside, which is a little more pliable. Allow me to release the pressure around the windshield, push it outwards, and hopefully save the windshield. Because we're gonna replace the glass with a polycarbonate style material, and I want to use that windshield as a base to form that polycarbonate so we can have a nice shape to the front of the van.
Rose, we have some questions for you. We're about to start this chop, and neither of us have ever done like a professional chop.
Yeah, the sides make sense, but to be able to mate this section, that's where I'm a bit confused.
Automobiles are a football shape, so as you lower the roof, it's a little too narrow. So we've either got to widen the top or we've got to move the pillars in.
The plan is we want to take out 12 inches.
Ooh, that's good, because when you cut these roofs, you should cut them a lot.
Yeah, see?
You're onto something.
She agrees with me.
Nice.
What I'm doing right now is just putting in some cross bracing, because once we cut the top of this van off, those walls are gonna wanna fluctuate, and we don't wanna lose our shape. So once we have those welded in place, then we can start cutting our support beams.
If we don't cut these structures out, it'll really pose a problem for us to remove the top entirely.
And then we can actually do the roof chop.
My first door.
This is just a straight edge.
So you can use that to...
So it'll be a nice straight cut.
I'm partial to vans, and I put tons of power in them. I love building 1,000 horsepower minivans and the like, but cutting the roof off of one, I have never, ever done that, or even thought I'd ever do it.
So we are making some great progress on the van chop. Once we have the entire thing cut, we'll drop the roof and see how it looks. So Rose is bringing the forklift in because we're at a very critical point right now.
Coming in.
Where the roof is actually going to be detached from the van. So we don't want that thing just to fall on us. So we're gonna put the forks in, cut the rest of the door frames, and then our front supports. Once we're done with that, it's a good thing we got the forklift in place. This is so cool looking. This is gonna be
crazy,
ridiculous. I mean, it's gonna sit right on the dashboard.
That was a lot of rust.
All right, you guys ready? And then we're gonna start lowering that roof. We're gonna get it to the right height.
Oh my goodness.
But we are at the point where this van is chopped.
That looks oh my God, that's cool.
Like, that's ridiculous. Is that not hilarious?
It is.
Oh,
Tori, can you see me?
Plenty of room. We just gotta get rid of these visors. Well, we've chopped 12 inches out, and now, you know, Bisi said I was crazy. I'm starting to feel like maybe I am a little crazy too. I only have maybe about 4 inches of windscreen to see out of, but I don't know. This might actually work.
Wow. I don't think I've said as many wows in my life as I have today.
Yeah, you've been saying wow.
Wow.
Bisi, you have been wowed by this whole thing.
Yes, I have been.
So now that we cut out 12 inches from our pillar, the pillars don't match up anymore. So what we need to do is actually cut the roof into a couple of sections, bring them out so that the pillars line up. Let's just make it a convertible. We'll weld those. We gotta make sure all of our angles are lining up so this thing goes back together beautifully. Look at that.
Okay, so imagine it's a nice summer day.
Oh, yeah. Can you just sit lower? That's what we're talking about. Whoa. And then we have to put pieces of steel in between our gaps.
These pieces allow for adhesion of the center section to the outer sections, and I had the opportunity to curve them using a hammer and anvil to allow for a nice curvature, so it can follow the same lines as the top of the van. Meanwhile, Rose is using the plenishing hammer to shape the larger steel pieces that will fill in the bigger sections of the roof.
Yeah, this gives it strength so that it's dent resistance, so it has dimensional stability.
So it gives it a little bit more structure.
Yeah.
Good. This is like an art form. It's just like making sure the steel is lining up, making sure the form, the top of the van is perfect, following the original top. It's more like sculpting than it is fabricating.
Oh, she's ready to drive.
We got a chop top.
Yes, we do, sir.
Dude, look at how much headspace we have in there. That's plenty of room to see.
Our steering and pedals go back to the original position, and the seats are bolted to the floor.
Since this is all about aerodynamics and it's not about weight,
3952.
we need to make sure that it weighs the same as it did before we chopped it. All right, what are we at, Bisi?
We are 4228.
How about now?
4199. I'll take it.
Close enough.
4199. I christened her Rusta.
Ah, I love it.
How's that?
Perfect. There you go. This thing is so cool looking.
Beautiful. I have built vans in my time, but nothing this exquisite.
And I thought when we said we're gonna chop this van, it was gonna be as easy as take out a section, drop the roof, weld it back, and we're done. I had no idea how much work this was gonna take, but hopefully it's gonna pay off.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Take it to the tarmac and see what happens.
I love it when a van comes together.
I did a fool who doesn't like this van.
Does size matter or not? They're about to find out. With the top of the van now 12 inches lower, it's time to discover whether chopping the roof off really does make a vehicle go faster. But first, they're going to redo the tough test to compare the van's pre- and post-chop aerodynamics.
All right, Bisi, the chop is done.
Yes.
We have the tufts on it.
Absolutely.
It's time to do a run to see if our chop helped us or hurt us.
Yes, we saw some good results in the small-scale test. Now we can monitor what happens in real life.
All right, you ready to do this?
I'm ready, sir.
All right, Here we go.
All right.
Might help to put it in gear.
That would help a little bit.
Like before, we're being tracked by a high-speed camera.
Oh, wow.
Oh, look at that.
So initially, with the old body, we saw a lot of turbulence on top.
Yeah.
Everything is laying flat. Remember, you had a lot of disturbance before. It's just laying
on the
flat.
roof before they were flapping around. Now they're laying flat. And look at our windshield. Beautiful. I mean, that's hopeful for us.
I think we're on the right path, Tory.
Let's see if this changed the aerodynamics.
Wow.
Tory, look at that.
That shape actually has made a difference.
Initially, when the van was in factory form, we saw a significant amount of turbulence on the roof of the van.
Yeah.
Telling us that it didn't do very well in allowing us to cut through the wind easily.
Yeah. And now
Everything's just laying flat.
They're all laying flat.
Oh, my goodness.
It's like we've almost created a wedge to cut through the air.
A beautiful aerodynamic wedge. I'm excited because this is now mimicking the aerodynamic profile of a modern car.
Yeah.
That means what we saw on the small scale translated very well to real life.
Which also means that might translate to us getting a faster speed.
Can we do it?
Ready for the real test?
I'm so ready.
If we get a faster speed than 71 miles an hour, this is a completely confirmed myth.
I agree.
Chop top, final test, quarter mile.
3, 2, 1, hit it.
Come on, baby! You can do it!
49, 50, 60,
Come on! Are we gonna do it?
77, wow, that's good.
We did it!
Great.
We went 6 miles per hour faster.
I would take it. I would take it. I would take that.
Oh!
And after 2 more runs,
That's good.
Woo-hoo!
That's crazy.
Oh my God!
3, 2, 1.
Oh.
it's a done deal.
You can do it!
Chopping and lowering this van's roof
Oh, my
We
goodness.
confirmed it!
has made it quicker.
Those old timers knew what they were talking about.
Chopping your car will make you go faster.
Absolutely. That's great.
It worked!
Wow. That was crazy.
I can't believe it.
Ruster did it.
All we did is we just chopped it and brought it down by 12 inches, and that gave us a faster speed.
You're absolutely correct. The van weighs the same driver, same low horsepower power plant. The 6 miles an hour is a big deal.
Yeah.
I'd take that.
And the thing is, in a race, any little bit of advantage you can take, you'll take it.
Right.
So we have to confirm this myth.
Yes.
Those old hot rodders, they were onto something.
They knew what they were doing.
Awesome.
Good
That
job.
was a lot of work. Let's go see if we can find people to drag.
Oh, they won't know what's coming.